Simon & Schuster Audio presents Front Sight, 3 Swagger Novellas by Stephen Hunter. Read by Eric Dove.
For Franny and Alice, and new arrival Hank, linebacker to the world. It takes equipment. Raymond Chandler. City of Meat. Author's note. In the 1930s, in the New York office of the New Masses, deep thinkers in Trotsky glasses called it social realism, no matter the medium. They saw it as one more siege engine in the destruction of capitalism and a party duty. However, Americans wanted stories, not lectures. Sticks, nicks, prolix, picks. Hollywood, then full of clever, quick-thinking pulse readers, got it right. They called the genre, in its cinematic form, the message picture. Although that meant a hard look through drama, performance, and cinematography at some part of the system gone wrong, crushing the common man. It also promised more picture than message. Moguls hated it. If I want message, I'll get Western Union. But enough writers and directors prevailed, and greatness sometimes followed. I Am a Fugitive from a Chain Gang in 32, Wild Boys of the Road in 33, on to The Grapes of Wrath in 40. The pictures were solid, progressive but not preachy, straightforward and without stylization, and deeply heartfelt. City of Meat is a shot at that brilliant tradition. Chicago, 1934. Chapter 1. The bickering got so bad finally that the director called both Sam Cowley and Mel Purvis to Washington to talk out the command difficulties in the productive but messed up Chicago field office of the Justice Department's glamorous Division of Investigation. A good airing out was called for under the director's prodding. Rumor insisted that the director also wanted to have a come-to-Jesus meeting with Melvin, whom he did not want to lose. After all, Mel was widely, if vaguely credited with getting Dillinger, but also whom he did not want to be giving unauthorized press conferences and leaks, and taking credit for work that had been done by the whole field office. As far as Charles Swagger was concerned, none of this had anything to do with him, and he bore no grudges for attention denied him, or celebrity he was owed as the man who actually killed Dillinger. He had just done the job. He bore down, continued his duties, particularly teaching new agents firearm skills, tracking their talent, skill, and dedication, so that the office could put the best shooters in the firefights and not end up with somebody who'd never fired at Thompson, facing off with Thompson master Babyface Nelson. As well, he worked long hours checking out the odd tip that came in, and running down sightings and so forth, as did the other younger agents. In Sam's absence, who took over but Hugh Clegg? And again, that was of no concern to Charles. He'd do the work as it arrived, no matter who assigned it to him. His only orientation was to the task before him, ultimately finding Babyface, and that was all he cared about. It drove out many discouraging thoughts and the disturbing memories that any man-killer might have. One afternoon, however, one of Clegg's people came by his desk and told him the inspector wanted to see him. Charles went quickly, wanting not to be the source of any friction or behavior for which Clegg, Mel's man, not Sam's, could find cause to criticize him. And as it turned out, Clegg was entirely reasonable. Perhaps he too wished to dial down the rancor a bit. "Please sit down, Sheriff. A little something has come up." "Yes, sir," said Charles. Clegg couldn't help the Old South style he had. It was natural to him, as, of course, he was Old South. But that Old South, New South, Georgia-Arkansas gap was between them and always would be, as the one mistrusted the other's foppishness and aristocratic airs and longueurs, while the other detested the boot-poor pig-state origins of the other, and the fact that talent, not breeding, had brought the man before him. That's the way it was and would always be. I have reports from 3 sources that Babyface Nelson is working as a cowboy at the Chicago stockyards. Yes, sir. This is not the first time such reports have come in. We've had batches of them twice before, once just after Little Bohemia and once 2 months before in February. In both those cases, we sent large, heavily armed teams, combed the place out, kicked in a few doors and roughed some folks up, interviewed aggressively, and found nothing. The Union Stockyard and Transit Company police who run the place raised bloody hell with the mayor, and we were much criticized for it in the newspapers. Yes, sir. Since Dillinger, we have been getting largely positive press. I think it behooves us to keep that situation going. Yes, sir. So I'm not going to raid like the last time and give the papers cause to laugh or mock. I haven't. I'm not even going to send 2 agents as I would normally for exactly the same reason. Do you see where this is going? I think so. Of all the men, you're the most prepared to work on your own, as you've proven. You don't seem to need anyone backing you up, and of course I'd prefer to keep the other men on their assignments. Charles seriously doubted Nelson could be at the stockyards. Too many witnesses, too many guns, and people who knew how to shoot them. Too much if other stockyards were any guide, mud and shit. Someone as dapper as Nelson wouldn't be able to put his shiny floorshimes into such glop. So what I want you to do is go down there and nose around. See what you can pick up. If he's there, there'll be a buzz. With your Western Arkansas accent, you'll fit in and attract less attention than any of these law school kids with the dainty fingers and the Boston Brahmin tonalities. Do you want me to dress down? Don't go full cowboy. I don't see the point. But I'd wear work or field boots, as you know what cattle produce in abundance. No need for a tie, as it'll set you apart and maybe give the cowhands pause. On the other hand, have no reluctance to pull badge if someone braces you, but I would think you'd avoid announcing yourself from a tabletop and demanding cooperation. If something comes up, I'm sure you can handle it, whether it's Babyface himself or helping a sow give birth to cow quadruplets. Yes, sir. It may take several days, a week even, for them to trust you and for you to see into this thing. That's fine. Though, of course, if something that requires your gun skills comes up, we'll get in touch. I've called, and the 4th District station on Cottage Grove near the yards will know you're in the yards, and their switchboard will take care of you. I've also called Chief Mulrooney of the Railroad Yard Police to tell him you're coming and ask him to assist as necessary. That's by way of making up for the previous turmoil, so you'll have to get along with the railroad detectives. Yes, sir. Be forewarned, they're not the most cooperative. Most are ex-cops who lost their jobs over dubious enterprises and came to rest with Union Stockyards and Transit Company. They basically answer to no one except big shots in New York, so they tend to be heavy-handed. Lots of rough stuff. Tough guys. They deal mostly with road hobos and thieves. Their answer to every problem is a billet to the head. Yes, sir. But at the end, we want a report for the files. If by God it turns out later he did go to Earth down there, we have to show we took all the reports seriously. Yes, sir. And needless to say, if you strike gold, either kill the bastard or call up here for troops, so that the division gets the credit. Leave the Chicagos and the railroad detectives out of it. That was the division. Yes, solved the crime, but that was only the beginning. The next priority was winning the publicity contest. Chapter 2. How do they know? Hard to say. Maybe it's the molecules of blood in the air, and inhaled, those molecules tickle some ancient cell cluster in the not terribly sophisticated bovine cerebellum. Maybe it's pure instinct, acquired over thousands of years of obediently awaiting their execution, passed somehow from generation to generation. Maybe they're reading the behavior of the men who heard them, seeing that it's oddly different this time, not meant to soothe their fears, as happens so frequently on the range. Instead meant to hurry them, to push them in a certain direction into a certain cattle trace, and up a certain narrow ramp, and somehow the human sweat and fear at the presence of so much death is something they themselves have learned to sense. There is no mooing. Only cows moo, and there are no cows on the ramp today at, for example, Nugent's Best Beef, Building 44, Exchange Avenue, Chicago. Purveyors of fine canned meats including stew, chili hamburger, hash, gravy. As they say, everything but the methane. Cows are bred to produce calves and dairy. On this ramp or any ramp, there are only mooless steers and heifers. And if they dream, surely it is for the life of a cow, to snooze in clover and daisies, to sniff sweetness in the spring air, to never hear a voice raised in anger or urgency, and to squirt milk. These animals are cattle. These animals thrash and twist and occasionally gore. Sometimes one will slip or break a leg, throwing the whole routine off. They are components. They are not insensate, however. They cry. The cries, more bellow, full of rage and fear, fully knowledgeable of the approaching horror, rise and mingle, and all who hear it know that today is a day and this is a place where living animals will become pounds of beef. The agitation is not ideal anywhere, but it is a fact of death at Nugent's and other low-end packers, far from the industrialized efficiency of big boys like Armour and Swift. Those big boys know it is much better commercially to process the animals in a state of calm. Too much uproar, as at Nugent's, riles the blood and darkens the meat, precludes the release of lactic acid, and that product, known as dark cutter, is tougher and less flavorful and must be sold at deep discount. On the killing ramp, the steers and the heifers are all between 24 and 36 months old, and they mingle indifferently. There is no gender or age separation here. To the degree that each has a consciousness, another animal is simply a member. It has no meaning. It is not a friend or an enemy. It's a part of the herd, that is all. No cuddling, no foreplay, no sex. There was never any chance of sex because, of course, the steers have been castrated since birth, and the heifers have not been bred, so both sexes die as virgins, which to a certain kind of imagination might seem tragic. But to the cattle's point of view, there is enough tragedy without the loss of a frolic in the meadow. Up the ramp they are forced, pushing, shoving, responding to the calls, sticks, and belts of their drivers, who want it orderly but are incapable of managing order. The ramp narrows, and at its peak, where it enters the kill house itself, there is only room for one beast. He or she, it, squirms through, and finds itself suddenly halted, its neck somehow restrained by a mechanical yoke that rises from the floor. Since the animals differ radically in their size, sometimes the yoke fits perfectly, sometimes it doesn't, being too large, so the neck must be forced unto choking, or too small so that the animal can squirm. This is the ultimate moment. Restrained more or less, it is about to receive the killing stroke. The instrumentality is not meant to be cruel, though it can be. It is not meant to be kind, though it can be. It is meant only to be efficient, for such places process cattle in the thousands each day. A good knocker is hard to find. He needs strength in abundance, particularly in forearms and wrists, but as well through the chest and back. But strength is not enough. He needs dexterity and highly developed hand-eye coordination, for it is no easy thing to raise 4 pounds of dead iron on a 2-foot wood shaft well above his head and bring it down in the perfect spot time after time at full extension, at full force. His target is an imaginary meeting of imaginary lines between left eye and right horn, and left horn and right eye. That X, above and not between the eyes, drives all force into the center of the animal's brain, and again in the ideal, is planned to completely destroy its mental capacities, such as they are. Well and truly struck, it goes down hard to the floor, and there is quickly attended by handlers, one of whom, another specialist, wielding a razor-sharp knife, quickly bends and slits the throat, severing jugular and carotid, producing gallons of blood. Others close in. These men are also noted for their strength and efficiency, for their job literally is to wrestle the carcass into a posture where it can be turned into food or leather or chicken feed. They hoist it until a hook can be driven between the Achilles tendon and the ankle bone of its right rear leg. And then the mechanics of processing take over. That is, now on the power of ball bearings, chains, rails, and grease. The hanging carcass is pushed dangling by hook from station to station. It is bled, gravity helps. It is beheaded. Its guts and organs are cut out. The inedible products are captured beneath, swept up, and set to dry on sheet steel, then ground into meal that is of some commercial use, and sold at pennies per ton to the pulverized manure company right next door. As for the animal, it is at last sundered totally, split in the patois, each half getting its own hook and place on the line. It is no longer an animal. It is now a side of beef, and in plural such entities are called beeves. Of the thing that was, nothing is left, only bisected halves, to be skinned, washed, dressed, chilled, ultimately butchered and sent to the aging house. Of course, sometimes the knockers blow us off. The animal is not immediately stilled, and it's not rare for living beasts to be hung to bleed out, squealing and moaning and thrashing, spraying blood and shit and piss everywhere, going into convulsions and contortions before finally finding themselves with no more blood to spray, no more shit to shit, no more piss to piss when it finally stops hurting. On the line of any slaughterhouse in the year 1934, such spectacle is barely noted. Nobody cares. Chapter 3. Later that afternoon, as twilight was falling, he arrived at the vast Union stockyards, a mile south and west of the Loop, a straight shot down Halsted. He turned right on 41st, and that road led him directly to the absurd pretend castle entrance gate that someone who thought he had wit had erected in the last century. Though much of the traffic through the gate was still on horseback or in unruly herds, the road accepted his automobile easily enough, and he drove on a street named Exchange. He quickly found himself exactly where he didn't want to be. No man's land. Fire being first cousin to war in its destructiveness, the great stockyard blaze of May 19 had scorched to ash and dirt at least 80 structures, including restaurants, hotels, a newspaper office, banks, an office building, and packing houses, as efficiently as a hosing by German howitzer. It was emptiness everywhere, the occasional spar still standing, maybe a wall or two. But he drove onward, passing then into open land where the flames had not reached. It was its own astonishment, not so much endless, though it seemed so, but blank and featureless, unwilling somehow to admit its secrets without careful study. It was somehow the emptiness of intellectual weight, a metaphor for something as yet to be categorized. Ahead, down Exchange, appeared a constellation of light, where surely temporary HQ for the various necessary administrative functions had been relocated, so that business could continue to hum post-conflagration. About this time, the famous bovine bouquet of the place slapped him in the face. It smelled and felt thick. All those unguents that had passed through all those digestive systems and then been eliminated into the soil. All the tons of grass and hay and feed that kept the herds alive. All the filthy water from the Chicago River that kept them unparched. Then the undertang of char from the fire. And finally, mixing in but unescapable if you recognized it, the smell of blood, too. The blood, it was said, at highest efficiency, ran inches thick on some floors. That blood stench would not go away. He entered the city of blood and slaughter, but it seemed mostly like any other city from the outside appearance. A maze of industrial architecture thrown together ad hoc, without a thought for coherence or consistency. Relics of what buildings had been, forecasts of what they could be. Not too much farther down Exchange, he found a building that had certainly once been a packing house, but now wore a crude sign outside that said, Union Stockyard and Transit Company, Division of Police. Charles parked, got out of his car, and walked on in, finding the milieu to be City Police Department, with the shabby furniture, messy desks, signs pointing out the lockup and the phone bank, the faces of many wanted desperados on the walls, their mugshot gloom filling the air with a general odor of the miscreant, the drunk, and the recently robbed. Amazing how fast the cops had made their new headquarters into a replica of their old. He showed his badge to one of the few men on duty at this late hour, made inquiries, was taken to the captain's office, and there met Captain Mulrooney, who ran the place, a beefy, practical fellow with a bourbon nose and brown teeth. He was cop through and through, with the dead eyes and the dead face, and the bulk that suggested abundant muscle and the will to use it. He wore an executive suit and tie as opposed to a uniform, as Union Stockyard and Transit Company cops had no need to present buttoned tunics to polite society. Only those assigned to a big station dressed as something other than a farmhand with a badge. "Babyface again?" the captain snorted when Charles had explained his presence. "Well, at least this time you guys didn't bring the riot squad, and tip me off that you were coming." "Maybe a lesson was learned, Captain Mulrooney." "I hope so. Of course we don't have an index of all the boys who work the herds here, since they're hired by individual companies who rent pens from us abutting their own processing plants. So I can't do no paperwork checking for you. And on top of that, we're all messed up because of the fire. We're still basically making it up as we go along." "I got that. But as I mentioned, this has happened before." "I've seen the reports." "Good. I can tell you after the fact that all these Nelson sightings seem to come from the same area of the yards. It's a big place, believe me. Here, look at this." He showed Charles a map on the wall, a huge thing broken into segments and grids, 3/4 encircled by and penetrated by the busy crosshatched lines that meant railroad track. Each and every space or unit designated by code, all of them in different colors. The areas currently in ruins, about a quarter, the whole northwest corner, from their date with flame, were X'd out in black crayon. Swift is red, Armour is blue, Hammond is orange, Morris is yellow, and it goes on and on. So you can see it's plenty complicated even with the fire damage, and you need to know what you're doing. Any help is appreciated. Last 2 times it was mainly in the southwest quadrant, where the tracks come in from Oklahoma and West Texas. I have to tell you, the fellas down there are a tough lot, and they don't cotton to outsiders, so you won't be greeted with open arms. I'm used to that. If you get yourself into a jam, you'll have to get yourself out. Most of my boys are on the trains now looking for hobos and thieves. It's rough work, and they have to bust a lot of heads, but I can't just dial up a squad room and send out reinforcements. Sorry, but that's just the way it is. I was a sheriff for many years. I'm used to handling things on my own. By the way, if you do see boys digging through ruins, don't worry. They're mine. There's a rumor running around that way before the fire burned him out, one of the richer Jews buried gold under his kosher kill house. My boys heard about it, and you know what gold does to an Irishman. So every spare moment they're poking around. To my mind, Babyface is the treasure. Okay, I'll have Cracker take you down there by wagon, at least as close as you can get. Whatever you do, be careful of your footing and balance. A stockyard is a dangerous place, and these animals can turn killer in the blink of an eye. I was raised on a farm. I know animals enough to stay away. In a few minutes, he was sitting next to an elderly black man who offered him nothing and hardly noticed them. A slatternly old pony pulled their little cart along, driven by the casual slash of a whip Cracker snapped into its flanks. The pony, which could only be called "you poor thing," pulled his wagon to the right under Cracker's ungentle mandate, and they left the administrative city behind, entering the pens. Unprotected by the bubble of his car, Charles experienced the smell full on. It seemed to double or triple, like a palpable cloud, a tear-bringer, like a phenomenon of the weather. It was everywhere and could not be avoided. Worse still, its fetid promise of nourishment brought flies in the billions, even some carrion birds silhouetted on bare branches, ready to pounce on the gobbet of beef, a foot, an eye, whatever spillage there was. penland again. Charles felt himself lost in the featureless landscape of a place that had to be the bovine capital of planet Earth. He saw now that it was an infinite checkerboard, with cows in pens as far as the eye could see, one and then another out to the horizon in all directions. But it was not one-dimensional, giving it depth and yet more confusion. Viaducts for cars, walkways for humans, and ramps for slaughter arose here and there indiscriminately, and most of the fences had narrow walkways nailed to their topboard so that a fellow could progress from one to the other carefully without actually entering the dangerous confined spaces. The skyscrapers of the city loomed formidably a mile and change away, dominating one quadrant, and to the east the industrial might of the big meat factories stood, armors belching smoke through stacks, but the others empty except for the low silhouettes of the Poverty Row meatpackers. Few details proclaimed themselves, only a kind of restless shifting behind the pen fences, where the masses of cattle simply drifted aimlessly, emitting that low moan, louder now that he was among them, and waited until it was time to die. Now and then the cart passed under a viaduct where traffic still ran, since no one could actually drive through such a jumble of square mile as the yards. It seemed to go on for hours, but in what the clock said was a mere 15 minutes, Cracker halted the poor pony with a swift, merciless pull on the reins and gestured. A set of wooden steps led up to a catwalk that spanned 3 or 4 pens. "De cap, dis where he tell me drop you, sir," Cracker said. "Take the catwalk." "Yes, sir. Cowboys be gathered over at the shower house." "How do I get back?" "I guess you have the boss call the office and someone poke me, and I come on out here and get you." "Okay. Don't know how long I'll be. If he don't call, don't worry about it. If I get back to that road, I can just follow it to the castle." "Yes, sir." Charles gave the old guy a couple of bucks, then got off, climbed the steps, and faced a long skywalk. The carpentry seemed solid, though there was a little bounce and sway, and the railings could have been stouter, but it was no ordeal by ready danger. The cattle paid him no attention as he passed over their little chunk of paradise. They seemed mindless. The walk took him over 6 pens, all but one full, and deposited him in a wide, dusty yard outside a makeshift wood building, very frontier-looking in the helter-skelter way the slats were hammered against its frame. Those peculiar cowboy brands, squiggles, letters forward and backward, pictographs, some symbolic, some indecipherable, had been fried randomly into the building's wood. It looked all crazy to Charles. A single pipe issued smoke, presumably from a fire that kept the water inside hot. A sign said, "Showers 5 cents." It was a trip back to 1873, a city named Dodge or Laredo. Cowboys lounged everywhere, either just in from herding and waiting for their time in the showers, and then off to the nearest bar, or already showered and waiting to gather up, outfit by outfit, clique by clique, for the same night on the town. He walked over to the nearest group of loungers who eyed him on the approach. They were all thin young men, brown-red from weeks in the sun and dust, seemingly assembled out of gristle leather and bandana cotton, all held tidy under a hat with a crown too tall and a brim too wide. It wasn't love they showered on him. He was the outsider and they knew it, and they wanted him to know it. "Fellas," he said, pulling open his lapel to show where he'd pinned his badge on the inside surface of the flap. "Federal Agent, Justice Department. Looking for a fella. Got a photo of him. Care to take a look?" "You gonna arrest him all by yourself, federal man?" Someone wanted to know, a little leather in his voice. "Hope to," said Charles, smiling. "But if he don't want to come, I guess I'll have to shoot him. I ain't yet decided whether to put the bullet through his left eye or his right." He pulled back on his jacket and showed his .45 in its carved S.D. Myers shoulders rig, the holster tied down to the belt, the pistol cocked and locked, the strap disengaged. It was a serious, fast man-killing setup, and he knew these boys would get it. They'd seen man-killers before and understood that you don't dress like a gunslinger unless you are a gunslinger. And if you are a gunslinger, they wouldn't want to mess with you. It was the way of the West. The picture was circulated, looked at earnestly, and returned without any luck for the manhunter. "Thanks, y'all." "I heard Johnny Dillinger got shot in the back." "Funny, I heard he was pulling a Colt 380 when someone put 3 into him faster than you can say Jack Boo. Johnny was fast. This federal man was faster. You wouldn't want to go to leather on that boy." He smiled again, and there wasn't an ounce of back down anywhere in him, and all knew there was no way a fellow got sand in him like that without spending time on the trigger when others were shooting at him. He moved on group by group. He showed the picture of Nelson to the geezer who ran the shower house, and the geezer who chopped the wood and loaded it into the furnace that warmed the water. Nothing, and he was just about to call it a lost day when a fellow did say, "I'd go a couple of pens over that way. There's a West Texas outfit called Rockin' R. They think they too good to mingle with the common, but you never can tell." "Thanks, cowboy. I'll do just that." Another catwalk took him 3 pens in a certain direction, though by now it was dark and the cattle had settled considerably, so it was just like walking a gangplank to a phantom ship. He came to a larger area lit by firelight and saw cowboys here too. He didn't think anybody saw him in the dark. So as not to excite any reconnaissance by fire, he hollered out, "Law officer coming in." He found 20 hollow young faces on him, eyes wide and lit red by the fire. "Federal Agent, Justice Department. Got a head man?" A rangy fellow, mostly leg and arm, all vested and booted up, and one of those big hats came over. "My name's Charles Swagger," Charles said. "Justice Department Division of Investigation." "Ludy Crone, Rockin' R foreman. Sir, my boy's all good. We only take the best at Rockin' R. Anybody tell you that?" "Just hoping you've seen somebody. Got some calls, said this fellow was out here. Take a look if you don't mind." Ludy looked, then said, "Oh, hell, that's what I thought it was. Hey, Mort, where's Shorty? They done gonna arrest him again?" The cowboy chorus laughed, for evidently this was a joke they'd heard before. "Shorty's sleeping," came the answer. "Well, wake him up, goddammit, before this here fella pulls out his Tommy gun." In a few minutes, Shorty approached, called Shorty, of course, because he was about 6 feet 4 inches tall. His hat added 6 more inches, his boots 2 more. He was all string and no bean. "Here's your baby face Nelson, Mr. G-Man. Take him away. I'm sick of this." Charles beheld the man and tried to get the mystery of it all. He saw a handsome cowboy, all hat, the cattle were all around, with a sleepy face, cracked lips, and blue eyes that communicated not much in the way of clever. He was in faded jeans so tight they could have been on him since birth, and his boots were all covered in mud and straw. "What's your name, son?" Charles asked. "Harrison B. Harris, sir. Born in Lubbock 21 years back. Like horses, cows, girls, and payday. Doing honest day's work, never no trouble. Everybody calls me Shorty 'cause I ain't no kind of short." Said Charles to the foreman, communicating his confusion. "Shorty, take off your hat." It was the hat. It elongated the head and cast a shadow on the features and contributed a whole new context that confounded expectations. Under the hat, Shorty was just another cowboy. Unhatted, Shorty's head proved to be oddly small and squarish, proving that most all of the crown had been empty. He had a rough mess of unruly blonde-brown hair, and without the hat, by God, his features soon assembled themselves, in Charles's eye and particularly in the red flicker of the fire, into something very similar to babyface Nelson's. Shorty had the pug nose, the freckly Huck Finn guile, the square pug jaw, everything symmetrical and conventionally attractive. "You look a lot like a certain fella," said Charles. "I know, sir," said Shorty. Charles saw how it happened. Shorty arrived once every couple of months with the Rockin' R bunch, and over the course of a few days' hard labor in the pens, would take his hat off to wipe a brow clean or some sweat from his eyes, or to take a swat at a particularly obnoxious fly. Someone would catch a glimpse. Babyface's face was well enough known among newspaper readers, and then look back to check, by which time Shorty had replanted his 10-gallon, so the illusion was lost. But sooner or later, someone would say, "Hey, I think I saw Babyface Nelson out there." And the story would embellish itself as it moved from pen to pen and outfit to outfit, until someone finally called the cops or the division. But by the time the riot squad arrived, Rocking R would have headed back to Lubbock or wherever. "You get in much trouble on account? Spent nights in jail all along the rail line. Don't know nothing about this Nelson except he robs and kills. Don't even own no gun, except my granddad's 92. But every sheriff in the Southwest has thrown me in the crap hole. He's got papers backing up his name." "He does. They don't work Rockin' R without papers." "May I see them, son?" "Yes, sir," said the boy, and produced a leather wallet which contained documents verifying him to be exactly who he said he was. As he handed them back, Charles said, "Not for me to tell you what to do, but you look like you got enough bristle on your face to grow some hair. Until we get this damn Nelson, and even a few months after, you might think about a beard or something. It might just change you up enough to end all this nonsense. I've been after him for months, but the damn fool won't. He thinks the gals like him better with his pretty mug all buck naked." "Shorty, ever hear of a fellow named Gable? He does okay with the gals behind his toothbrush. You got enough lip to grow one like he has. I'm just saying looking all smooth and handsome might get you killed by some trigger-brained Cowtown deputy who wants to run for mayor." "You hear him, Shorty? That's Uncle Sam himself talking," said the foreman. "I'll give it some thought, sir." "That's the boy," said Charles. "And now my business is concluded, so I will leave Rockin' R territory to Rockin' R folks. Didn't even need my Tommy gun." He and Ludi shook hands. Charles turned down an escort for the 2-catwalk trek back to the main road. Charles figured a half-an-hour walk, then a half-an-hour drive, and he'd be home before midnight for a bath and a cool-down. Oh, figure in dinner. He'd have to pick some up. He made his goodbyes, found the steps, and got himself back to the shower house. From there, he found the steps to the catwalk back to the main road of this quadrant and proceeded without incident. That catwalk trek, wobbly as it was, dumped him on the wide straight pole between the pens that headed back to the admin buildings and the yard dick office. It was too late to do his shoes any good, so he just clomped ahead, picking up mud and straw with every step, even if he watched carefully to avoid obvious puddles, cow pies, and mud slicks. On and on he went under a calm sky, the cattle soothed in their nighttime pens, and most on haunches for a night's rest, to dream cow dreams of green meadows and clear brooks and blue skies. No moon stood up to amuse them, and perhaps the veil of dust and stink blurred the air, for the stars were dim pricks of illumination, what few of them were visible. It was a trek through nothing, until at the halfway point it turned suddenly to something. February 1934. Chapter 4. There are always problems in meatpacking. Union problems, fire problems, animal quality problems, rail problems, track repair problems, maintenance problems, theft problems, federal inspection problems, payoff problems, and on and on. No day is without its problems, but the problems at Nugent's were particular. "And what can be done, then?" asked Thaddeus Nugent, owner and president of Oscar Bentley, manager and make-it-happen guy of the house. The setting was Thaddeus's rather dingy office, high above the killing floor, but not above the stench of blood and shit. They were considering the most ominous darkness ahead. The future. Theirs was black because the numbers were red. Thaddeus was not happy. He was not really suited for the hustle and bravo of big meat. Moreover, he hated the yards in winter, when, as now, the months-long blanket of snow, which this year, as all years, had fallen in Chicago, revealed the true nature of his enterprise and destiny, contaminated by yellow and brown stains, everywhere, everywhere. It revealed the site as a vast animal toilet. Most here got used to it. Thaddeus never did. "Hire better guys is the only thing I see," said Oscar. It was true enough. Being low to profit margin and just basically scuffling by, Nugent's best beef could not afford to hire experienced herders at nearly the hourly rate Swift and Armour and Morris paid. Plus, no man gifted in handling the beasts would consider working for a low-ranker like Nugent's in the first place. And the fact that its ramshackle spew of pens and passageways and process lines and kill rooms and other necessities was right next to the pulverized manure company on Exchange Avenue. Far from the shine of the big boys was not an attraction either. The place looked as if it had been designed by Charles Dickens's dumber brother, when in fact, designed wasn't quite the right word. It had been assembled by Thaddeus's smarter grandfather Philip. "I cannot get them to run the kill-shoot operation any better," said Oscar. "They are incapable of it. They are, to a man, quite stupid, easily rattled, afraid of falling amongst the cattle and being smashed to death, fast and sloppy. Immigrants, not cowhands. What can a Czech or a Pole know of beef except don't step in the shit? Don't get skewered on the horns. Thaddeus, it's the quality of the man that determines the quality of the meat. We have terrible men. Thus we'll have terrible beef. Thus our sales will and have dropped. Thus we'll never get big contracts for railway or restaurant. Thus our cannery will be of second quality. The odd can splitting, the spoilage rate high, the art on the can pitiful. Thus no sales to the big chain groceries like National Tea or Atlantic and Pacific that now predominate. And we will make our living as we do on the outskirts of the industry, shufflers and lurkers and hustlers, racing after the odd local chain to stock our products. We'll sell as we do mostly to institutions that don't require quality as they don't produce quality. Negro hospitals and schools, the same on Indian reservations, prisons, of course, faltering steamship lines and trunk line railroads. We will stay where we are and are lucky to have survived this long through the Depression. The only hope I can see is that there'll be a big war, and it will be as good to us as the Great War was. So, pray for war, sir. Say, doesn't this happy little fellow in Germany look promising?" Oscar was entirely too practical and truthful a chap to make jokes, so his Hitler line was delivered quite earnestly. To him, the greasy little agitator with the flop hair and the smudged mustache was the only hope for getting out of Packingtown and up to Winnetka, where Thad already lived, though barely. "No one ever accused you of steering off the truth, Oscar. I wish I were rich enough to fire you and be done with your damned pessimism. But I'm not, and I will never be. Besides, I knew all this already. You merely grind it into the bone so it hurts." "I do." "Is there no hope of surcease? Perhaps Swift will buy us out." "To acquire our lucrative Rhode Island penitentiary contracts? I doubt it." "Let us then try to think creatively." "The word creative frightens me, Thaddeus. It leads always to ruin." "I have been thinking." "God help us," said Oscar. "Now, see if you can poke my logic. Run at it hard, without respect. Crush it, then tear it to pieces. Try to make me cry. We'll see what remains." "I would without instruction. That is my way." "All right, then. The problems begin at the chute. Bad chute management sets the ball of catastrophe rolling. That seems to be the root of our problems. Is that not correct?" "That is correct." "Thus far, too much of our meat can be categorized as of the dark cutter variety. It isn't good and will never be good." "Correct again." "But we can't afford better men." "We cannot." "We cannot afford better cattle." "We'll never experience rolling our stock except at the better restaurants." "What if—" "Yes, sir?" "What if we could come up with a fast way to soothe the beasts? I mean extra process." "I'm not—" "Chemical." For once, Oscar had nothing to say. It was beyond his horizon. He knew nothing of chemicals. He knew everything of the giant animals whose deaths in the tens of thousands were his to manage, but nothing of chemicals. "I have been in contact with Marjorie's brother. He is a veterinarian. He believes it is possible to apply a certain solution to the cow that, no matter his condition in extremis, will calm him. Thus the chute itself, the ignorant foreign men with their clubs and straps, the crowding, the blood in the air, the smell of the shit, his hunger and thirst, none of it will matter. he will go happily up the chute and accept the sledge without rancor. Hence, quickly, our percentage of dart cutter is all but destroyed. Hence, our brand becomes tasty, then popular. We all end up in Winnetka, even our knockers.
There must be a flaw.
There is. Anesthesia is inherently tricky. Anesthesia is close on euthanasia. It is so tricky that among humans it can only be applied by a specialist MD. Only a specialist DVM may handle it as applied to the bovine, or the canine, or the feline, or the... well, you're getting the picture. It can kill. Chapter 5. Charles saw the figure emerge from a trace between pens and arrange itself against a fence in seeming repose. But he knew at once it was no cowboy, for cowboys were seldom of Africa, and seldom dressed so big city, with a tan jacket over a blue working man's shirt and a fedora. He was tall, thin, well put together, with the ropey muscles that the blacks have in abundance. Not enough light here to see his features, but Charles read his body and saw tension, spring, readiness, and presumed that no good was on the fellow's mind. It was a good place for no good, too, as no witnesses were in evidence, not even the dozing cows, and not a human soul awake or sober in a square mile. Charles figured the man was on the hunt for a drunken cowboy ambling back to his outfit, and meant to leap upon him, maybe clonk him with a cosh or hold a knife to his throat, and make off with a wallet or a half-full bottle before the victim realized he'd been jumped. As he approached, the fellow lifted himself off the fence and set himself on 2 feet, weight evenly distributed, an action-ready set that also spoke of trouble.
"Hold on there, brother,"
said Charles, coming to a halt.
"What's this about? You lost?"
"No, sir," came the voice, and the man took a step closer. "You gots my money."
"Partner, I never saw you before."
"You gots it, and I need it back. Here, now. I gets it, or I'll be sending you to glory."
"I am a law officer," said Charles. "I am armed, and though I mean you no harm, I will shoot to defend myself."
This news was greeted sullenly. The man wilted at the complication, and some readiness seemed to drain from his limbs. Again, though some distance remained between them, and Charles could not read features, he had the impression of anguish, of disappointment, of realization that a fragile plan had just been demolished. But then readiness squirted back into his frame, maybe this time fueled by desperation, and he squared his shoulders and took another step. "I need my money," he said. "Mister, you give me my money, or God damn it, I'll take it from you." His hand disappeared and came out with a knife, and its blade caught what little ambient light fell from the stars above. It was a long, wicked blade, meant for stabbing deep or cutting wide. It was designed to open bovine throats. But before the knife came to on guard, Charles's fast right hand blurred into his coat, where he carried his great war Colt pistol in the fancy S.D. Myers's No. 12 shoulder holster, and from that stash to its own on guard, this time with Colt's automatic equalizer pointed straight to the chest of the man, the thumb having snicked off the safety in mid-blur.
"You put the weapon down and lock on the fence, and I will cuff you and you will live to see morning," Charles said.
"You think you can drop me before I get 7 inches of blade into you?"
"Not many could, but it's to your misfortune that I am one."
"I needs my money," the man screamed, radiating a singularity that had to be a form of insanity. He launched himself fast as an animal leap, and while most on the receiving end of such an assault would have cinched up in panic and made ready to die, Charles shot him 3 times. The flashes, each a fraction-second spurt of incandescence, caught an increasingly desperate expression that blinked from rage to fear to wide-eyed dumbfoundedment. And like Johnny, this fellow could not stand against hardball 3 times, and he corkscrewed left and drove himself like an awl into the mud and shit at a fence line. Charles pivoted, put a foot on the knife, which was still in the hand, pinned it, and knelt through the stench of burned powder, a relief from the other atmosphere.
"What a fool thing," he said. "Nobody runs at the pistol."
"Tell my wife I'm so sorry what I done. What happened?" He reached out, groping for human touch as he died, and Charles transferred the pistol to his left and kept it leveled to the head, on the ancient principle of trust but verify, caught with the other hand and held the man's. Felt its tightness and warmth, but also felt the exact instant death reached through the arm to the hand when it went limp. He laid it across the chest. He rose, holstered, and looked about. Where the Johnny Dillinger kill had excited the known world, this one seemed to have had no impact at all. The universe was as empty as an abandoned attic. In a few seconds, however, cowboys in various stages of undress edged out of the darkness and approached. "He shot a dark one, looks like. Mister, you okay?" "He must be a cop." "Sounded like a machine gun. Look at the knife that boy got. Man, you dropped him hard." "Black boys are crazy in this town." "All right," Charles yelled. "Y'all stay back. I'm a law officer and this is officially a crime scene. We don't need you trampling it up. Someone call or run for a police officer. We need to get this handled properly." In time, 2 yard bulls showed coming from nowhere, certainly not from the direction of the station. Odd or not, possibly just off the scurry for the Jewish gold. Anyhow, big men, sullen of face, dressed like the hobos they usually billy clubbed, but with badges on the chest too ceremonial for the clothes. The badges had scrolls and columns and maple leaves. The two paid no attention to the dead man, because, after all, he didn't mean a thing to them. "We heard shots. What's going on here, bub?" asked the one. Another Irisher lit red by internal fires, so red that it showed in the darkness. "He plugged a coon," said the other. "Jump ya? Is that the story?" "My name's Swagger, Justice Department Division of Investigation. I have a badge, too." Charles flipped his lapel. "Isn't as fancy as yours. What are you, archdukes from Ruritania?" "Ease off on the lip, bub," said one. "We don't want to have to send you to Sillyland." "Feds," said the other. "They think they sit at God's right hand." "Let's just get this done," said Swagger. "So spill. You were on the trigger, not us." Charles, who hated to explain, explained. The boys took no notes, made no show of listening, and afterward asked no questions. Open and shut, closed, let's go home. "Only one thing," said Patty, or was it Patty? "See, it don't matter what we say, but it matters what New York says. Our outfit is owned by that town, and they have funny rules. I'm thinking they might not like some federal fancy pants coming directly on our property and plowing somebody under, colored or not. Not good for business. Scares customers. Got rich people here at our big steak restaurant, the Stockyard Inn. Scared them off, business could drop." "You are headed in the wrong direction, Father O'Toole," said Charles. "You and your pal Father O'Shaughnessy, you try to shake down a federal officer, all the leprechauns and all the archbishops in the world won't save you." "See, he's got it backward," said one. "Bob, it's like this. Some New York lawyer gets on this, and our giant company owned by the most powerful men in America. They come after your division. They scare everybody. Next thing you know, you got press, you got Congress. You're giving depositions the night long. You're testifying. First, I'm thinking you're Nancy boy boss." First time Charles had ever heard this one, but he let no surprise show on his soldier face. Won't like it being said his boys shot down a colored for no reason. He won't like the way it interferes with business. Then somewhere, this pipsqueak machine gunner Nelson, he'll be laughing as he mows down more Indiana bankers and their wives and kids, while the man who got Dillinger, yeah, we figured that out, bub, is tied up in court. "Let me tell you, Muggs, you do not want to get in my shade. I'm one of those stubborn West Arkansas bird dogs who never lets anything go and never forgets. This will come around and bite you hard." "Here's the solution. We have a charity. It's called the Widows and Orphans Fund of the USY&T Police Division. Now maybe you make a contribution. All this could go away, and we end up drinking suds together and singing Old Tommy Boy until the wee hours." "Sounds like a good idea to me," said the other. "How much you got on you, gunfighter?" But before Charles could answer, another player slid into the circle. He was a Negro and a Chicago policeman, in tunic and severe visored cap low over hooded eyes. He was tall and broad and rather athletic-looking, and his pride of person was evident. He was no buckler, and it was the first time Charles had encountered a black man in uniform and badge and cap of authority, independent and freestanding, working among white people as if he were any citizen at all. "What's all this?" he said. "I see a dead man, 2 bulls, and a standing tall, no backing down agent of some sort. You, Mulligan, you want to explain?" "Slim here dropped a colored with a knife. He says he's federal, so it's okay. We're just clearing it up." It was an astonishment that Charles had never seen. The black man himself was standing tall, no back down. "Who are you, sir?" asked the black. "Swagger, Justice Department. Out here on official business. This poor man came out of the dark with that knife. I had to put him down." He watched as the officer knelt at the body, turned it over, peeked at the wounds in the chest. "Sir, you must be a good shot. You put 3 in the same inch in the center of his heart. The boy was dead and gone and in hell before his knees even bent on the way down." "I have done some shooting before," said Charles. "We heard the division people were all well advanced in the pistol." "Some are, some aren't. It happens, and too bad for this fellow that I know a thing or two." "Say there, Cap," said one of the bulls. "This here is railroad property and no business of Chicago blue. If I was you, I'd head on." "The name," said the officer, "is Sylvester Washington. You may know of me." The Irishers eyeballed each other briefly. Washington stepped forward, coming squarely into what light there was, and his big hand rested casually on his revolver, immediately visible because it had ivory grips. By the thickness of its frame, Charles saw that it was no dowdy Colt, but instead Smith & Wesson's .38 on a .44 frame. Extra strong to take a new, higher-powered cartridge somebody had just put out. It was a revolver for stopping fights fast. "So you'd be Two-Gun Pete," said one of the Irishmen. "That's me," said the larger man. "But feel free to call me Officer Washington." "All right," one said. "The great man-killer himself. You want this, you've got it. We'll read about it in the papers." With that, they eased off into the night and in seconds were gone. The black man turned back to Charles, and Charles saw the second .38-44 frame on his left side. Same ivory gleaming like a polished bone, though with grip facing out so that the man could go to it fast across his body with his right hand, instead of fumbling through a reload. "I've seen enough to read the scene," he said. "From the position of the shell casings, the shape of his footprints in the mud signifying speed as in a rush, and yours steady, signifying stillness, and finally that pig sticker still tight in his dead hand. I can tell he was the aggressor and you the defender. So it accords with your account. I have no problem accepting it as self-defense." "Appreciate it, officer," said Charles. "Now I suppose we wait till detectives and coroner's office people arrive. We'll be here all night, I'm guessing." "That's the issue to be decided," said Officer Washington. "This can run 2 ways, easy and hard." "What's hard?" "I call it in as justified homicide. That means, as you say, detectives, maybe somebody from city attorneys, fellows from the morgue to photo, then chart the body and the scene. Even with the yard bulls out of the picture, it's still complicated. I write my report and I give a statement. All the police Irish try to figure out what politics might be involved, how it could be played to advantage. And some inspector named O County Cork sees a way to leverage the division. And maybe games are played and it does get complicated. All the Irish run the same game. Some of it is simple mischief. They just want to see what advantage they get out of it. Oh, and all this won't even begin till morning, because no senior detective is going to come down here and ruin his shoes in the mud and shit, like you have ruined yours. We have to wait till morning when some new junior comes in, and they'll send him so they can laugh at what it does to his shoes. Still, the upshot is that bosses are involved. Yours and mine and union stockyard and transit companies. And since I'm a Negro, my bosses hate me and won't listen to me and will take this where it pleases them, and where it gains them something. As to what your bosses make of it, sir, I wouldn't know." "It could get complicated at that end, too," said Charles, thinking of Hugh Clegg and his own hungers for leverage and conspiracy.
The other alternative is you go. I mean, you leave however you came, as if you were never here. I call this in as a John Doe Negro found face down in the mud. One more dead Negro in the city of Chicago is hardly going to set the town afire again. When the meat wagon gets around to it, they pick him up and hang a toe tag on him. He gets the only private room of his life, a drawer in the morgue. And if nobody comes to identify him, he goes to the city Negro cemetery and is planted under no marker whatsoever. He is gone forever. It's not a tragedy, it's only a fact. They die all the time and nobody hardly notices. My job is to make sure it doesn't disturb the Irish machine, and as long as I do that, I will have food on the table. But telling you a secret now, my real work is to find some justice now and then for the Negro. I'm telling you that as you never called me boy or Sylvester, but sir and officer. I return the respect by telling you the truth. You are quite the fellow, Officer Washington, I can see that. You pack 2 big guns and have no fear of dark places, alleys, or offices full of Irish. I will take your advice willingly and call this poor man a doe. He felt as if 16 tons of cow flop had just been removed from his shoulders. He imagined having a shot of bourbon while smoking a cigar on his fire escape before shutting it down for the evening. Agreed. Life's short enough without the Irish, said the Negro officer. But I do have a question I'd like to put to you. Please go ahead, sir. I have killed before, possibly too many times, but always it made some sense. It was war or he was a known criminal. It was easy to put away afterward. This fellow, however, he stood face on to the muzzle of the automatic and was warned of the consequences. Yet still, crazily, I would say, he jumped me. I suppose he hoped he'd knit up and he'd have the advantage, even though I warned him against it. But on he came and down he went. Maybe he was hopped up. These folks down here, they'll put anything into their systems for the pleasure it gives them and hang the consequences later. Perhaps he had juju in him or the white powder or some other chemical. But I would say no responsibility affixes to you, and try to forget it. It's only the 4th District, that's all, Agent Swagger. Nothing matters in the 4th District. Chapter 6. He went straight to the office, arriving at 5 a.m., and typed up his report. That got him to 7 a.m., and the report would be there for Clegg when he got in, with carbons for Sam and Mel's daily piles, to be read or just filed when they returned. He made no mention of the shooting and the agreement with Officer Washington, though to be safe, he'd noted Washington's badge number and written it down in his notebook, along with Washington's phone number. Then he left the office, found a diner for eggs, juice, and bacon, but stayed off the coffee as he worried it would keep him awake. Fed, he took the L back to the near north side and his little studio, and went upstairs and slept a few hours. At 2 p.m., he called in, and Clegg seemed satisfied and told him not to bother to come in, and he'd see him tomorrow. That was fine with Charles. He'd left his shoes on the fire escape, and now he examined them and concluded that they were beyond salvaging. So, wearing field boots, he went out and checked into a few shoe stores, and remembering Sam's admonition that quality is cheaper in the long run, he bought a nice pair of brown Oxfords in what was called Scotch grain, all pebbled like a football, with 6 outlets for the thick, strong laces and thick soles, made by a firm he was told was the best, called Cheney, an English outfit. They were claimed to be waterproof. That effort accomplished, he had a steak for dinner, then called his wife, to whom he hadn't spoken in a number of weeks. The reports were not happy. Bobby Lee was cutting himself again, and she'd taped the drawers with the knives closed, hoping it would dissuade him. If he wasn't cutting himself, the boy hid in his room, drawing rocket airplanes and singing in a strange language. He was getting strong and seldom responded to her. She was afraid of him. What would happen if? "I can't come home, damn it," said Charles. "We're in the middle of a campaign here, and I have people relying on me. I can't let them down, just like in the war."
"Why did you take that job? You only took it to get away from Bobby Lee. But what does that leave me? stuck in a house with a boy who needs help and could do something terrible at any moment. He needs your love and guidance. Since you've been gone, he's gotten worse.
I'm hoping to parlay this into something bigger and better for all of us, Charles said. We can get Bobby Lee some top-drawer help and make him better. If he is beyond help, we can put him somewhere nice, not some state home where he's in a snake pit with violent lunatics and deviants.
Charles, you always say you're doing things for us, but it's only you that reaps the benefits.
They had been down this road many a time, and it always ended in a bitter dead end after some screaming. He did not feel up to it tonight.
You are getting the money regular, right? I could call the judge, and I'm sure he'd add some dough to the kitty. After all, in a way, I am working for his interests, too.
Charles, be careful. Don't get yourself in city trouble you can't shoot your way out of. Those people have tricks you never heard of.
I'm fine. Anything from the other boy?
Earl said that he was in a battle finally and that he came through okay, and was told he'd done well.
I know he has it in him to make an excellent Marine, said Charles.
You should have told him that instead of browbeating him so often.
That one again.
He had a stubborn streak. He had to learn to follow orders. I'm sure the lessons I taught him have done him well in Nicaragua or wherever else they send him.
There wasn't much more to say, and the conversation ended on a sour, unresolved note. Charles hung up, realizing that his life made no sense at all, and he decided the cigar on the fire escape wouldn't please him a bit. Instead, he decided on an early bedtime, as he was feeling a yearning for whiskey, and it was best to escape in the sheets. He hoped he wouldn't see a Negro with a knife in his hand coming hard at him in his dreams, and dozed off. He was lucky. No Negroes visited that night. Only the usual. Germans with bayonets. It was the same everywhere in the city, except that here all the men were colored. Charles had never seen so many in one geographic location. It was like an alternate universe gone completely black, different but the same. The men were just as bitter, sweltering, and angry as any American men. It's just that they were shade. Sylvester Washington drove carefully, finally easing the cruiser into a parking space fronting on a row of brick tenements. Low gray buildings in the low gray light, the grass all gone to thatch, the trees hung with parched leaves, the bushes bristly. Washington got out. They were at a street corner, 75th and Roosevelt, far in the city's south side, a few miles beyond the stockyards. The street here was empty. The weather was hot, forecast hotter. The asphalt repairs to the gritty streets looked like melting licorice. You stepped in it, you might not get your new Cheney shoe out. Charles followed Washington as he led the way into one of the buildings. It was a scabby place, flat-roofed, raw brick, needing paint, a gray wooden stairway that creaked on the way up. The second floor yielding a hallway with a few doors on it, amid stark shadow lattices cut by a bare bulb on a cord. Washington went to the middle left, knocked twice. Charles trailed him in. A grim woman awaited in a baggy print dress. Her face was sunken and no light showed in her eyes, only resignation. 2 children sprawled at the kitchen corner. They looked at Swagger with the deadest eyes he'd ever seen. The place was illuminated by sunlight as electricity was too expensive to waste on reality.
Miss Roberts, this here the investigator I told you about, looking into the death of your husband, George. I told you now, you just answer his questions. Maybe we get to the bottom of this.
The woman did not know that George Roberts had come at Charles with a knife in the stockyards, and Charles had shot him dead. She only knew that that night George didn't come home, nor the next, nor the next. On the 4th day, she went to the Chicago morgue and watched as a body was pulled from a file cabinet of corpses, unzipped from its rubber bag. And there was the man who had fathered her children and supported her and them extremely well by the standards of the time, until... Did she want to take possession of the body? She had no money to pay for a funeral, much less an undertaker. And so that was that without apology. She filled out a form that permitted the city to do what it was going to do, whether she signed it or not, and left the building, knowing that George's next stop was an unmarked site in Potter's Negro Field.
Someone killed him,
she said. "I know who. Even if it was some other man with a gun, it happened because of a certain man."
"Ma'am, to help you, I need to hear about it. Maybe something can be done."
"Nothing can be done," she said. "World don't work that way."
"There can be exceptions," said Charles. She looked at him, mournful and solemn. Her eyes were blank to possibility, her body torn by gravity. She had no place to go, no money, and though it was hotter now than wind from the devil's ass, a bitter Chicago winter was coming on.
"What you care?" she asked.
"It's what my department does," he said. "Now please, what was going on with George? Who do you think killed him or put him in a situation where he got killed?"
"What made him charge the gun? Why did I have to put 3 hardballs into him and watch him die in the cattle shed of the stockyards?" She told it. George Roberts had been on the slaughter line for armor. He was not without skill. He was a knocker. It was a good, steady job at 9 cents an hour. The issue was the workday, which was usually 14 hours, 6 days a week. George was a member of Amalgamated Meat Cutters 173, however, and 173, in concert with many other union locals in the yards, was on the agitation for an 8-hour workday. Finally, a year ago, 173 went out on strike for the 8-hour day, along with 6 other unions. It was a long, tough strike, with more than a little picket line violence, more than a few heads broken on each side of the line. The company brought in scabs from the South, men just as desperate as the strikers. After 6 months of the workers making do on the tiny union relief fund, the strike was settled, for a penny raise on all hours over 8 per day. Everyone knew union leadership, that is, the Italians, had been bought off by armor or had sold out the workers, but no one could do anything about it. All those who'd campaigned against signing the new contract had been subject to intensive goon violence. The contract passed, but just barely, with charges of a rigged election, and everyone who voted against the agreement was mysteriously fired the next day, then blackballed and couldn't get jobs in the industry. George was desperate for money to move his family back to Mississippi, where he'd heard the steel mills were hiring, but he couldn't afford the tickets for the Illinois Central. It seemed that the 3 biggest institutions in his life, Armor, Amalgamated Meat Cutters 173, and the Illinois Central, were dead set on destroying him. "He was near crazy. He be in such a hurt. Man thought his baby's gonna starve."
"You said because of a certain man. May I ask who?"
She looked hard at Washington, and it was as if some strange Negro information passed between them no white person could ever understand. "I didn't mean nothing on nobody. Certain man. The man. You know, they all different. They all the same. Holding us down, killing us if need be. Always getting away with it."
"I see," said Charles. "So what's next for you?"
"You looking at it, sir," she said. "When winter come, we freeze here in this hole. Pray for warm weather and a break or 2.
"Do you have anything in Mississippi?"
"It ain't gonna happen."
"What about a job in the other mills for the cotton?"
"How I get down there? Illinois Central ticket for us 3 costs near on $50. Then what? Where I put the boys when we gets there, while I look for a job, then a place to stay. Maybe I don't start for a week. Who feed us then?"
"Do you have people there, Miss Roberts?" asked Washington.
"My mama and George's, but hard on them too, just barely keeping alive. I don't see nothing but the street for me, if I can get the state to take over the boys. But George Jr., he weak, you know. He ain't no tough one, and if he go into a home, he gwine get hurt."
"All right," said Charles. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the last of the money he'd gotten from the mob people as the Dillinger bonus. "I'm giving you $200 in cash money." Her eyes went all wide, maybe crazy.
"Sir!"
"You listen here. That's money to get you back to Mississippi, to support you while you get settled and employed. You guard this money well. Don't give it to anybody. Don't tell anybody. Don't show anybody. Don't let anybody hold it. It's killing money down here.
Lots of thieves and slickers in the world, and they feed on folks like you. Do you get it?"
"Yes, sir. Oh, Jesus, you must be an angel and—"
"Now stop with that kind of talk. I'm just a sinner, vain and proud and stubborn like any bad man. But I do want to help for my own reasons. You take the money, you get out of this town as fast as you can and start over where it's better or at least warmer. Don't waste money on a new hat. You don't need a new hat. But before you leave, you take these boys to an eatery and get them fed on meat and potatoes. Do you hear?"
"Yes, sir."
He turned to Washington, who looked at him in utter surprise. "Our business is done here. Let's go. Good day and good luck, Mrs. Roberts."
"Sir, Jehovah himself will take you into heaven."
"I doubt that," said Charles.
They went back out to the car wordlessly and settled into the drive back to Comiskey Park, where Charles had parked his Pontiac.
"Never heard of that," Washington finally said. "It's between you and me, right? You're not going to spread the story." "No, sir. I swear it. Something's going on down here, and it smells real bad. It needs to be looked at."
Chapter 7. He first heard it at the lockup near Comiskey Park. Was it said straight out, or in parts from which he inferred its meaning? Or had he imagined it? Didn't want to appear too curious at all. Made no sign of noticing, which was hard among the cops, for they survived by noticing. Still, was it real or a phantasm? He had come down here to pick up just such a clue, telling Clegg and then Sam that he wasn't sure about Babyface, and needed more time to poke around. As office star until another one came along, he got that freedom without trouble. That was the nature of an office. He mingled, he wandered, he made friends, he answered questions when asked, and nobody seemed to care. That was good. He meant to overhear what was being said unofficially in the squad rooms or showers by the cops. No need for reports to brass, no need for press attention, no need for bad showing. But cops know stuff somehow. These boys knew, magically it seemed. He was the one who had put Johnny down. In their world, that made him a hero, if for no other reason than it meant that was one less Tommy gun for them to face if it came to pass.
"I went to the library and looked at that Negro newspaper, the Chicago Defender. It seemed the South Side had gotten much more violent this year. More murder among the South Side folks, more assaults on police. More times one of you had to drop one of them. Lots of anger on both sides. Or am I wrong?"
"What are you looking for, federal man?" asked the sergeant, as Irish as a map of Dublin.
"We just do what has to be done, and that's that. We're the blue wall. Keep the black people from edging uptown into white areas like the Loop or the North Side, and everything is fine. If their deaths go up a little down here, it doesn't matter. And that will happen, because your Negro is a moody lad under the smiling, and sometimes on no account he gets angry. Takes it out on wife, best friend, stranger, nearest police officer. In the latter case, he earns 3 in the chest. And don't tell me you didn't put 3 in the chest of that boy in the stockyards, no matter what Sylvester Washington's report says." "I know how it goes, O'Brien, and I'm not down here to upset apple carts. I'm no reformer. No reports are going to the Loop. I just want to know how things are in case we have to operate down here against Babyface."
It took a few visits before they got to trust him, or at least be less guarded in their chatter. Yet one time he went back to his Loop office with a new phrase banging around his brain. Had he heard it, or had he heard parts of it and inferred the rest? Hard to tell, hard to remember. But if he bore down with whiskey as a reward, he could maybe get something coherent. And he did. The phrase was, the night train. As in, was he riding the night train?
"Had to be. They don't act like that straight up. It was a night train express the whole way."
What was the night train? To the Blue Irish, it seemed to be code for the train to oblivion. Life being too hard, the black man just gave up, climbed aboard, and the end of the line was a better place. Then one day, a Costello shot a Johnson dead after pulling him over for erratic driving, and after the afternoon's cop celebration at a bar so Irish it seemed built of potato was over, Charles intercepted Costello as the crowd broke up, finding him more than a little drunk.
"You know who I am?"
Costello laughed. He was young, enjoyed being a hero at least for a day, and had gone 3 over his limit and switched to whiskey.
"I do. Yes, sir. You was pointed out to me. The man who shot—"
"Never mind that. Just tell me about the man you shot."
"Nothing to it, Mr. Federal. He's bouncing from curb to curb in that boat he's driving. I pulls him over. He's stinking of the hooch he is. He hands me his license, but sure, I can tell even more he's 6 sheets into the wind. I'm hoping to take him to lockup where he can sleep it off. He'd be what you call a good Negro, if you know what I mean, so nobody needs to get hurt on account."
"What happened?"
"He changed, in a flash. He gets out of the car and I say, 'Whoa there, big fella, back inside. Keep them hands on the wheel.' His face all strange now. Didn't look crazy at all. Looked like he was already a corpse. Eyes all dead. But he's a big fella, almost 250, while I'm a runt Irisher at 100 or so less. 'Whoa,' says I, 'back off now, big fella. You too slosh to be moving about.' He don't say a thing, but he just leaps and gets me pinned against the hood and throws them big paws around me neck. Here, look."
The Irishman shoved down his tunic collar, and indeed Charles saw the bruising, purple-yellow, rotted like fallen fruit.
"I'm dead, but I think clear enough to draw me pistol, and though I don't remember neither doing it nor hearing it, it seems I drilled him 4 times up through the gut to the heart. And that was it for him. He lets me go, takes 2 steps, and hits the pavement like a sack of cement. Going to see the Cubs tomorrow."
"Who are they playing?"
"The Giants."
"Sounds like a good game. So this fellow had a name?"
"John J. Johnson, Jr. was an undertaker of John J. Johnson and Son on Cottage Grove. By their standards, a big man. No record, deacon at Baptist Ebenezer, taxpayer, Shriner, big contributor to Mayor Cermak. Don't know what could have made him go loco like that. But I'm hearing it happens more and more."
"The liquor, you think? Holding it isn't something they do well."
"Could be, sir. But they've always had liquor, and this thing seems new, so maybe it's something else. Or maybe it's some red college student from the university is stirring them up to hating the white."
"They just crack and attack."
"Used to be your better blackfellow, both respected and feared, we Irishers in blue. That seems to have changed, the boys say. This year, all of a sudden."
The last time he'd seen it was the night he put Johnny down at the movie palace. Then it had been mobbed with crowds and photags and other press frogs and radio cowboys about. Everybody wanted to see the great Johnny Dillinger laid out on a slab, his toes poking free, the exit wound from Charles's headshot a blister below the right eye. It was like the premiere of a big new picture, The World Without Johnny Dillinger. Now, late on a hot August afternoon, the building was just nondescript brick in a cluster of buildings of the Chicago gigantic style. It was hardly noticeable among the big boys of the county hospital complex, which looked like its own downtown, sprouting off a mile or so west of the skyscrapers. The Cook County morgue's location was Harrison Street, about 20 blocks due west of the lake. His badge got him in, that plus the name of the pathologist who'd done the autopsy work on Johnny under the eyes of most of the Midwestern Division brass. Mel and Sam at the head of the party, there to make sure the man who had so bedeviled them was in fact dead. In a while the doctor appeared, balding, wire-rimmed, no different from any of the many white-coated death professionals heading this way and that. "Doc, remember me?"
"I sure do. Special Agent Swagger of the Division, right? You brought down Johnny last month."
"Well, 2 fellows were with me, and stopping Johnny turned out not to be that important. Still some bad ones, especially that babyface on the loose."
"I have no doubts I'll see babyface on the slab soon enough. But what's doing that brings you here?"
"Actually, another case. I'm aware that a new client arrived here yesterday evening late from the south side. He was colored. Name of John J.
"Yes, Mr. Johnson. A very fine man. I cannot for the life of me figure out what got into him." I'm assuming no autopsy.
The 4 bullet holes are autopsy enough. The family, grief-stricken to be sure, wants the body back. Obviously, they have an interest in sending him off in grand style. Good for business.
Yes, sir, I do see their point, and don't want to tie anything up and make their difficulties more pointed. However, because it relates to something else I'm working on, I'd be gratified if you could pull a blood sample for me. Just enough for the division chemist to examine.
Special Agent Swagger, you would need a court order for that.
Yes, I'm aware. But as I say, it's not in regard to Mr. Johnson, but to a John Doe who died under similar circumstances. His body is some weeks underground now, and getting to him would involve major effort on the part of several reluctant bureaucracies. I want an unofficial baseline so I can determine if pulling the Doe out of the ground is worth the effort. I'm shortcutting, you see, as the Nelson situation is number 1 on our list, but I don't want this one to be lost and forgotten.
So nothing official. I'm happy to assist, but I don't want to get bitten on the ass.
It's a favor, not a division request.
Well, favors I can handle. Paperwork from Justice Department officials is another story. Let's see what we can do about it then. It only took a few minutes to relieve Mr. Johnson of an ounce of his fluid. At slumber in a horizontal human filing cabinet in the big room, he did not appear to mind. The doctor quickly inserted a syringe, withdrew the dark liquid, squirted it into a tiny bottle already marked Johnson, and handed it to Charles. Mr. Johnson, both fat and dead, lay in sublime stillness, his eyes gently closed, his face relaxed, and his composure serene. As the sampling was accomplished, Charles noticed how manicured his fingers were, how polished his nails. Even his toes were at their finest. His pencil-thin mustache razored up to perfection, his hair marcelled neatly back, and except for the 4 holes, he looked as if he were napping between ceremonies at the John J. Johnson home. Put a mourner's jacket on him, a white shirt and dark tie, he'd be ready for business.
Doc, what would make a man of such clear distinction and respect, not only within his own society, but even ours, suddenly try to strangle an officer of the law?
His blood may tell you, may not. But if not, you'd need a psychiatrist used to dealing in race matters. I know and work with many of them, most fine, just as few bad as among our own. And I still have no idea what really operates deep in their brain. Maybe well-concealed hatred for us. Maybe some disposition from the plains of Africa where they were bred. Maybe just a lifelong pattern of now and then making bad decisions, though that's more a feature of the lesser ones than a fine man like Mr. Johnson, who certainly seemed to have his ducks in a row.
I know I'm pressing here, but someone's got to analyze it, unofficially, of course. If I have to send it to Washington, it could end up on a refrigerator shelf for a month. Maybe the state police, but their headquarters is...
I'll call Jack Hallowell. He's at the Northwestern University Med School off Michigan Avenue, just beyond the Loop. They've started a forensics lab more as a teaching device than as a state organ. But they'll handle some of the overload. This would be perfect for them. Good practice for the interns, and it helps a field officer by avoiding paperwork and wait. Other duties still occurred. A call from Sam brought him back to the main office, where he was told St. Paul police were close to tracking down Homer Van Meter of Dillinger Gang fame. The division wanted a man there, and that man was Charles. This meant a tri-motor flight to the Minnesota City and a hunting party the next day that consisted of 3 others with heavy artillery. He didn't expect to take a big part in the arrest, and didn't, learning soon enough that it was more a murder squad than a civil transaction team. The 3, with Charles standing by, 45 in hand, caught up with Van Meter at a St. Paul intersection. No shouts, only shots, and it was the shotguns that finished the gangster, even if the man on the Thompson then used him for target practice while civilians scampered away. 3 fingers shot off, but that was St. Paul, a gangster city through and through. Nobody wanted Homer talking to strangers. By the time he got back to Chicago, the message had arrived that the analysis was done. "Yes, sir," said Hallowell, the boy doctor. "We found slight traces of pentobarbital in the blood. That's a category of drug called a barbiturate, more or less new to the practice of medicine. It's basically a sedative that quiets a man down, Too much of it can be fatal, which is why it must be very carefully controlled.
Is this stuff unusual or rare?
It could be. It could also be prescription. For a man of the decedent's age, seizures may be a problem, and his physician might have prescribed a tiny daily amount in order to keep him on an even keel. Did he have such a prescription?
I'll have to find out.
I see. It's a criminal case.
It may be. What if there's not a prescription? Any idea what it would be doing in there?
Unlikely he'd have taken it accidentally. The bottle would be vividly marked. Possibly he took it intravenously, but I didn't see the body for marks. Maybe in some tablet or syrup form, even as a suppository.
Somehow I don't see this prosperous 55-year-old man doing that.
Well, you never know, but otherwise I'd be at a loss to come up with an explanation. Its potential lethality makes it too dangerous to use as the kind of substance one would take at a party, or to have an enjoyable relaxation period, as one might do with marijuana or cocaine. It's much too dangerous for the usage a heroin addict puts his drugs to. An overdose, even by a tiny margin, can be fatal.
Could he have been poisoned?
The blood can't tell us how he got it, only that it was there.
Of course, I'm not thinking straight. But as for sporting use of a drug, he wasn't the type for that sort of thing either, unless he had some kind of secret life.
Many do. It's not so uncommon as you might think.
I was for many years a sheriff in a small town. I do know of such things. But now I'm thinking maybe he was suddenly facing a crisis of some kind and he needed relaxation from the worries that beset him. He was of a status that might put him in contact with many doctors, and he might have had friends among them willing to come to his immediate aid.
That's a good possibility, I would say. They could get him a one-time amount to survive the crisis. The only thing is, there are much safer drugs that provide the relaxation effect. So I'm wondering who would set up such a risk.
Are there side effects?
Many. None good. Obviously a dreamy period, very enjoyable, perhaps enough so to become addictive, but also behavioral alteration. Not in everybody, but enough to warrant concern. A sudden dramatic increase in aggression. This could mean increased bickering with his wife, increased irritability on the job or with family members. In extreme cases,
combined with alcohol.
Indeed, either accidentally or on purpose, but he could seem to change personality and do something beyond accountability.
Chapter 8. Fresh snow had fallen and turned the yards into a North Pole, with cows instead of reindeer and Thaddeus as Santa Claus. The view out his window was wondrously white, with mounds of the still glowing stuff heaped everywhere. It was a balmy 14 degrees out, and the lakefront had frozen itself for 200 yards offshore.
"It does have a flaw," said Thaddeus.
"And that flaw?" began Oscar.
"The flaw being essentially it causes things to die," said Thaddeus.
"Not good," said Oscar. They sat again in his Dickensian office above the killing floor.
"On the other hand, that is what we do here. We kill things. We turn animals into canned stew. We are death professionals, so we must not shy away where others might."
"Thaddeus, this is worrisome."
"Here's my thought. Just listen to it. It might be our salvation.
It might also be our trip to the gallows."
"Through our registered veterinarian. What's his name again?"
"Tibbets, I think. I haven't seen him for quite some time."
"He's around somewhere."
"Maybe you fired him in the last round of cutbacks."
Note to self, check on Dr. Tibbets. Anyhow, we acquire legally the substance. Reason to put diseased cattle down.
By definition, our definition, there's no such thing as diseased cattle. If it moves, we kill it and put it in cans and sell it."
"Oscar, please let me finish. We run a brief program with our magic medicine. At the cost of 3 or 4 heifers, we find out the dosage. What kills them, what doesn't affect them, and what is the magic place in between that soothes them but keeps them on their feet. That is where we want to be. We simply add a step in the pen before we start to process. Something simple and—"
"Thaddeus, do you imagine giving each beast an injection? Good God, that would be a nightmare. That would be another choke point,
Another cause of stress and anxiety, the result being more beef classified dark cutter, not less. Well, yes, that is a problem to solve. With your practical mind, I expect you'll come up with something rather quickly. Grind it into their food. No way to regulate how much food they consume at the trough. Eye drops? Preposterous. Run them through a room where the stuff is in gaseous state. Give it to them by the spoonful. I was thinking by the noseful. How do you turn it into gas? You don't. You soak cotton muslin in a solution. As they enter the chute, a man swabs each nose with it. It's said to be very fast-acting. They enter cuckoo land. They mosey up the ramp where a good knocker sends them on to the next world. No dark blood in the meat. Plenty of lactic acid. We are saved. You move to Winnetka. Your children, what is it now, 12 or 13? 4, actually. Your children go to a great upper gentry high school and then on to Yale. You retire to a large estate in Upper Michigan and spend your comfortable days hunting and fishing and being visited by grateful little Oscar grandchildren. Or I climb the gallows stairs, explaining to the guards and the hangman it seemed like a good idea at the time. It took 3 heifers and a steer to get it right. The first heifer dropped like a rock tossed into a well. The second staggered before she went down permanently. The third, this was 1 cc of pentobarbital in 50-50 glycol and alcohol, wobbled, grew mellow, even tame, and seemed to be enjoying herself a great deal. Then she hit the deck sound asleep and couldn't be roused for 6 hours. On the chute, this would be somewhat destructive. The point was to drug the cattle, not give them naps. Finally, on 0.8 cc pentobarbital in the glycol alcohol solution, the research team at Nugent's Best Beef, all 3 of them, found what appeared to be the proper proportions. "Are you sure this is legal?" said Dr. Tibbets, who had been found in the lounge of the Transit House Hotel, not completely sober. "It is not illegal. It's an additive in levels too small to be harmful to human beings," said Oscar. "No, but to test it, we need replication." He looked at the steer whose muzzle he'd just engulfed in the solution, who seemed and indeed was calm enough to pet, whisper endearments to, even name if you wanted to keep it in the family barn. It gazed back with doleful but benevolent eyes, actually sighed, and radiated beams of goodwill and benevolence. "That would take time, man," said Thaddeus. "We'll be out of business months before you'd be satisfied. But since you'd be out of a job by the time you'd be satisfied, I'd recommend signing on, Doctor. After all, you've been paid a goodly sum to pretend like you work here." "Well, at least notify the Food and Drug Administration." "I think we can handle the FDA," said Thaddeus. "I am close with Charlie Oliver, their senior agent." "Meaning Thaddeus has kept the man in prime cuts of filet and fine wines over the years," added Oscar. "Look, Doctor. Oscar, you listen here too. Let's do it on an experimental basis and keep track of the results. We'll ship the improved meat only to prisons. If that works out, then we'll go on a wider scale. We'll call it roasty toasty flavor. We'll go with it until it gets us out of the money jam. Then, with that accumulated capital, we'll invest in a higher grade of beef and better men. It'll be a turnaround for Nugent's Best Beef. And in time, everybody here, including the cow, will forget our little trick." It worked until it didn't. All through February and March, Nugent salesmen pitched roasty toasty to their northeastern prison accounts. Radical new flavor. Prime beef flavor at tinned beef prices. New processing ups the flavor without upping the price. The boys in the Iron Bar Hotel ate it up, literally, demanding more. Finally, after a glorious run, Thaddeus called his veterinarian out of the Transit House Hotel bar. "We're going to apply it to the whole line." "Thaddeus, are you certain?" 2 months and not a problem, except banking the profit." Since Tibbets had a stock portfolio chunked with Nugent's Best Beef, he bit down any remorse. He'd seen the stock grow in value in an era when few did. "So what's the problem?" he asked. "We need more, lots more." "You can't buy that stuff in large quantities without attracting attention, even legally. That's how dangerous it is. You have to be very careful here. Tibbets licked his dry lips. So, can you look around to the various pharmaceutical houses? Maybe somewhere there's one on the margins of the business, where the record-keeping has gone sour. They need the business. They're so far from the center of things, nobody pays attention. Maybe they're about to go under. You'd know. You could smoke it out. Maybe we could apply a few cash gifts to key players and move things along a bit. That's always worked with food and drug. I am not a criminal, Thaddeus. Nor am I. I wouldn't consider it if it weren't so important to my family, my workers' families, and yes, your family. We're just cutting corners a bit. We're not stealing, embezzling, extorting, blackmailing. Nothing nefarious or dangerous. I just get scared sometimes, Thaddeus. Thaddeus mentioned a sum. Feel braver now? Yes, but still not quite. Thaddeus upped the offer. Now, that wasn't hard, was it? Chapter 9.
All right, Officer Washington. Got some work for you.
Yes, sir, said the black officer. They were sitting in Charles's parked car on Washington's 4th District beat.
You heard, of course, of the case of poor Mr. Johnson.
I did. I knew him. A fine man.
I can't help but think of the similarities between this case and the man I shot. They were from different levels of society, of course, but in both cases, of a sudden, they had a kind of rage attack and went hard at a police officer and were shot for their efforts. Both leave confused relatives behind, and you're telling me that such incidents have become a commonplace on the South Side.
I count 10 total, but 9 beginning in early June.
So 9 in 2 months.
That's correct.
You saw the pattern, but nobody else.
They may have seen it. It mattered to them none.
It matters to me.
Agent Swagger, you are a bafflement. I can come to no accounting for your ways in regards to the Negro.
I spent way too much time in the trenches of the Great War. There I saw many, again too many, men blown up. I learned firsthand that no matter the color of the skin, the insides of any man look the same as any other man. If that is the case, then the Negro deserves the same justice as the white. And the poor Negro, like the man I killed, deserves the same as the rich Negro Costello killed. That's all it is.
Are you a man of hard faith?
Yes, but only in the .45 caliber pistol I carry.
You wanted something of me?
Yes. I know that Mr. Johnson, as a well-known member of the community and a funeral parlor director as well, a highly revered position, will lie in state amid flowers and silk in his own establishment. But wouldn't you think there'd be a more private farewell among his friends in his neighborhood, the other black professionals, doctors, lawyers, and such? And wouldn't that be at his home, not in a public building? People like that expect to be cosseted and told of their importance.
I'm sure.
Could you attend?
Two Gun is welcome anywhere on the South Side.
That is what I was counting on. Here's what I want you to do. 2 kinds of investigation. The first is in his medicine cabinet, maybe his nightstand. I'm looking to see if he had on hand by prescription a soothing drug called pentobarbital. It would be prohibitively marked as poison, its daily intake limited.
Yes.
Can you do it? Slip away on some pretext to use the bathroom. Run your eyes over the vials and bottles looking for this pentobarbital.
I can do that.
And second, I need details on Mr. Johnson's situation. Had he recently had reverses or was some ugly family business brewing? Our first fellow had lost his job and had no prospect of getting one back. If such a thing was happening to Mr. Johnson, that would be another parallel. Under those circumstances, an illicit substance that offered a soothing and comfort more abundant than whiskey might suddenly be attractive, and he might partake for the relief.
I'll put ear to ground.
And a third thing, I suppose. Tell me what to do. My business in the stockyard was done on the first day, and I can't keep hanging around here much longer. They're beginning to ask at the office, even if Inspector Clegg told me to take my time. So I only have a few days left, unless Babyface is spotted and my gun is needed immediately. So I want to use my time wisely. Here's an idea, Agent Swagger. It seems to me that the kind of violent craziness you're interested in might not only be directed at the police. So maybe you could go through the newspaper files in the library for cases of domestic violence, for sudden shootings at crap games, gambling halls, houses of ill repute. Maybe there's much more of our type than just the 9 shot by officers. Excellent idea, Officer Washington. Chapter 10. Sam, back from D.C., asked Charles to drop by when convenient, which was his style, even if everyone took to interpreting when convenient as now. Please, Charles, update me if you will. I hear from Inspector Clegg, but I discount him. I don't talk much with Mel anymore, so if he's pulling your strings, I wouldn't know of it. Let me know and I'll get those strings cut. No, I'm fine, sir. Still taking boys to the range 3 times a week. If it doesn't help their shooting, it helps their morale. Nothing helped their morale more than the bullets you put into Johnny. I would call that an excellent morale booster. Thank you, sir. Sam was an open-faced, square-headed man under a thinning but far from vanished layer of brown-blonde hair. He was Mormon, as all knew, meaning that he worked harder than the devil, prayed devoutly, and believed in the cause and would fulfill his obligations to the death. But he had more than a little sly in him as well, which is how he was gently pushing the highly publicized but somewhat flighty Mel out of the office. He didn't hate Mel. He didn't hate anybody. His religion wouldn't allow him. It was just that he knew effective people were to be treasured and advanced, while those less so were to be eased into positions where they could do no damage. Call me Sam, Charles. You're too valuable to be troubled with formalities. Thank you, Sam. I do have something to discuss with you. I wanted to wait until you called me in rather than rushing to you with something and getting the office into a hubbub over what. Nobody ever said you weren't clever, Charles. Is this the stockyard thing? It is. I have heard, not from this office, but from those and some others I know, that you've been spending some time in the 4th District, encompassing the yards and the South Side. That is so. Still looking for Babyface down there? He's not there. Seems there was a cowboy who looked a little like him with the hat on. I managed to talk the boy into growing a mustache, and he has a much bigger lip than Nelson, so it won't be mistaken for Nelson's little wisp of child's fuss. Excellent. Then what has been keeping you there? Charles told Sam about shooting George Roberts. The 4th District Negro Chicago police officer who covered the scene advised me against making a formal report, because it would involve a lot of politics and paperwork. He was willing to see it as a John Doe. It seemed not to matter. So I made that judgment, maybe wrong. But maybe not. You get Chicago Irish involved, games become complicated, and it's easy to lose time, effort, and ultimately control to them. They are our allies, but they are not. You clearly understand that. I want to see what caused that man to attack. It was stupid. Everyone is stupid now and then, some more than others. Maybe that's all it was. Still, I killed him, and I can't just walk away from it. I have to know why. Was he just that way? Always a hair from explosion? Or was it alcohol? That stuff they drink is kin to poison, and it may have driven him to something ridiculous like this. He had just lost his job, unfairly as I hear it, and maybe that rage pushed him to it. Or maybe, well, something he took for relief instead made him insane. So you think another mechanism was involved than booze and the anger of the black man? I do. Charles took him through the rest, especially Washington's late discoveries and his own, based on hours reading the police blotter column of the Chicago Defender. According to the blotter, the deaths by violence within the 4th District since June are up close to 40% over the same period last year. That's to say nothing of beat-downs, screaming fits, various sorts of discord that threaten but don't quite reach the level of lethal violence.
But you think there's an agent involved. Something physical. A drug, a potion, I don't know. A voodoo curse of the sort that might inflame certain folks. The Undertaker Johnson had a drug called pentobarbital in his blood. He had no prescription for it, so it couldn't be medical. He was also being sued by his younger brother for rights to the estate of his father, the original John J. Johnson who founded the home. Lots of stress, anger, fear in that. He turns to something called the night train for fast relief. Only one day he takes too much or maybe not enough. The result, a fine man is dead. In the case of the man I killed, George Roberts, we have a fellow bitter over his loss of a job as a knocker in the meatpacking industry, and his realization he's been blackballed in that industry. He can't feed his family. He too turns to the night train, whatever it is, whoever is selling it, and the results are the same. Only it's Sheriff Swagger who's elected to be the trigger man. In most cases, it would pass unnoticed. It's just that Swagger has done a lot of killing in his time and doesn't want to do more unless it's absolutely necessary. Johnny for sure. Babyface, I hope. But a poor working man of the slums, no sir. Not if I can help it. And I suppose it could be construed as under our mandate on account of Robert's attack on a federal agent. That's how I would look at it. Okay, how's this for a suggestion? You continue your shooting lessons for the boys, and you keep yourself available for trips such as the one to St. Paul. But when those aren't scheduled, you mosey on down to the 4th District. You and Officer Washington continue to investigate. You make reports to me alone. Whether or not we put the official stamp of the division on the investigation is to be seen. In the meantime, I'll endeavor to keep the odious Clegg off your back. Thank you, Sam. A question you could answer, but I can't. Should we alert the Food and Drug Administration people? I mean, to some extent, we are intruding on their territory, since this appears to be about food and drugs first and foremost. Moreover, I know how quickly things can get complicated if some outfit feels it's being usurped in its own backyard. My answer would be no, at least not yet. The FDA is held to be among the worst of the old bureaus. So involving them, at least at this stage, when you don't know who's what or why they're that, might turn out to be highly counterproductive. Let's discreetly build a case, then bring it to them gift-wrapped so they can't subvert it a priori. I understand. It was exactly the response he'd wanted. Chapter 11. A waning gibbous moon revealed itself intermittently behind racing clouds, a sliver of celestial illumination usually bone white in color, but here, owing to the contamination of the air, a bilious brown-orange. It was Chicago's Golgotha, by name the Cook County Cemetery for unclaimed Negro cadavers, a ripple of hills not far from the dump that absorbed its part. There were 6 others, of the city's daily accumulation of trash, and produced a stench akin to the Western Front under German gas attack. It was far from the glamour of Chicago, being southwest of the Loop, almost out of the county, and far, far in the distance, thousands of miles it seemed. The skyscrapers at Lake's Edge announced their presence in beads of light clustered at the horizon. In this place, records were poorly kept, if at all. Thus, Officer Washington could only go by the daily logs that were marked crudely on paper, somewhat flimsy as a basis for progress. His reckoning was that Roberts had been killed on a certain day, and by law his remains must rest at the city morgue 2 full weeks awaiting a claim. Then, if unclaimed, they would have been transported here and buried in an area only designated roughly. The log recorded only one reception that was in accord with 14 days from the death of Roberts. Washington and Swagger were here, alone in the place, with a lantern, shovels, and high, if melancholy, hopes.
Agent Swagger, this is the kind of work usually left for black folks.
Black, white, I don't care. If Two Gun can pitch in, so can I.
Even Two Gun feels wormy to the bowel on this one.
I'll do the horror part. If killing is happening, it must be stopped and the killers punished. Without that formation, all else goes away. I will do what must be done.
The lantern light revealed nothing,
Only unkept grass and weed, without marker or number or stake, or anything testifying to the presence of what used to be a man.
Since it's recent, officer, wouldn't you expect that the soil would be tilled? It might not show up so well in this bad light, but to the touch, perhaps. I hear you. Do you want me to... We'll both go to knee and feel about.
On hands and knees, they roamed the plot, their fingers searching for newly turned or possibly newly padded earth. It seemed to take hours, but in fact only took one, at the end of which Washington exclaimed,
"Agent Swagger, here, try this."
Charles went, and yes, Washington had located a patch where the earth was loose to the scrape, and seemed not to have been packed down with any enthusiasm. The lantern light revealed a 6 by 3 foot disturbance.
"I can't imagine the gravedigger would put much effort into his labor," said Charles. "Perhaps this won't take too long at all."
"Then you get some blood out of him?"
"Correct, but not easily at this stage. It's called livor mortis, meaning that the blood has sunk to the lower parts of the body under the pull of gravity. So we have to get into the lower half and do some scraping."
"So no need of a needle?"
He thought the needle insufficient. I have to do something more primitive. It pains me and I'd prefer not to, but my preferences aren't on the table.
They dug from each end and sure enough found the soil easy to move, and in time a box emerged not so deep down. Whatever it contained would be gone shortly enough. Maybe it was even too late. They did not bother to remove it, but Washington leaped upon it and, using his shovel as a pry tool, managed to snap off the top quarter of the lid. The lantern spotlighted what appeared to be a head wrapped loosely in muslin cloth.
"I suppose he is beyond caring." "Let us hope so. Otherwise, he would be bothered at what's about to happen."
Washington took a pocket knife and sliced open the masking, peeling it back. Charles examined by light of lantern. Was it him? Seemed so, though he'd really only seen the face for a minute or two before firing. But he saw gauntness and fury, which seemed to sum up the man named George Roberts in late stage. And if he saw nothing confirmational, neither did he see anything non-confirmational. He peeled further to reveal chest. Yes, 3 blisters dead center, close enough to cover with a cup.
"Agent Swagger, you are one hell of a shooter." "I've had too much practice, Officer Washington."
Now came the terrible part.
"Were you in the war, Officer Washington?"
"Too young."
"Well, as I said, I was. On a few occasions it got to close work. So it is that I have killed men with a shovel. If you have not, I would advise you to turn away. It's not a pleasant thing."
"Agent, I am in this all the way. I will help anyhows I can."
"Just hold the lantern so that I can see what I am doing, and it's no worse than it has to be."
Washington adjusted, arranging the lantern over the face of the dead man. Charles took a deep breath, turned his spade so that its blade ran parallel to the corpse's closed eyes, its spear point dead even with the fragile bridge between the eyes. Took another breath, and then drove forward, feeling the blade bite and slip. He looked. The head was desecrated to be sure, but the bridge had held, and no blood appeared anywhere on the now skewed face.
"One more time," said Charles,
and tried to remember the German sergeant he had killed in 1918, holding the entrenching tool sideways and delivering the shovel's corner like a hatchet strike. He supposed it was all right, because the sergeant had tried to kill him with one of those wicked bayonets the Huns affixed to their rifles, and Charles had just barely deflected it. He'd heard bones crack and saw blood spurt that time. Not this. Another hard stroke, and again it bounced off, tearing dead skin and bringing destruction to the face, but no blood. The third drive broke bone, caving in the brow above the bridge of the nose. "You have done it," said Washington. Charles bent and saw in the shattered plate of bone a kind of density that had to be brain. Now the awful part. He withdrew a vial from his coat pocket, unscrewed the lid, and holding it in one hand, with the other he reached into the cavity and ripped the brain forward. It was like handling rotted fruit, though it came to his pull easily enough. All that was and all that ever would be George Roberts was clutched in his left hand, yielding the texture of a banana, that balance between hardness and softness, fiber and mush. And with his right, he was able to insert the vial and scrape through the swampy terrain at the back of the skull, where the blood had collected. He withdrew the vial, saw that it was half full, and realized that was all he could take. He screwed the vial shut. He said. Now let's clean up and get out of here. Mr. Swagger, you let me finish this here thing. I'll make it nice and tidy. You sit over there and relax. Charles had nothing to say and did what he was told. He dropped the blood off at Northwestern and then went to the firing range at Chicago Police HQ, where he instructed new members of the field office on the theory and practice of the handgun. As always, the men had been issued weapons in accordance with their place in line, not in any accordance with their physical characteristics. That's what the book said, that's what the division did. Charles spent 20 minutes dispensing with that nonsense, and in the end had matched gun to hand, so that the bigger boys with stouter paws and stronger forearms would carry the government Colt 45 automatic, and the thinner, slighter fellows the Colt 38 revolver. That way, neither classification would fear or detest their own guns and be reluctant to practice, so necessary to retain skill. Then they shot, some well, some not so well. It was athletic. Some had the gift of hand-eye coordination and found it easy to keep their shots centered, and the others were less fortunate, spewing holes all over the silhouette. Remember, said Charles, in a fight, you will default to your worst self. So look at the poorest shot you took, and that's the one you'd fire to save your life. For that reason, you want all your shots to go where you want to place them. This isn't cowboys and Indians. This is full-blown, hard-as-nails man's work. And the better your skills, the more is the chance you'll survive. That done, he returned to the office to find a phone message that read, Call Dr. Hallowell from Northwestern University. It took a little phone runaround before the two were connected. Yes, doctor. Well, though the blood was heavily decomposed, I was able to detect the same pentobarbital, actually in larger percentages than the previous cadaver. This fellow would have died shortly, gunshots or no gunshots. I see. That's very helpful, doctor. I suppose my next step ought to be to focus on the drug. Is your idea that someone is selling this stuff for some kind of sporting use? Yes, sir. I'm hearing, or at least picking up, that they call it the night train. It seems to provide a very hard wallop and takes a fellow immediately from what problems he faces in our world on a magical journey to a land of candy and happiness. Not sure yet how it's applied, who's distributing it, where it comes from. So far, it's only sold to the dark people, as if those behind it know that if it starts killing white people, there'd be a fuss, maybe a riot. But just selling it in the 4th District means that nobody shines a light on it. The cops don't ask, the federals don't care. And the only way to track it is via the police blotter page in the Negro newspaper. I can't begin to tell you how dangerous that would be, and how irresponsible. It's far deadlier than heroin. The body can sustain surprisingly large amounts of heroin, but just a bit over the limit on pentobarbital and death is the result. It could be used as an execution method. That's what those of us who are looking are seeing, and here's some other mystery to it. Usually, drug usage leaves considerable litter. Any cop, big city or small, knows the signs. Heroin, needles, bent spoons, rubber tubes for tying off the arm to swell out the vein. If it's cocaine, there's always spillage, and so you see grains of white powder everywhere. You see crumpled up paper from the wrapping. You see matchbooks or razor blades, anything with a hard, sharp, straight edge, for arranging the stuff in straight lines so that it can be sniffed hard via some little cardboard funnel. You see the funnel, too, discarded, because after he's had his hit, he doesn't care much about security. He just wants to enjoy his state. With opium, though I suppose this is mostly in Chinatown, it's long porcelain pipes or water pipes, by which the smoke is inhaled through a vessel of water of some sort called a hookah. No pipes, no hookahs, nothing at all to suggest Asian involvement.
And believe me, the people here would notice Asian.
But nothing like any of that here.
Nothing like anything here. No trace of usage sites. No debris, no litter, no left-behinds. No Asians, no whites. Maybe then it's a sip out of a bottle.
Too risky. 2 sips and the dealer has a corpse to dispose of.
So they've come up with some new way of distribution and ingestion. It leaves no traces, or it is easily policed up in the aftermath. I'm interested in a kind of rage or madness it produces. We got onto this from too many cases where people go crazy. They attack others, often armed policemen, and the result is death, as you say.
That would be the pentobarbital side effect, and the more widely spread the consumption, the more incidents.
So where would someone get substantial amounts of pentobarbital?
Most hospitals have a small supply under lock and key. Perhaps someone is stealing it, but not in any meaningful quantity. Another possibility is a pharmaceutical supply house. They would have a larger supply, but again, the security would be quite tight. You could only order it under license, and you'd have to be either an MD or a DVM affiliated with an accredited institution. Still, a large supply would certainly attract significant attention.
I see.
He almost lost something there, but he caught it.
By the way, what's a DVM?
Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. For large animals, it's widely used as both a euthanasia mechanism and an anesthesia. I'm not being clear. For animals, one would use it to put them down or to relieve them of pain. By them, I mean cattle. It simply confirmed his suspicions. But then the doctor said, "If you want to track these bastards down, I see only one path. Through a pharmaceutical supply firm."
Chapter 12. And what happens, Clegg wanted to know, if we get a babyface sighting and need our top gun on the arrest team, but he's off hanging around with a colored officer named Two Gun?
"Charles," said Purvis, "what Hugh is saying is that your talents are such that not only are they a necessary part of any action, but your presence gives the young and less experienced men much more confidence." It was come to Jesus time in the banker's building, and Charles sat before the Pontius Pilate of the Justice Department Division of Investigation and his Roman overseer.
"I do understand that, sir. I am not meaning to be rebellious or insurrectionist or anything like that, I swear to you. If you'll check, you'll see that I call in my whereabout to Ed Hollis frequently. If something urgent comes up, I can get there under 4th District siren as fast from the south side as from the loop. Then second, I would say we usually know in advance of an encounter and an opportunity. That was so of Dillinger and Van Meter. I believe it will be so of Floyd and Nelson. We get a tip or develop a piece of evidence or break down a pattern, and we have time to set the operation up."
"Okay, Charles," said Purvis, smiling in his mild way. "I do understand you have a passion for this case in the 4th District stemming from an attempt on your life. I do understand how an officer can make a crusade out of something personal. I don't want you becoming bitter at being pulled off it. I do understand that it's the dog days of August and not much happens in August, even among our gangsters. Can I only say, please, as a personal favor to me, can you bring the 4th District thing to a close as quickly as possible?"
"You have my word, sir,"
he said, which is why he said to Sylvester Washington an hour later over the phone,
"I am getting under more and more pressure to stay here in the banker's building and let what happens down there happen."
Washington skipped a beat, then said,
"That means more black folks dying before their time, and the engineer of the night train getting richer and richer. I cannot accept that. There's got to be a way. How would Two Gun handle it?" "Break down a user, find out where it's coming from. Go in hard one night, guns blazing, disappear with the dawn, just like the raids you led in the Great War." "It may come to that. So yes, your job is to try and find somebody on the stuff who'll talk. I will, as my job, go on a phone safari calling the 29 pharmaceutical houses in the Midwest who could have moved a large quantity of pentobarbital. If we can find out who bought it legally, we can get one step closer to who is using it illegally.
Of all the sour jobs a detective did, this was the sourest. If you call blindly off a list, maybe you get someone impressed by your affiliation and maybe you don't. Maybe they lie to you and maybe they don't. Maybe they only tell you half the story and maybe they don't. Maybe they're intrigued by your questions, maybe they're not. The hardest part is lacking a face across the tabletop to read, a set of eyes that shift or don't, a tongue that's too quick to dry lips, a swallow before each answer. It was hard for the detective to get a sense of the other man or woman. So after 29 calls, he had only 3 where he detected apprehension at his probe. Of those 3, 2 were in Downers Grove and could be visited in a single day. One was in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and would demand at least a day and a night. 99 out of 1,000 cops would have bagged the day-night ordeal, because, after all, the evidence supporting it was entirely theoretical. But Charles was of a sort who, when he got a bug in his shirt, he wasn't satisfied till the bug was squashed and dead and on a slab in the morgue. So on his official Saturday off, he headed at 5:30 a.m. to La Crosse, 200 miles and about 8 hours northwest by car, and found the most blank of all blank buildings he'd ever seen, a nondescript brick unit by the railroad tracks called Magellan Medical and Pharmaceutical Supply. "As I told you on the phone," said Dr. Magellan, owner of the place, "it's a mess. It was another bright idea of mine that fizzled. Well, didn't fizzle, but didn't sparkle either. It was a wash. I'm one of those dreary people who never quite succeeds and never quite fails. I just sort of mosey along."
"It's my feeling," said the tall, strong detective to the short, dumpy physician failed capitalist, "that most people just mosey along."
"Well then, Special Agent, let's go down to accounting and mosey through our somewhat disheveled records, and see if I can satisfy you on the issue of pentobarbital."
"Doctor, I'd like to see the stuff if possible. Helpful to know what I'm hunting."
"Of course," said Dr. Magellan. "I do hope if nothing else you'll be impressed by our security regarding dangerous drugs."
"I'm sure I will," said Charles, and sure enough, he was. The vault occupied one corner of the larger supply room and was of small city bank proportions, surrounded in a fortress of seemingly impenetrable short of artillery brick. The doctor,
"I'm the only one who knows the combination, and thus I open it only when an order must be filled, making certain there's no pilferage." Diddled with the mechanism for a bit, had some trouble remembering if it was 2 turns before 36 or 3. 3, as it turned out, and the heavy door yielded a tidy, shelved room well stocked with temptation and death. "I call it Pandora's box. All the troubles of the world are here. Your medical heroin, cocaine, and even marijuana. Yes, it's prescribed. In certain cases of high anxiety coupled with a tricky digestive system. Oh, and sleeping pills and potions. Anything to get a fellow off to dreamland instead of marooned in the land of jumping sheep. All dangerous indeed if overused. But here's the pentobarbital, the most dangerous of all." He gestured to a shelf where cardboard cartons held rows and rows of tiny vials. "Go on, Special Agent. Pick one up." Charles did, seeing the black skull and crossbones as the primary feature of the label, with the identifier of Upjohn Pharmaceuticals of Framingham, Massachusetts, and the subscript 25 cc's sodium pentobarbital, highly dangerous, to be administered by MDs and DVMs only. The bottle was brown and the cap had a rubber center, through which a syringe could be inserted and a tiny amount suitable for injection could be withdrawn.
"It only comes in liquid?"
"As a sleeping aid. It's marketed differently in tablets, much cut. They call it Nembutal, and there are other active ingredients. The idea is to nudge you into unconsciousness, not hit you in the face with it. Do you want to see a package? Yellow jackets, I believe, is the slang term. Some criminal usage, alas."
"I'll skip," said Charles. "I assume you keep track of the in and out of all this stuff."
"Well," said Dr. Magellan, "officially, yes. And officially, the Food and Drug Administration checks us once a year to make certain everything is as it should be. But the FDA is,
A problem, I've heard.
let us just say they are not to the higher standards of the Justice Department. Actually, I haven't seen one in 4 years. And when he did come, Charles Oliver by name, he was usually in some kind of rush.
What are the ramifications of his disinterest?
Well, without threat of annual examination, I'd have to say our discipline may be subpar.
That means the records aren't reliable.
I would have to say so. Yes, I'm certain. It's on Mabel.
And Mabel?
Well, as we move on to accounting, I'm afraid you will have an encounter with Mabel, my wife's brother's wife. Accounting looked as if it were more likely to be called no accounting. Piles and stacks of paper on empty desks, some of it dusty, some filing cabinets half closed. Ashtrays heaped with butts from a week ago, the bathroom issuing a stockyard-caliber stench. "The hub of my empire," said poor Dr. Magellan.
I am, however, appreciating your time and effort here on my behalf, and without lawyers and local law people breathing down my neck.
Well, let it be said I tried to do one good thing today. The files, it seemed, were kept by this Mabel, who had her own way of doing things.
Even with pentobarbital?
Asked Charles. Mabel isn't much interested in our supplies with regard to danger. To her, it's all product, and she makes no further distinction. Ridiculous, I agree. And yet, if I made an attempt to replace her, I'd suffer family issues more disturbing than anything the federal government could bring against me.
Well, then, let's see what Mabel has cooked up for us.
Mabel, you idiot. What the woman had cooked up was chaos compounded by lassitude compounded by disinterest. Files must be kept regularly or they are of no use, and Mabel's dereliction was rife. A day here, 2 not so much. Worse, she seemed to have no organizational principle.
Maybe we could call her and get her down here, asked Charles.
Oh, good heavens, no. She would complain to her husband, who was my wife's brother. It would get to my wife, and there'd be hell to pay. Pull badge, rant, get tough, or no. He decided no.
I am looking for a series of drug-related events that seem to commence in May, maybe early June of this year.
He was dating it to the May 19 fire in the yards, before which there had been no documented rise in 4th District violent episodes. Said Dr. Magellan. Okay. Some of it is alphabetical by purchaser, some of it chronological by purchase. Lots of pulling and scanning finally located the month in question, but there were no big sales, determined via the invoices marked paid in that month.
All right, said Charles. A pause here. Let me think harder on this one.
If you think someone is misusing pentobarbital and it started after May, said the doctor, it seems like whoever is doing this would have had access to it earlier, because they would have had to do some experimentation on dosage, then distribution, then finally going on the street at a later date. Though I do believe that all of my clients offered the proper documentation for their acquisition of the material.
All right, said Charles. Then let me add a factor. I'm seeing now this may relate to the fire in the area in May. That's exactly the kind of confusion and mess that experienced criminals could use to disguise their operations. But for them to take advantage of the fire, the stuff had to already be there. So let's see if we can find March and April. Success. They found March, they found April. Failure. No pentobarbital sales in March, no pentobarbital sales in April. And February was no place to be found, even if January was, and it also yielded nothing. It went on, eating up most of the afternoon, trying various organizational principles, all of which, if they yielded paperwork, yielded no results. I'm so afraid it's come to nothing, said the doctor. It seems wrong, given all your effort. That's the way this business works. You dig and dig and dig, and more often than not, hit nothing but more dirt. You've tried hard, and I appreciate your candor and—
Wait a minute, said the doctor. In February, Mabel was gone for 2 weeks. Hospital, woman's business is all I know. Stella took over. I can call Stella because she's not family. She's actually the storeroom floor manager, but she's first class. Let's just see." A few minutes later, in Dr. Magellan's office, the doctor put down the phone in beaming satisfaction. She knew how disorganized Mabel was, and she didn't want any of her work disappearing into the morass. So she never filed it.
"So where?"
"It's in her desk." March 1934. Chapter 13. Thaddeus had spent the afternoon at the Stockyard Inn, buying a lunch of thick, fresh sirloin grilled to order, as preferred by the purchasing agent of the Schenectady County, New York prison system. He'd moved an order of 300 cases of Nugent's new roasty-toasty beef stew just like Ma used to make, because the convicts had loved the first 50 cases that Nugent's had offered at deep discount. "You put U.S. Prime in that stuff, Mr. Nugent, and still sell it to us at 19 cents per gallon tin?" "Nope. New top-secret processing trick," Thaddeus said warmly. "Now all the big boys want it too. May eventually sell to the highest bidder, but I am so enjoying my celebrity and prosperity. It's been a long time." After Porden's cigars, the two parted, a New York State check for $3,200 in Thaddeus's pocket, to be deposited at bookkeeping. He was so happy the corrupted traces of snow in unmelted drifts and piles, and desecrated here and there in piss yellow and shit brown, attended as well by the whiffs of the post-elimination product, didn't even register. He happily turned the check over to accounting. After this pleasant task, he went to his office, decided to smoke another cigar and have another glass, not of port but of newly legalized rye whiskey. It burned clean and pure on the way down, and only the smell from the pulverized manure company next door marred his pleasure. Then a knock hit the door, urgent, maybe itself full of panic, and Thaddeus's world changed, possibly forever. "Thaddeus, open up, goddammit!" It was, of course, his house manager, confidant, and co-conspirator Oscar Bentley, for no one else he employed dared address him so informally. Yes, said Thaddeus. "It's open." Oscar spilled in, urgency powering his moves, stripping him of grace. He was, as always, in corduroy work trousers, heavy boots, green cotton shirt, green tie tied at the neck, and ever-present fedora. Now, said Thaddeus, still mellow from the big Schenectady County sale, still looking forward to what was left in his glass of Pikesville. "Calm down, Oscar. Have a drink. What could be 7, said Oscar, passing on the drink. 7 what? Cardinals, home runs, weeks till baseball season? Dead. It's a tragedy, but hardly a catastrophe. People, heifers, hopes and dreams. Prisoners. Thaddeus knew what this meant. Shawshank, Maine, the big joint up there. Food poisoning, they say. 7 convicts in the last week. Never happened before. And we... Yes, we. How much? 240 cases. A gallon a tin, 8 tins to the case. When? 3 weeks ago. It might not be us. Doubtful. That doesn't mean we're responsible. Maine. What can they know of sanitation? What's to know? Boil the food, wash down the kitchen with convict labor every night using antiseptics. Works for the whole civilized world. All of a sudden, who knows about this? It was a small item inside the Tribune today. My wife saw it and called me. Thaddeus hit the intercom. Virginia, I need a copy of today's Tribune. Fast, please. Yes, sir. March 15th, 1934. Chicago Tribune, the world's greatest newspaper. Page A23. 7 dead in Maine prison, food poisoning suspected. Shawshank, Maine, United Press. 7 convicts have died within a week in a large state prison here, authorities say. We suspect food poisoning to be the culprit, said Warden James J. Bliss. There was no pattern other than consuming victuals in our food facility. The victims appear to be randomly affected without regard to national origin, race, length of sentence, and so forth. The warden stated that state forensics experts are now closely examining food products and preparation procedures, as well as checking the kitchen staff for infectious diseases. There is no evidence that this occurrence has potential to spread beyond prison walls, said Colonel Robert Mayhew, Commandant of the Maine State Police. It seems isolated within Shawshank, where we are taking aggressive steps to make sure that's where it remains. All of the deceased have been transported to Bangor for autopsies. No other prisons in Maine nor in the greater New England region have reported difficulties of this nature, the United Press has learned. "We should hire lawyers right away," said Oscar. "We have to be ahead on this one, not behind, or we'll end up in prison." An edge of breathlessness afflicted his voice. "Now let's think this through," said Thaddeus. "Maybe there's a madman poisoner in that facility. Somehow he got a hold of some killer drugs and got it into the food supply or the water. Just to see the folks stop breathing. It's his idea of fun." "We could never be that lucky," said Oscar. Okay. Consider this. More logic to attack. Tell me how I'm wrong. Rip it to pieces if you can." Yes, said Oscar. "A large prison kitchen must have hundreds of food items on hand, and the stock is always coming and going. Tinned goods, staples, vegetables, meat itself, condiments, seasonings. It would take them months, maybe years, to test them all one at a time. So time is on our side. What we have to worry about is some kind of outbreak in another institutional kitchen, because that will narrow their inquiries considerably. They have merely to look for products common to both prisons. A third prison outbreak would narrow the possibilities even further. Then and only then should we, feel as if we'd end up targeted." "But Thaddeus, don't you think it behooves us to come clean? Admit our mistake, pay a fine, and hang our heads. Hang our heads, not be hung by our necks. Thaddeus, we probably killed those 7 men." "Prisoners," said Thaddeus. "Not school children, nuns, war heroes, amputees, I don't know, symphony musicians. Don't get overwrought. Whatever they are in jail for, they probably did far worse. It's justice in a way." "I don't think the law will see it that way." "So let's quietly withdraw, Roasty Toasty. This will blow over, you'll see. And the money we've already made may keep us afloat. I know. We'll keep the TR line going, but we'll cut the pentobarbital out of it. It'll be months before we start losing business again." "What if it was the pento that made it taste so good?" Chapter 14. Winnetka, town of lawns and elms and gigantic stately stone houses among them. Not rich, that was Kenilworth, but rich enough. Law partners, doctors, corporate vice presidents. That comfortable level of America where nobody dressed for dinner, but nevertheless the dinner was excellent. Most of the local New Trier High School grads went Ivy League. Some of the big houses, not quite mansions, even had a lakefront over which to peer at the calm blue each summer day. Everything here was of highest cotton, about 20 miles north of Chicago, either by car up Sheridan Road or by the Northwestern Railway. Beyond Evanston, beyond Wilmette, beyond No Man's Land, beyond Kenilworth. Charles pulled up to 344 Stoneleigh Road, 2 blocks west of the lake. This one, swaddled in the green froth of the trees and nestled in vines and flowers, and boasting a lawn as green as the ones in Arthur's Camelot, dozed in the late summer sun. Somehow, the quiet beauty of Winnetka prevented the town from ever getting dead hot, since there was no tar or asphalt to melt, no black boys in ragged undershirts to lounge about with slack faces, no sweaty chubuncular cops named Wachowski or Janiskovsky to keep the lid on. There was no lid. He walked up the stone path and rang the doorbell. Better to catch him unexpected without time to prepare defenses. Inside, some hustle and finally a not unattractive woman of higher order opened. "Charles Swagger," Charles said. "Justice Department Division of Investigation. I'd like to speak with Mr. Nugent, please."
"He's dressing for golf. He has a tea time at Indian Hills at 4.
"This won't take long, madam, and it is official business regarding a criminal investigation." Floridly dressed in yellow +4s and a cream shirt with a tie emblazoned in regimental stripes of the sort Charles, but not Mr. Nugent, had seen in the Great War. He was in Argyle stockinged feet, carrying brown and white spiked shoes with him. "Sir, I'm Thaddeus Nugent," he said, though with a little friendly mellow in the tone. "Tell me, please, how I can help. Do sit down. Drink? No. Duty? Lemonade, water, agent, Charles Swagger." Nugent was affable, of regular symmetry and good dentition, wore a slicked-down haircut, and in all respects seemed what he claimed to be, a member in good standing of the upper gentry, secure that he had contributed to his nation and it had provided in turn for him. "Sir, you said Justice Department. In my business, we have regular dealings with the Food and Drug Administration, but never justice. The agent in the yards is named Charlie Oliver." "This is a different part of the law than would come under jurisdiction of Food and Drug. This would be criminal law, hence our engagement. Our headquarters are in the Bankers Building in the Loop." "Yes. Aren't you mainly pursuing these bandits? I think you were the folks who killed Dillinger last month." "It was people in our office, yes, sir. But we do handle other cases. It's not all waiting for gunfights." "I hope I'm not in any trouble. I'm just a businessman, I can assure you." "If you were in trouble, I'd have a warrant and a team. You would be advised to call your lawyer. No, we're just checking on some material that was shipped to you that has potential of much harm." "Of course." "Let me go to particulars here, sir, if I may. You are Thaddeus Nugent, CEO and owner of a firm called Nugent's Best Beef, purveyor of tinned meats to primarily institutional clientele." "Yes. Hospitals, prisons, YMCAs, that sort of trade. No 4-star restaurants, but Nugent's Best turns out a fine can of beef stew, which we sell in large tins for cafeteria usage. That's our main product. Of course, the animals have other uses, such as lard, chicken feed, swine feed, soap, even belts and shoes. As we say, we sell everything but the squeal. Or moo, as the case may be. We're strictly a beef house." "According to the records I've seen at a place in La Crosse, Wisconsin called Magellan Pharmaceutical Supply, your firm in March of this year acquired a large, unusually large I think, supply of a drug called pentobarbital, very closely regulated for its potentially fatal effects." Charles thought he saw a kind of involuntary tremor pass through Nugent, of exactly the sort a professional would never permit. Even worse, a dry little swallow quivered in the man's throat. "Yes, that's true. All legal under signature of my board-certified house veterinarian Claude Tibbets, with copies submitted as required by law to the FDA. Did they—" "No. The information is from another source. Anyhow, I'm told it is common for animal husbandry businesses to keep a small quantity of pentobarbital around to put down distressed animals without violence." "A steer with a broken leg can be very dangerous. Too dangerous to apply the sledge. You can't shoot because the noise might cause the animals in the pen to panic. It would be Claude's job, and he was well paid for it, to soothe the animal and inject the drug into the carotid. The beast dies painlessly within a minute or so. I do not believe in hurting the animals, nor did my father nor his father who founded Best." "I can see that. But since the fatal dosage on a steer is 2 cc's of pentobarbital, and you bought more than 400 8cc bottles, I'm wondering what you had in mind." "Yes, I can see how that might seem suspicious. Actually, it's a follow-on to what I just told you about not hurting the animals. We'd been having trouble getting them up the chute into the house for processing, and it occurred to me we might find anesthetic to calm them down, for their sakes as well as our own. A side of beef from a distressed animal is called dark cutter. Its meat is tough and chewy. We saw our sales dropping. We saw armor going into the institution kitchen provision end of the business, and we thought we could diminish our dark cutter problem by giving each animal a whiff of the pento before sending him up the ramp. Is there a problem? Have there been complaints?" "It seems that in certain precincts of the city, a drug based on pentobarbital has made considerable inroads. It kills some folks. It drives others so crazy they either get themselves killed or kill someone else.
Good God! That stuff is too dangerous for human ingestion in any setting except carefully applied medical supervision.
So you understand the government's interest?
I do. I wish I could help. But Mr. Swagger, our plan went nowhere. Because in mid-May, Nugent's Best Beef, as well as $8 million worth of buildings, businesses, hotels, restaurants, and even the amphitheater burned down, the drug went up with everything else. It's now a wasteland. I can only say, thank God for insurance.
Chapter 15. Billy the Hat was a bones guy. He was other things, too. Running a stable out of a house on Maxwell Street, occasional strong-arm boy for rent, freelance armed robber, occasional grifter. But damn his shoes, he did so like the skitter and click of the devil's cubes in his fist. The flash as they bounced across the asphalt, the suspense at their meaning was red, and the elation when they came up his way. When a floating game threw itself up in an alley along his way, he'd most always join in, winning some, losing some, but feeling so motherfucking alive it made his toes jingle. The game was street craps, as distilled from the classic form of casino craps, so simple a fool could play it. You rolled a number. It was then on to you to roll that number again before you rolled the house's 7, except there was no house, and you were only betting against the other boys. It could go on for minutes, hours even, when neither your number nor 7 came up, signifying victory or loss. Each fruitless toss racked up the suspense a good degree, just like in a story. Meanwhile, others bet for or against you, and you bet for yourself against any who'd go your way. He was hot. Who knew why? Maybe God had something to do with it, but Billy, 34, going on 65, up from Mississippi and hacking a living off the street in the 4th District for close now on 15 years, thought not. He had been born hard-scrabble sharecropper Baptist outside of Greenville, not that he remembered much of that life, but he still believed in the one true God up there. He just thought that our Father must have had better things to do than control the flip and flop of the little cubes on South Chicago alley asphalt, amid an array of cement garbage boxes all packed solid and stinking hard of rot. 4 or 5 other miscreants who should have had better things to do, and the countless rats who diddled and munched decay in the shadows.
Okay, baby,
Billy incanted.
Baby, 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 baby.
And with that, he flung the well-rattled ivory and ebony pair in his hand to the scabby alley at the center, watched them tumble this way and that, and come to rest showing nothing. He was on 9, and it had been a while now, maybe 5 passes, and yet no 9 and no 7 had showed. The dice came back to him. He held them close to his nose and eyes as if to communicate with them, squeezed them up tight, rubbed his fist against his cheek, then commenced the rolling spin that was his trademark. He was feeling good. He'd had a sniff an hour ago and taken his trip on the night train, and its artificial confidence lingered in his body, making him feel a part of the universe, a force in the universe, if you will. He still had to attend to Charlotte, a high yeller in his stable he'd heard was hanging out with a boy named Hop. That girl needed some attention. His pimp hand was the same as his gambling hand, kept strong.
"Crap out against the boy,"
said the man immediately across the circle from him, another pimp, this one named Jack Razor, who threw down a 5 against him.
"Here she come,"
said Billy, and the 2 bounced from his hand, spun on their axis this way and that, and came to rest signifying damnation, nothing. Not a 9, not a 7, but a 5.
"You don't get no money off me, sucker,"
said Billy. The money stayed where it was. It was the poke growing larger on each throw.
"I take all your bread, fool. You keep on rolling that way,"
said Jack Razor. Considerable professional animosity lay between them over gals, territory, hats. Billy chose a big felt fedora, creamy and smooth, but Jack irked him by going for a straw in roughly the same shade, only closely giving up its identity as a tropical weave, as well as bright haberdashery, but most of all and most dangerously, RESPEK. And perhaps it had not been a wise idea for them to sit across from each other over the devil's bones. But it had happened and started before either had noticed, and now there was no backing down.
You watch this, then, and prepare to pay down.
More money went into the poke from all concerned. Billy shook and heard the bones rattling. They banged and smacked and dusted each other, picking up mojo. And Billy went to his whirl motion that he was so known for, and unleashed the pair, and they lightning flashed across the asphalt and finally came to a slow halt and—
"Yo, mama!"
hooted Jack Razor.
"Lordy, Lordy, you done Jack so good. Hey, little man, them bones ain't no friend of yours. I'll take your wad here. That's the way it is. Right, boys?"
Billy the Hat wasn't sure why what happened next. It wasn't rage. It wasn't a gash of crazy. It wasn't the fever that killed his father in 1906. It wasn't watching his mother die in the cotton fields, wasted from the labor, beat so down they wasn't no up. It was just what it was. Something pushed him to the edge and then over. He had a pimp special, that is, a silver bicycle gun in .32, with pearl grips. He pulled it out, cocking it. For no other reason except to right something so wrong in the universe, he shot Jack Razor under the left eye. He did it quick, because Jack was known to be himself quick with the blade that gave him his name. Jack's eyes welled wide in surprise, for this was no move ever seen before. But then the blood began to spill as if pumped from the hole under Jack's eye, and Jack pitched hard to the alley, hitting one of the bones just right so it skittered away. There was silence. Billy the Hat reached over and scooped the poke up, crumpled it, and wedged it tight into the pocket of his coat.
"Be mine now. He don't need it." "Billy," someone said, "you best run off. You can't be just doing that right here in the daylight. Cops be on you, word gets around. Best head back south. They never chase a nigger south." "You ain't lying, Billy. You know them Irish donkeys want to smack you down so hard you don't come back until Tuesday."
A chorus of uh-huhs and that be the truths and yes sirs arose, so as to urge him onward. He rose, he turned. His mind was all messed up. He tried to see through his problem to a solution, and somehow the words train and south and a mental picture of the big Illinois Central Depot, with the tower where he'd gotten off all those years ago, rambled through his mind. He'd just get on and ride the same train back south to Greenville. He had the money. But where was the depot? He hadn't seen it since that day. He walked into the street, saw people run in horror from him. That's because he still had the silver pistol in his hand. He tried to solve the following problem. If he put the gun away and the Irish showed, he might not have time to get it out. On the other hand, if he carried it openly, folks would run. Sooner or later an Irish would arrive, and that would be that. Damnation, he wanted a sniff. That would settle his ass down. That way he could think it straight. That way all things could work out. He tried to remember where the man was. It wasn't that long ago. He tried to remember today's magic number, but it got mixed up with yesterday's and some others too, like Uncle Clavon's birthday. He spun, the blue sky whirling above him, the sun a blast of bright flame, a whisper of dizziness turning into a shout, went to one knee. He heard a siren. Man, this was all fucked up. He'd killed Jack for what couldn't have been more than 100's worth of crumpled green bills. And now what? Then he remembered 5-4? Was it 5-4? Yes, 5-4. It was 54th and Halstead. The man was at a place called Nichols, 2 blocks down. Still there? They didn't stay in one place too long, too much attention, but he had no place else to head. So he elected for a shot at Nichols. He made it clean, gun in hand, people still running from him, sirens rising. Riot squad. Yeah, sure. Cops with Tommy guns for serious work on the colored. It didn't matter. He was now focused on another whiff, another fine ride on the night train. That would make it all right. He busted into Nichols, a no-count place that sold cheap beer and shots of dubious origin, with sawdust on the floor and nothing else in the joint. No pictures, no nothing. It was just a hooch joint, straight and harsh, for a man who wanted to blur out his life and possibilities, both of which being nothing. People scattered before him. He raised the pistol, fired one more precious bullet, meaning he had but 4 left for the whole riot squad.
"Where he be?" he screamed. "Where the ticket man? I needs me a ticket."
Somehow the bartender's shaking hands communicated the idea of the crapper, and Billy headed there, walking like Moses through the parted sea, as folks opened a way for him and fled once he was past them. He reached the toilet door, but then it occurred to him the barman had a sawed-off underneath, and as he turned he rotated a little to the left, and the blast of buckshot ripped up his left arm bad. The barman went into a hoochie mama dance of trying to reload, but his hands trembled too hard and the shells dropped to the floor. He looked at Billy, who shot him in the throat. There. That be that. Billy turned back to the door, slammed it hard, and it popped open. The man sat terrified on the commode, his pants down to his ankles, the shakes jabbering through all parts of his body. He'd been wearing a cream suit, and the pants were crumpled at his feet, but Billy could see he had on white and brown spectators, because the man always dressed to the nines, as befit his importance.
"Take the money,"
he squeaked, holding out a large wad of greenbacks.
"Fuck that shit,"
said Billy. He suspected he was beyond money now. He shot the man in the face, just like Jack Razor. The man wasn't a man no more. He was a dead man. Billy bent, saw the briefcase, and snatched it up. He spun as a shitter was no place to do the ritual. He pulled a jar out of the briefcase. Inside was about half a jar's worth of cotton patches, awash in about 1/4 of a jar's worth of solution. He shook it up real bubbly, then unscrewed the lid, reached in, and with more delicacy of touch than you might have figured on, plucked a patch, damp with fluid. He brought it to his nose, breathed deeply, feeling its powers rush through his nostrils to his lungs and finally his soul. Yes, sir. Glory be to the Negro man. Heavenly Father, there you be. Your servant Billy be on his way. He didn't mean no harm, but on these streets a man's got to do what's there for him to do. Sniffed, the fluid vapors burst across his brain in a surge of sweet. Everything turned to gold and candy, and his mother's scrapple and cornbread on a cold Sunday morning when they didn't have to go to the fields. The music began to rise, all gospel, all flourish, and the Spirit pulsed through him. He saw his Heavenly Father and Jesus the Son, and of course, as he had known all along, they were Negro men. They gestured welcome to him. His mother stood off to one side. Hi, Moms. Damn, you looking good. She smiled. He'd never seen her smile before. Lord, he felt fine. Never been so happy. World never been more wonderful. And he had a jar, or half at least of the stuff. He tightened the lid, slid it into his pocket, adjusted his cream felt fedora, picked up his nickel-plated bicycle gun, and headed out. There the riot squad awaited. 4 Irish in blue, looking as big as giants, all with the rat-a-tat guns with the big round bullet holders snapped in place. They crouched before or leaned against the Black Maria, by which they were known to travel. Otherwise, the street was empty. He smiled and raised his pistol. Chapter 16. There were few places in the city where a white man and a black man could meet as equals, share a beer or a cup of coffee and chat, at least not without arousing suspicion. One, however, was the cafeteria at the University of Chicago in Hyde Park, amid a somewhat more cosmopolitan milieu than all elsewhere. There, white and black, though far from predominating, were a part of the mix, as were folks from all over the world. Moreover, it was a jibber-jabber place, where voices were never still and often rose in debate or even quarrel. The voices were so loud because the stakes were so small. Charles and Sylvester sat at a far table, away from the general thrust and jab of argument from the more animated occupants. They sat over half-eaten scrambled eggs and cold coffee. Sylvester wore civilian clothes because it was still an hour before he went on duty, and he kept his uniform at the station. Yet even lacking the bold pronouncement of self that the two ivory-grip 3844s conferred, he still radiated considerable force, vitality, gable power, whatever you call it. Well, Charles knew what you called it. Swagger. Charles, meanwhile, had his one suit, the jacket necessary to conceal his automatic, his tie tight because he was a tight-tie man. But he had taken his fedora off, revealing a thatch of once blonde hair that 4 years of war had turned a dingy gray. He didn't like slippery stuff in it, so unkempt, it stood up like flowerless rose bushes all over his head.
"What have we learned from this hat fellow?" he asked.
"Not much," said Sylvester.
"They hit him so many times with them fat bullets he was a mess. Looked like the Capone mob did the job on him."
"The Irish do love their machine guns."
"By the time I got there, our detectives and patrol officers were all over the place. It was far from the kind of crime scene you could get a whole lot out of."
"Give me what you have, Officer Washington. Maybe it'll fit in somewhere."
"What I saw was basically an Irish wedding party. The boyos were quite happy with their work. Lots of whooping, hollering, joy jumping. They almost busted out into a jig."
"You and I both know such antics are far from uncommon among the Irish police."
"Yes, sir. I do think I have some good news here on how the people selling this stuff distribute it and control the litter," said Sylvester. "I'm told he had a jar in his pocket, though a bullet had smashed it. It contained a mysterious batch of one-by-one cotton patches soaked in some kind of fluid. The fluid, of course, was contaminated by all the blood. The hat, the late William Francis Robinson, was hit by 33 out of the 40 rounds that were fired at relatively close range.
The St. Paul coppers didn't even put that many into Homer Van Meter. Anyway, follow on your thought."
"So as I see it, the pusher man has a jar full of cotton patches soaked in whatever medium they are using for the pinto. You pays him your dollar and he picks one patch out of the jar, maybe with tweezers. That's your hit. You put it to your nose and do a big jitter dance of breathing. The stuff goes straight to the brain, and you on the night train. Maybe you just chug through Happy Land, maybe you drop dead. Maybe you go chimpanzee and attack someone you love. Or if it's a police officer, someone you hate. You get a belly full of lead if it's the cop."
"Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And part of the transaction would require the user drops the patch in a bag or something right there on the spot, so there's nothing left to suggest a drug transaction took place. It's slick. And speaking of the pusher man..."
"It looks like Billy the Hat shot him in the face, just like he did Jack Razor. But Billy was so gone by that time he'd gotten sloppy. He must have hit him in the jaw or cheekbone or at some strange angle. Reports of a big man in a cream suit holding a kerchief to his face running down an alley in the next block about that same time. Blood dripping everywhere, even on his brown and whites."
"Can you think of a next step?" Charles then asked. "I'm plumb out. I know there was a quantity of pentobarbital shipped to the yards, but it went up in the fire. So that one, which looked so promising, yielded nothing. I am now officially at loggerheads, and fear that at any moment I may be called away to shoot someone the government knows to be a gangster."
"Well," said Washington, "here's something. A fellow like that, in a nice suit and shoes, it pains him something awful to see it get messed up. I'm thinking the suit's a lost cause, but the shoes, maybe he is hoping to clean up. In the 4th District, they do love their shoes. So it seems he might take them to a cobbler down here and have that man do some work. You know, get as much of the blood out as possible, then repolish over the stain that's left."
"That's good," said Charles. "You're thinking better than I am. So you go around to all the 4th District cobblers looking for someone who fixed up some brown and whites. From that we get a name, and maybe instead of busting him, we watch him. We see where he leads us. He's got to get his stuff from somewhere, somehow. Then we tail that fellow and on to the next."
"Yes," said Washington. "I will get on it soon, figuring he might not go to the cobblers until it all dies down."
"Just a thought that occurs to me while we're on the subject of haberdashery. It's that these dealer men, they're amateurs.
One-timers. Someone goes to a respectable fellow, respectable enough to be well-dressed on a steamy August afternoon, and says, "My friend, care to make some easy cash?" Who doesn't? You go to a place, you have a jar. Some mysterious way people know you are today's man. Your customers know not to crowd or push or line up. One at a time, they come up to you, say in a place you've never been and never will go back to. Your clients give you the money, you give them the patch, then make sure they toss it in the bag. End of day, you've got a heap of cash money, but because you're no criminal hard-ass, you won't be tempted to take off. You pay off, you get your swag, and that's that. You never see them again, they never see you again. "It is slick," said Washington. "It would mean the formation of no network of meeting or communication that the law could penetrate and follow to the core people. Naming it the night train means the cops all think it's just Negro code for having given up, so they're not hard on the trail of a phantom. Whoever worked it out knows a thing or two. He's a tricky one." "And here's the biggest trick of all," said Charles. "The whole thing is based on the proposition that nobody cares what's going on down here. Colored people dying in various ways, falling dead on the street, getting blasted by an out-of-town division agent in the yards, being machine-gunned by the Blue Irish on the street. The numbers running higher and higher. It matters to nobody. Death, 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 just like in the war. On and on, more and more. And nobody cares. Newspapers don't care, police don't care, federals don't care, politicians don't care. The money just keeps rolling in easy as can be. Ain't gonna change. Not soon anyway, Mr. Charles. But just this one time, Officer Washington. Just this once of no overall significance in the long run. Wouldn't you like to see this bastard go up the hard way in righteous flame?" "Praise to glory," said Officer Washington. Chapter 17. It wouldn't leave him alone. It should have, but it nagged and scratched and punched its way into his dreams. All that pentobarbital, so close to where it would ultimately come to do its great harm on the streets of the 4th District, yet all of it gone on May 14, in the $8 million fire that turned a large section of the yards into a view resembling no man's land. So they had to get the stuff from somewhere else. He sat in his undershirt on his little fire escape balcony on the north side, with a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of Pikesville late into the summer night. Since it was so hot, the cityscape was alive with open windows, in which people sat to avoid the temperature that collected in their rooms. This meant yells, radio music, even trombone playing filled the night. But the alternative was the room itself, a threadbare rental of the sort a man who wished to kill himself might take. Another cigarette, another sip of whiskey, and the mallet of the hooch hit him again, knocking him a bit dizzy. A little ice might have helped, but his allotment had melted and another delivery wasn't due for 3 days. He tried to sort it out. A possibility. Desperately needing money, maybe this Dr. Magellan had put the whole thing together. He'd used the best beef shipment as a guise to ship twice as many vials of pentobarbital to the stockyards. Nugent got his, and whomsoever the other purchaser was got his, at exorbitant rates, and went to business in the 4th District. The plot was hidden behind Mabel's suspiciously convenient ineptitude. Note to self, check with Food and Drug Boys on this Dr. Magellan. Another possibility, insurance scam. Somehow, for a little cut, Nugent got Dr. Magellan to go through the formal paperwork, but shipped nothing except old newspapers to Chicago. The fire goes up, and that order of expensive drugs is claimed as a loss. It ups the payoff by the insurers considerably. But that would imply the fire was started by Nugent, and being an incompetent, he hadn't figured it right. And so it burned and burned until $8 million worth of pens and cows and pigs and offices, bidding rooms, sales headquarters, a hotel and 2 restaurants and 1 brave man were destroyed. It probably wouldn't matter to him. It was a farewell to a business that he had inherited and run poorly, almost driven into bankruptcy by shrewder meat folks. He did very well by the fire,
inheriting freedom from the yards, particularly the next-door presence of pulverized manure, as well as so many other demons, plus inheriting Winnetka forever. Note to self: check with Chicago Fire Department on arson possibilities of the Big May fire. And still another theory. Mystery man Oscar Bentley. Having checked, Charles knew that Oscar had left town and now lived in Florida, far from the smell of meat and manure. Oscar was said to be a sharp man who'd kept Nugent's best beef running against the habitual uninterest and absurd schemes of its owner. He could have been shrewd enough to put the thing together, but why would he have left? One thing such a plan would require is close eyes upon its operation, as its manager would know it to be a fragile setup. It could not operate with an absentee boss, unable to make snap decisions to correct unanticipated misfortune. Again, too, if Oscar was involved, he'd have known that fleeing would certainly attract attention his way. In fact, leaving town was almost a proclamation of innocence, seemingly an act committed in complete naivete. It wasn't either as if he'd disappeared. He'd taken the chunk of insurance that Thaddeus had given him for his years of loyal service and departed for the sunshine, but burned no bridges behind him, leaving address and phone number. Note to self. No note to self. Finally, there was the organization, well-developed, well-muscled in Chicago, perhaps rightly thought by some to be the city's true ruling class. Unless it was sanctioned, the scheme would certainly cut into their profits, as steady users of their powders might be drawn away by the cheaper, easier-to-administer diluted anesthetic. The mob would never stand for that. Their turf was always inviolate and had sent many a man for a swim in the lake with his new friend, an automobile radiator tethered to his ankle. Moreover, their intelligence sources would have tumbled to its existence much earlier, and they would have either destroyed it or absorbed it. That river of illicit money was far too much for the Italians to leave alone. But why had they? Did they own a part of it? It then occurred to Charles that the way it was set up, amateur one-day dealers, no necessity of a safe house for shooting up, no real locality to find and raid, all of those things that made it so hard for law enforcement to even notice, might have been equally planned to keep the mob guessing. But how long would that last? Somebody always talked, and when they did, things fell apart fast. That suggested another ramification. This was planned as a one-time, quick-in, quick-out effort. Whoever was doing it had no belief in it as a career, but only as a short campaign. Take the money and run. That would seem to suggest that perhaps the supply of pentobarbital was limited to the 400 bottles supposedly swallowed by fire. When gone, they'd be gone, and the night train would cease to exist, leaving no tracks to be followed, nobody to answer to either law or the Italians. Risky? Very risky on both counts. But certain people could see a big blast of cash as worth the risk. Because of what? Because they weren't going to be around? Such a person knew his time in this town was limited. He'd decided to beat the system, take the dough, and be gone. Another blast of hooch. What if... But someone knocked on the door. Yeah?
You got a phone call, Mr. Swagger?
Came the voice from the other side. Charles trudged down the hall to the public phone, the earphone hanging loose by cord. He picked it up.
Swagger.
It was Officer Washington.
Just found the man in brown and white shoes.
Oh, that's good.
It isn't. He's dead.
Chapter 18. It wasn't a big deal. No four-man machine gun frolic filling the fellow with an abundance of lead. Instead, the ambulance and 2 cop Fords, the second unusual for a floater, but belonging to Officer Washington. Charles parked, found his colleague.
A couple walking on the beach called it in.
The lake lapped against the shore, turning the sand it overcame to black sherbet. Off to the right, beyond the busy roadway, loomed the great museum as left over from the World's Fair of 1904. It looked in silhouette as if a battleship had washed ashore. Like sentinels, the lifeguard stands marked the beach, white against the darkness of the night, and the gleam, nevertheless, of the water. The man in the brown and white shoes was on the gurney, not yet inserted into the ambulance, which would drop him at the morgue. A medic stood next to him, filling out the paperwork. Farther back, two black women, mother and daughter, stood arm in arm in support, battling grief. "Wife and daughter?"
"Yes,"
said Washington.
"Hope to ask some questions then." "We'll hold him till you release him,"
said Washington. He asked the medic,
"How long was he in the water?"
"I'd say 24 hours or thereabouts."
"Yesterday evening. He pushed dope all day, got his dough, went home to steak and potatoes. Medic, how do you read this?"
"I've seen dozens of floaters. Sometimes it's a dumb kid slipped off the rocks or some wild teen showing off for his girlfriend. Gets caught in a riptide. But a well-dressed fella dressed for a casual night at home, his shoes still on, almost always turns out to be suicide."
"Name is Ralph Hughes, dentist by profession," said Washington. "Reasonably successful, some money in the bank."
Charles pulled back the sheet, saw the face, distended by immersion, but still featuring a slice across the right cheekbone.
"That's where the hat's bullet went. He used up all his luck on that one."
The man was heavy-ish, not heavy. Had he lived, he would have gotten heavier. His hair was marcelled over his pate, its natural zigzag beginning to assert itself against the diminishing discipline of the chemical. He had a pencil mustache. The suit was gone, but he was nicely enough dressed, in a short-sleeve Hawaii-style shirt and a pair of linen pants, tan going on brown. Just to make sure, Charles flipped the rest of the sheet off to look at the shoes. There they were, as promised, a solid, well-built pair of Oxfords, so tightly tied they'd defied the suction of the lake, thick-soled, not cheap. Looking closely, Charles saw the traces of spots that could have been polished over in the white.
"He sure did like those shoes," said Washington. "He dumped the suit, but he made sure to keep the shoes. Florsheims. Nice. I can understand his pride." "See anything unusual?" Charles asked. "Any signs of violence or force? Any indicators of illness? Anything that could suggest the intercession of another party?"
"Looks clear as glass to me," said the medic. "Only that scratch on his cheek. He didn't bang against no rocks or anything."
"Could the rocks have caused the scratch?"
"No, sir. It was all dry and scabbed up. If he'd done it on the rocks, the cut would still be bleeding."
"Okay, now I'll talk to the two women," said Charles.
Washington ran interference on the transaction.
"Mrs. Hughes, this man here is a federal officer. He'd like to ask you some questions, if he may."
"No white man never cared a thing about what happened to us before,"
said the widow, her face tight under the weight of the emotion.
"Why would this be any different?"
"Because I say it is, and you know who I am."
"You two-gun. But them fancy guns didn't do my Ralph no good."
"Maybe they will if you cooperate with the agent here."
Charles showed her his badge. She didn't bother to look at it, and said,
"Ma'am, I hate to interrupt you at such a rough time, but we'd like to get to the bottom of this and make sure everything is on the up and up."
"I know what they say. They say he killed himself. That way they done with him, and that's that." "Mama, you shouldn't talk to a federal man like that. Get you in trouble."
"I don't make trouble," said Charles. "I don't work that way. But you say you doubt it was a suicide. Why, if I may ask?"
"He was happy day before yesterday. He came home, said he'd won a bet. He had $1,000. He was going to take us to a nice lake in Wisconsin, he said. Get away from the big city and just relax."
"I noted some kind of injury, more a scrape, I guess, to his upper right cheek. Did he have that on his face when you last saw him?"
"Yes, sir. He said he was so happy when he won the bet he'd jump for joy. He was getting too big for that kind of silliness, and his foot slipped when he landed. He fell, cutting his cheek on the corner of a table."
"Was he—"
"Sir Ralph was not a drinking man. No, sir. He hadn't had a drink, nothing wobbly about him, no odor of the liquor. I know because my daddy drank himself to death. Ralph was a hard-working man, a good dentist, made us a good living. No one can say nothing bad about Ralph."
"Yes, ma'am, I understand."
"Don't you be saying nothing bad about him, sir."
"Ma'am, I wouldn't think of it. Can you please tell me what happened the last night? It might be important."
Night before, he was nervous. Don't know about what. Wouldn't say nothing. But he went out, usual time, and everything was just as it always be. He was early getting home, and all excited about winning the bet.
Was his suit in any way bloody?
Wasn't wearing no suit. Had them pants and that crazy island shirt. Come to think of it, he did leave in his suit. The clothes he had, they were new. Never saw such a shirt in my life. That wasn't him. He was what you call a serious man, and he dressed serious, wearing a suit to his office every morning. He was proud of being a dentist and showed it every day. But he was so excited I never noticed that then. He was so happy.
Did he want to take you out to dinner? Asked Washington.
Wisconsin was what he was happiest of. He was so happy. We don't spend much because we have to pay the tuition for Regina at St. Josephine's. Ralph worked hard to put his daughter through a good school so she'd go on to college. I've been accepted at the big state university, said Regina. That made him so happy. The trip to Wisconsin was to be our celebration, before I was to leave for Champaign.
Tell me why he went out that night. He doesn't seem the type to go to bars or clubs.
He got a phone call. I had the feeling it was from somebody he know. I answered.
White or colored? Asked Washington.
White. Nobody I'd ever heard from before. But wasn't no gangster voice. It was kind of sloppy. He didn't say his words too clear.
Okay, said Charles. Please continue.
He just smiled. He said, just got to check on something. Be back in half an hour. And that was it until the police called tonight.
Charles nodded, writing it down in a cop's shorthand.
Is that all? She said. I'd like to say goodbye to him and go to church.
Of course, ma'am, said Charles. Here finally is my card and a phone number. If you should remember anything more, please call me.
I hear you, she said. Thank you.
No need for thanks, ma'am. I just try to do my job.
Chapter 19. It was a hole on Wells Street, just beyond North, formerly a speak, now legal. The booze hadn't improved any.
So I found out a good deal about him,
said Charlie Oliver, Food and Drug Administration senior agent, and well-known fixer, rascal, and of the easily bought.
I do know lots of people. Been working for the government close to 40 years now.
But Thaddeus didn't care about Charlie's career, how Charlie had found out, when Charlie planned to retire, or any of it. He just cared about one thing. What was going to happen to himself?
Who is he?
Some sheriff from down south, said Charlie. He was a legendary gunfighter. The division brought in a bunch of gunmen when it realized what it was up against, namely the motorized bank boys with their machine guns and automatic rifles. They needed cool hands.
So it was never intended that he handled general investigations. He was strictly there for the gun battles. Should I be worried? Does he know anything about investigating?
You should be worried. Sheriff of a small town learns all kinds of things. He sees most kinds of crimes, from husband-wife murders to bank embezzlement. They say he's smart, he notices, he remembers, he can put pieces together. He did an analysis of that robbery in South Bend that made him a big man even before the Johnny Dillinger thing.
I don't know what you mean. What Dillinger thing?
He was the guy who got Dillinger, not Mel Purvis, who was across the street in a dress store.
So what's he on my case for? Why isn't he at the range practicing for Babyface?
He's pretty much the office star now. That means he's free to do as he pleases. You know how it is in an office. The best man gets all sorts of freedom.
No, Thaddeus didn't know, because the only office he'd been in he was the boss of, by virtue of inheriting the firm. But he got the implication.
I'm guessing he can't be bought off.
Wouldn't even try. You'd end up in the can.
Could your boss at FDA write his boss at the division and make the argument that the yards were under jurisdiction of the FDA, not the Division of Investigation? Get him kicked out of there by administrative politics, I'm saying.
See, here's the problem. That colored fellow that attacked him the first night, the one he had to kill, that was an assault on a federal officer, making it a federal felony. so that would be the justification for his investigation. And if he found out about our, problems with the roasty-toasty line, he'd be able to follow up on that? How would he find out about it? Well, people talk. Word gets out. Maybe he sends a bulletin out on me, and someone somewhere puts 2 and 2 to... Thaddeus, I'm telling you. He's interested in the drugs getting into the 4th District, and you are clear on that one owing to the fire. He's done with you. But suppose, if it came up, and it won't, you could make a case that the main business was in FDA jurisdiction, and he'd turn it over to us. We could bury it. But just to be sure, what should I do, Charlie? I'd hire a lawyer. Sounds like I need an assassin. Chapter 20. The railroad detectives, yard bulls, dicks, whatever, that is the official police arm of the Union Stockyard and Transit Company, were not helpful. But he expected that after his run-in with the shakedown thugs the night of George Roberts' death. He didn't see those 2 bog dwellers about the rundown station, only a dozen or so near-perfect replicas, and nobody acknowledged the flagrant wrongdoing. Instead, he was shunted to the same chief, Captain Mulrooney, as had briefed him before, the whiskey-faced Irisher with a nose the size and color of the setting sun, and those dark, restless eyes that all the good cops seemed to have. They would notice everything, and could, if necessary, melt through anything. "Agent Swagger," the chief said. "I think I told you this a few weeks ago. We pretty much specialize in the transit part of Stockyard and Transit Company. You would not believe how much pilfering goes on against a rail yard, so my people spend 90% of the time patrolling the track areas." He pointed to a large wall map of the mile square, his finger sweeping the dense filigree of track that surrounded the place on 3 sides, complete to switching yards, dockage sites, single lines deep into the pens exclusive to the big boys, Swift, Armour, and Morse, engine and car repair shops, the whole thing being the envy of any middle-sized country. And conkin' heads. Lots of heads to be conked in the mile square. Sure, sometimes we tie in with the Chicago department, and most of the boys are ex-Chicago cops, but it's more like the Wild West of lawmen versus train robbers than anything else. So you are not notified of the contents of shipments and asked to pay special attention to potentially dangerous ones, such as heavily regulated drugs. Can't say the system is that developed. Inbound, mostly it's cows. Lots and lots of cows. Sheep, pigs, too. Not so much chicken, which is good because chicken shit everywhere. The outgoing is freight cars loaded with ice and beeves and mutton. They're shipped to canning or packaging facilities not local to the area, or to big meat wholesalers. But you wouldn't believe how much meat goes away. We do run checks on black market food sales, which is bigger than you might think. But you're talking tons and tons of stuff, while regulated drugs would only be a tiny bit, not even a single car's worth.
How about rings of thieves? That is, professionals who steal based on intelligence.
You're talking a higher class of thief. But we get mostly 4th District folks who try to break in and make off with 2 or 3 beeves to sell to local butchers. So our boys don't do and aren't trained in Sherlock Holmes types of investigation. Be happy to let you look at the files.
That led really to nothing, just mugshots of men, mostly of color or recent immigration, who played a daily game of cops and robbers with the rail dicks. If they won, they got some meat money. If they lost, they got a crack on the head that would raise a goosebump for a month. Sometimes one of them died, but it went unrecorded. So much for that. He'd wanted a list of usual suspects. He got a peek at dead-eyed zombies. The next stop, after an hour on the range at police headquarters with incoming agents, again matching guns to hands and counseling, then supervising, front sight, front sight, front sight, was the Food and Drug Administration offices, where he ended up chatting with a pleasant geezer named Charlie something. Charlie Olive? Olivo? Ollie? Oh yeah, Charlie Oliver, once sandy-haired and still a speckle with freckle, probably as crooked as tracks through mountains, but amiable and willing to cooperate. He was a smiler behind extremely prominent white teeth, which would be of deep pride.
Yes, sir, Agent Swagger. I do know of and am aware of Dr. Magellan's enterprise. I'm surprised it's still kicking. The man lacks administrative talent. The federal agent in his district has filed several complaints. The doctor has been fined, though I do think the fines are still in adjudication, and he is watched very carefully, again by our Milwaukee division.
Does he do much business down here?
Not with the bigger companies who have their own pharmaceutical departments. The low-enders, the boys just hanging on, he'd be on that circuit. The deal is lower prices but no complaints at mistakes that are frequent and shipping delays which are common. But there's not a big trade down here drug-wise. Mostly we inspect, looking for sanitation issues, animal welfare, safety violations. The drugs shipped in would be more or less smallish amounts of anesthesia, which can also be used for animal euthanasia, as you know. Constant, yes, but not necessary in large quantities. It's important for a slaughterhouse to have it around, because even if it's in the business of killing, nobody wants to see the animals suffer any more than necessary.
That's why Nugent's Best Beef would be a customer?
Exactly.
Did this big order of pentobarbital they received attract attention?
It attracted my attention, so I went to Thaddeus Nugent and his manager Oscar Bentley and we discussed it. He told me he'd found a way to mix a cow cocktail, if you will, that settled the animals on the chute. That's where so much beef goes bad. Anyhow, when it seemed to work, he told me he wanted to stockpile it while he had a chance and prices were low, the pento being the key ingredient.
The prices fluctuate?
Yes, sir. I could arrange to have you talk to someone who knows much more about it if you want.
This is just a preliminary check. No need to move to the next step yet.
I don't know if the deaths were their fault or not. It's possible, I suppose.
Wait a second. What's that supposed to mean?
In a Maine prison where they sold their product, 7 men died of some sort of food poisoning. I guess that was why you're here.
Don't know a thing about it.
Thaddeus is very worried.
He seemed a little flighty when I talked to him, but believe me, I've enough going on. I don't need something else that's not even in my jurisdiction. Besides, I suppose it's meaningless because it was all destroyed in the fire.
That damned fire sure made a mess of everything, said Oliver.
Would there be any other possible source of pentobarbital in the yards?
I'd have to check my files. I'd be happy to do that and send you a memo. Is that acceptable?
I would appreciate it, yes.
If you have anything else, I'll be happy to pitch in. Just let me know.
No, you've been very cooperative. I much appreciate it, Mr. Oliver.
Now, you could criticize me, I'm sure, for passing on a closer examination of the Nugent situation. I'll provide you with my superior's number and his superior's number in D.C. if you want to follow up in any way or file a complaint, formal or informal. I don't hold grudges, and I know you have to do your job. Plus, I'll be retiring shortly. Still, I don't want to do a thing to hinder your investigation, and I'll happily give depositions or let you into my files or whatever it is you need.
Very pleased with your cooperation, sir. Sometimes different government agencies don't see each other as collaborators but as competitors.
Further note to self. Magellan? Ask Milwaukee Field Office to run a quick check on him, see if anything pops up. Next, Fire Headquarters Arson Division, Lieutenant Curley. Apparently decent enough and no sense of ownership of fire issues. Not a cop thug like old Muldoon of the Yard Dicks. Swagger had always liked firemen. They were as tough as cops, but because they confronted the flaming inanimate, they had no need of some kind of bravado that was hard to get through and could be troublesome and lead them to wrong decisions. Mild and sunny, portly and earnest, Lieutenant Curley gave him the basics. Unless a fire is started by an idiot using fuel accelerants, arson can be very tough to prove. I look at possible cases every day, but can't press on because there's no meaningful evidence. You can start a fire with a book of matches or a cigarette, and who's to say if it was done deliberately or accidentally?
In other words, you have no definitive ruling on the Big May fire.
I can show you where it started, how it leaped animal passageways and jumped from building to building, avenue to avenue, Even the big one, Exchange, and how our companies maneuvered to fight it.
Yes, show me.
It started here. He led Swagger to a map of the yards on the wall, the same one Swagger had seen on every office wall. In some hay. No traces of turpentine, kerosene, gasoline, or alcohol. Believe me, we went over that area very hard with specially trained dogs. It was a match, a burning newspaper, a spark, and kaboom. $8 million turned to ash on the wind or charred beams and slats, and a man killed. You can see this area runs under the Morgan Street Frame Viaduct off 43rd Street. The viaduct passes over a warren of wooden cattle pens and pig and cattle runs. It's filled with hay, which is highly flammable, particularly in this hot weather. The best theory is that some motorist tossed a cigarette out his window, and it landed in some of that hay. Maybe someone on the ground got careless in his smoking. Then the fire rode the wind, and at a certain point, say here, it became so powerful that it began to leap streets and involve buildings in almost random paths, like an explosion. You just have to meet each attack and put it down.
Brave men.
Yes, they are.
Okay, said Charles. I'm going to throw a theory at you. Not to convince you, but for you to tell me if you think, for some reason I don't know, it's impossible. If you say it is, I'll drop it.
All right.
Say you wanted to burn down a building, maybe for insurance, maybe to cover up a crime, and you knew the yards quite well.
What building?
Let's just say the Pulverized Manure Company.
That's everybody's favorite. Always draws a laugh.
Is under the Morgan Street Viaduct a plausible starting point? Let me say up front, this boy was no arson professional, and he could have just seen the way the wind would push the fire.
Let's go back to the map and go back to my files. Getting the material and sorting it, Curly pointed exactly to the viaduct on Morgan Street, overrunning a spread of wooden cattle structures. Then he consulted a page in his file. All right. At 4:15 p.m., the wind was charted at the Chicago Weather Bureau not 2 miles away to be sporadic but blustery at 15 miles an hour northeasterly. Now here, he moved his finger a couple of inches, is the location of Pulverized, or should I say the former location of Pulverized. Others on the same block were Zanzinger's Sausage, Nugent's Best Beef, Hartwell's Scientific Slaughterhouse, and Luigi's Italian Pork Sausage Company. All gone, burned flat. The mean distance to Pulverized is less than half a mile, and that street went up very soon, by say 4:30.
Is it possible he didn't mean to burn down half the yards, but miscalculated?
More than possible. Amateurs don't have any idea how fast fire moves. They think you set a fire, it burns for a while, then the fire trucks arrive and put it out, and damage is limited. No, not at all. It's almost a living thing. It's fast as hell. It's completely responsive to wind direction, seems to have a nose for fuel. It can leap surprising distances, and the best firefighters in the world can only advance on a narrow front, limited in their maneuverability by access to water lines. It's commonplace for our units to find themselves cut off, and they have to fight their way out or climb to a rooftop and hope for ladder rescue.
Could you play my little game and pretend for me that indeed the fire was set to burn down pulverized manure?
Some days I felt like burning it down. Whew. Can't say I miss it. But yes, looking at it, I'd say the arsonist was right where he set the fire, knowing the wind would move it fast across the pens and barns to the buildings on the west side of Exchange. But he probably counted on Exchange stopping it. That would have limited the damage considerably. But he had no idea how a fire can leap, and it jumped Exchange like it was a small fence to a big horse. Once on the other side of Exchange, it did its worst damage. The inn, the hotel, the Exchange building, the amphitheater, a radio station, a newspaper office, whole lot of smaller outfits tucked in there. That's probably 6 of the 8 million right there.
Given the size of the fire, was it odd that so many folks got out alive? Only one death.
Only a poor fellow named Isaac Means, a dock supervisor. He saw it early, went off to fight it with buckets of water. We found his body the next day.
Brave man, but nobody else.
Is that remarkable, or am I way off base? It is remarkable. But there was another hero. Next to Pulverized is a place called Nugent's Best Beef, and their boss, guy named Thaddeus Nugent, he must have smelled the fire before he could see it. He got his people out in good order, then stayed behind to phone the other places. They evacuated too. Nobody in a stockyard messes with fire. I thought Nugent deserved a medal, but he's a modest type, didn't want any publicity. Actually, I've met him. Seemed decent. Still, given means, if it was arson, then it was murder. Yes, it was. I will take that into advisement. But your bottom line position would be that while there's no evidence that my theory happened, there's also no evidence it didn't. Absolutely. You've been very helpful, Lieutenant. Please keep me advised. That would be a bastard I'd like to see strung up by the balls.
Chapter 21. He wanted to see the burn. It was late, but he had to see it, to have in his mind an image of how the fire had moved. He just wanted to see the play of the big scorch across the northwest corner of the yards. His plan was to crank hard to the right just inside the gates and walk one of the smaller, unnamed streets to the starting point at the 45th Street Viaduct, then double back on a larger street to intercept Exchange, following exactly the fire's march, where the ruins of Nugent's Best Beef as well as Pulverized Manure and the other companies lay in ash. The sun was setting as he parked off Halsted near the castle gate. In the air, cow. Lots of cow. In his ears, cow. Lots of cow. As he walked through the mud, cow. Lots of cow. He didn't call Officer Washington because it was so trivial, more along the lines of scratching an itch than investigating a crime. He crossed some at-grade tracks, took his right hand into the devastated zone, and strode along, masking the basic meaninglessness of the task behind a purposeful stride. What he encountered reminded him of nothing, for no visual vocabulary of utter devastation existed. No war had yet educated the world in that kind of destruction. Everywhere flattened, packed ash. In a few spots, charred spars and struts. In a few others, fragments of brick walls attached to nothing, supporting nothing. He'd heard a phrase once, not sure where, the wasteland. That was it. Above, as time passed, a waxing crescent moon vectored up from the east and cast a bone-bright pall on everything, giving it a ghastly sheen. That color had no life in it. Bright as it had no warmth. It was the color of ghosts, of maggots, of dead fish belly, of a corpse before rot sets in. It lit the ash like its counterpart on desert sand. He found the 45th Street Viaduct, still standing and evidently firm enough to bear traffic. Above, cars now and then rumbled down it, advanced by light beams. He saw the site that Lieutenant Curley had pinpointed as the fire's ignition point. Nothing could be learned from it, just patches of dead black hay, where the fire had burned on that hot afternoon and killed Mr. Means. He soon enough encountered a nameless street running back toward Exchange that had to be the way to the Pulverized Manure Company and its next-door neighbor, Nugent's Best Beef, home of the roasty-toasty beef stew, prison purveyors, and who knew what else. This is the way the flames had moved. Counting steps, it was about 500, and for a raging fire under push of hard wind, the obvious route. Wood was nourishment. Wood was the meat and potatoes of fire. And shoved by bursts of the fulfilling oxygen, it would have charged like the doomed boys under picket, headlong and careless, but willing to risk everything for the sake of a mission accomplished. If you tried, you could imagine the moving wall of heat, remorseless, incandescent, and without pity. He arrived at Exchange, again took a left, and soon by stink identified what remained of Pulverized Manure, which meant the next ruined lot had to be the Nugent slaughterhouse, of which nothing remained. He surveyed the wastage, just rolling mounds of ash, the same odd stump of burned spar or rib, a little shaky brick here and there where once had been the wooden complexity of pens and pathways, all leading to the knocker, the man with the sledge. All gone. And then, there were three of them. They rose like shadows out of the moon-pale ash. All wore long coats and fedoras. He saw pistols in shooting hands and that insouciance the soon-to-kill always show to the soon-to-die. At least that's how they saw it. What they didn't see was the .45, same one used in Flanders Fields, in his right hand, cocked and with a snap of his thumb now unlocked.
"You boys must think you're gunfighters,"
he said. The moon shone down hard and bright. Lunar shadows lay across the field of ash, slashing it into random patches of light and dark. It looked like a skewed chessboard. A razor cut of unlit space sprawled in the wake of the odd post, bisecting the fighting field. Defining the arena of the pistol, a feeble stand of brick stood at the left, a charred phone pole to the right, that one dangling wire connected to nothing.
"We been here before,"
one of them answered.
"Not as many times as me, Pegger,"
said Charles. And then everything went to blur, and sights being too small to see even in the bright moon, instinct shooting, favoring the man with the best wiring for that kind of work. Charles's speed unleashed the first shot, left-hand guy, and though it may not have been a fatal hit as precision was impossible, the man curled like bacon feeling the pan's heat, and his spin backward told everyone he was out of the fight. Left to right, Charles pivoted even as the other two shadows bloomed white-hot in muzzle flash and sent whizzes by his ears, though he was dropping to one knee, taking his time fast, not looking for sights but making certain the profile of his automatic was squared up straight, not twisted or canted, and at that point the tip of his finger sent another hard ball into the ether, and the center fellow sat fast, gripping his midsection as if to plug the hole that had surely been bored there. A volcano of haze erupted just before Charles as the third man's shot hit and elevated ash. Charles entered vapor. With no target, he went to suppression mode, sending 5 fast ones into the general area of the shooter. A tight burst that drove the man to ground. Fog was general and went quickly through nostrils to lungs and phlegm to throat. Charles fought down the spasm that rose in his gorge and used the used dense ash to snake backward, even as he smacked a second magazine of .45s into the grip of the .45 and sent the slide smashing home. There was no point in advancing, as number 3 had also disappeared as the ash cloud thinned and settled. Charles had no need to capture or kill his enemies, only to survive them. He eased backward even farther, reaching the hard-packed dirt of Exchange Avenue, and feeling through his shoes the furrows the big engines had cut in May as they hustled to bring water to the flame. He crossed, then continued, melting further into the fire ruin. He calculated the next move, wait silent until dawn, or hasten to his car, assuming the killer's 2 hit weren't in any mood to pursue. The third one? Would he have the balls for pursuit work against a crafty marksman in the dark, through a field of baffling wreckage rendered crazy in the moon's bright show? Doubtful. Charles thus chose to exit, to hawk the ash out of his lungs and wash it off his face, to brush his suit and to get his shirt into the sink for tomorrow. Besides, he needed a drink. Chapter 22. A whiskey memory flashed warmly through his limbs at 7 a.m., and then was overcome by the percussion of knocking on the door. "Mr. Swagger, phone for you."
"Got it,"
said Charles, arising to pull on a bathrobe and slippers, then wobble out the door and to the apparatus on the wall, fighting for clarity the whole way.
"Swagger. Agent Swagger. Sorry so early, but I just myself got a call. Evidently there was a gunfight in the burned section of the yards last night. Are you all right? Was it you?" "It was me. I am fine, except my shirt is a mess. May have to buy a new one." "Thank God. I will get there fast and see what can be seen." "Good, Officer Washington. The exchange took place in the ash heap that used to be Nugent's. You might look for tracks, pooled blood, spent casings, footprints, any of the usual shooting scene debris. The ash is fragile to wind pressure, so a lot of it may be gone. Still, it should be checked." "Any ideas?" Yes, he had ideas. No, he did not care to share them. Too early, too half-formed.
Possibly wrong. Men in black, assassins, professionals, that's all. Mobbed up? My guess is that if it was mob, they would have packed heavier ordnance. Thompson, BAR, Winchester sawed-off. These were pistol boys. Hard shooting a handgun by moonlight, which is why I am here and they are not dead, at least as of last night. Maybe wounded and bled out. Maybe just nicked. I'm off. Sylvester, wait. Couple of other things. First, at the scene you'll find my ejected casings, but check to see if the fellows shooting at me left casings. If they did, were they in a little cluster of 6 or were they tossed? That'll tell us if they were shooting wheel guns or autos. Got it. Then check all emergency rooms for late-night bleeders. Hit bad, they might have dumped him there. Also, bodies found abandoned somewhere in 4th District, dead by bullet hole. Maybe I shot better than I thought. They don't want to drive around with a corpse, so they strip him and drop him in an alley. Maybe an ID is possible from a morgue picture. Got it. Yes, sir. He hung up and the phone rang again. Charles? It was Mel Purvis. Yes, sir. Chicago police say there was shooting last night where you've been seen. Tell me it had to do with Babyface. I wish I could, but it was this other thing. Drugs in 4th District? Yes, sir. Charles, you know how much I respect you, but I can't have you getting winged or killed on some no-count maybe-could-be drug scandal in the 4th, next to Two-Gun Washington. He's a great police officer. I'm sure he is. It doesn't matter. You're too valuable. Suppose you're laid up and we run into Babyface and none of our young people have the sand to face him and finish him. I will try and get free of this damned thing as soon as possible, sir. You're okay? You could be shot in the guts and not tell us about it so you can keep on going. I'm fine, Inspector Purvis. He managed to get a shave and shower in, but in examining his shirt, he saw it was still a mess, even though he'd washed it and hung it outside to dry. Wrinkly, and the ash was of such fine particulate it hadn't come out in the wringing, so rather than being white, it was a kind of melange of smeared gray. Then another call. Swagger. Charles, it's Sam. You're okay? Yes, sir. They missed. I may have wounded 2 of them. Not sure how much blood there'll be. I'll give you details in my next report. You're coming in here today, I'm hoping. I am. On my way. Maybe you could put in more of a presence this week. I'm getting vibrations of discord from a variety of sources. Yes, sir. See you soon. I may be a little late. I have to buy a new shirt. Mine got all messy in the ash. Charles, do yourself and all of us a favor. Buy 2, maybe 3. Get crazy even and buy stripes. 7 emergency rooms in the 4th District, and Washington checked them all. The morgue, of course, and he checked that too. Then street sources, various pimps, gamblers, snitches, reefer boys, what have you, just that side of the law, and they, like all the rest, had nothing. No bleeders, no corpses, no floaters, not in the 4th District at least. He left instructions of the sort that had to be followed. Any word on bleeders or bodies, you will notify me soonest. That done, he stopped for lunch at a diner favored by other black policemen, had the breakfast he'd missed this morning, along with 3 cups of Java to keep from falling asleep on the job, and then went on to the precinct station to check on phone messages or other communications, to hear what the other cops were saying, to take a breather and store up for the hours left on the street. It was a squad room festooned with mugshots and National Recovery Administration posters, and authoritarian mandates such as, be snappy, for a police officer must present well if he is to be obeyed, and your billy club is your friend. A shadow loomed. Washington looked up. It was Lieutenant Marbury, one of the few blacks to make officer rank, though not owing to brilliance or diligence, so much as being the cousin of the mayor's chauffeur, and compliant in all the scams and games that were played in the 4th. Sylvester, said Marbury, pulling up a chair. Time for a talk. I've been waiting for this, said Washington. I'm hearing things. Can't be a help on that. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. This is just a friendly little chat.
Everybody knows about you and how you'd not let a thing happen to a brother officer, black or not, clean or not. You are a hero, leading the district in arrests, shooting it out however many times with however many gunmen. Not too many have your reputation. I like to do my job, said Washington. Yes, well, there's doing your job and doing your job. Do you get my meaning? I suppose I do. Let me be clear on my drift here. You can go along to get along as most do. And make no mistake, such men contribute to the community even if they take a little on the side. You have chosen not to participate, and while everybody respects that, it also means nobody quite trusts you. That is why you do not have a partner, or really any friends that I can tell. That and the gunfights that seem to follow you wherever. I made my choice. I can live by it. Well, this here thing immediately before us is different. First, it's working with a whitey got a lot of folks nervous. They call him Sheriff, his old job. I guess he's a good man, but you don't want to trust him too much. If there's credit, it all goes to him. If there's blame, it all goes to you. He sure don't seem interested in credit, and nobody comes to the 4th District to get credit. It's a one-way to nowhere. All the same, this sheriff might not think as you. He might see things different. He might have a plan he hasn't shared. He might be working a scam that would never occur to you. His interests might not be your interests. In the end, under gunshots, would this fellow risk taking fire to pull your wounded ass to safety? Even if he meant to, he might think, my life ain't worth no colored man's, cop or not. Do you see what I'm saying? I do. You want me to pull away on this? It involves serious crimes in the 4th District, and it appears to be white against black. People are dying, while others, white people others, are getting rich. Charles Swagger, for what reason I don't know, wants to stop that. I'm saying that's a tall order, mighty tall. No judge or jury's gonna hold white for what they do to black. Ours is to abide and infiltrate, and sure enough, our time will come. That is what I'm telling you. Back off. Is that what the word is? It needn't be a hardship. An envelope fell out of his hand and landed on the floor. Believe you dropped that. Pick it up. Believe me, this is the best for all. And this Swagger can get back to what he does, which is machine gun fights with Babyface Nelson. You can get back to what you do, which is keep the bad boys out of White Town, and maybe put a bad man down where he needs to be put down. Sylvester picked up the envelope, handed it back. I don't operate that way. God would not approve, and it's to him I pay my allegiance, not the people who give out money earned from whores, drugs, and gambling. All right then, Sylvester, said the lieutenant. Go all high Baptist on me. Don't take the money, but take the advice. It won't send your soul to hell. Chapter 23. Was there a more beautiful spot on God's green earth? It was the 16th at Indian Hill Country Club in Winnetka, where the fairway dog-legged left around the fulcrum of a pond feathery with reeds, and thistles of roses entwined in the rough under the quiet pines. Something about it. The smoothness of the green grass, the trim of the fairway, the greener green of the kidney-shaped 16th, not 75 yards, a fair 8-iron shot away, had always calmed him in the deepest part of his soul and enabled him to raise his game toward triumph over the concluding 3 holes. Yet this time Thaddeus sculled his stroke, depositing the ball with a tepid sand splash in the trap that lay hidden just beyond the green. He could still par out, having an excellent short game, but the possibility of a birdie was now formally gone, barring a freak happening. Thaddeus, I don't believe I've ever seen you do such a thing, said Tom Ingersoll, CEO of Borg Warner. Doing lots of things I've never done before, said Thaddeus. It was true.
A two-putt from under 10 feet on the 4th, a bogey on the 3-par 11th, a drive into the rough on the 13th, and now this.
"I wish you'd tell me when you're going south," said Roy Barrett of Thins, Devonshire and Barrett. "I might just make back some of the damn money you usually take from me." "I'd have brought a movie camera," said Oliver Hines, VP and operating officer of Bell and Howell, "because when I tell folks in the clubhouse, they won't believe it without evidence."
"Any advice, Jimmy?" he asked his 17-year-old caddy, a senior at nearby New Trier, where he was captain of the golf team and headed off to Yale quite soon now.
"I just see tightness, Mr. Nugent, that's all.
Through the shoulders, somewhat affecting the smoothness in the hip rotation. Only one answer, which you already know. Relax." Yeah, easy for him to say. At 17, you have your whole life in front of you, and with Yale on the horizon, chances are swell that it'll be a pretty good life.
"My question," said Tom, "do you need a massage or a psychiatrist?"
Everybody laughed, including and especially Thaddeus, flattered since the jest was formulated on his skills as a scratch golfer. "The wedge, Jimmy," he said, handing over the 8 and taking the heavy club with him. He tried to relax, but it was hard. He looked around. The fairness of the day unseasonably but delightfully cool for a late Chicago August. The rustle of wind off the lake a few blocks east, which pushed the pines into a swaying rhythm. The soothing buzz of some sort of insect life that had to exist out of God's awareness that wealthy golfers needed such relaxing therapy when the stakes were high. Could I lose all this? He wondered. He saw a Dickensian future of penury and disgrace, of losing both the big Winnetka house and the smaller, cozier one on Walloon Lake in Michigan, of having to pull his son out of Princeton and maybe college altogether. They'd have to change their names so as not to be tainted by association with the hated murderer Thaddeus Nugent of Roasty Toasty Beef Stew infamy. He'd lose the friendship of other industry titans like this threesome. God, he'd have to play on public courses. He'd have to play in Wilmette. This alarming development had arrived courtesy of a Charlie Oliver call, with info that Detective whatever the name was still poking around. Worse, he seemed to be on the track of the Roasty Toasty Goes to Maine scandal. How the hell had he put it together? He tried to calm down. He knew if he let his mind run away on him, he was lost, not only here on the course, but in life in general. Had this swagger reached Oscar? Maybe Oscar had betrayed him as a way of saving himself. Oscar. Oscar! How could Oscar have done such a thing? But who else? No one else knew. It had to be Oscar, and it was so wrong, because Thaddeus had settled a more than tidy sum on Oscar from the insurance payout. Some loyalty. He entered the trap gingerly so as not to muss the sand any more than necessary. It was like being swallowed by the desert. It seemed everyone else had vanished, and before him loomed only a wall of sand, looking 30 feet tall, in its configuration almost that of an incoming wave set to crush him. He diddled with the club in his hands. In truth, it scared him a little. It was fairly new to the bag, having of late replaced the niblick. Invented by Gene Sarazen, the wedge boasted a 58-degree face, a forward lower edge sheathed in lead for more weight. It was his heaviest club, all dedicated to the idea of blasting through the sand and hoisting the ball high without spin and depositing it near the pin. It took more finesse than strength, more discipline than athleticism, and more confidence than skill. Okay now. He addressed, settled his spikes in the grit for the necessary anchor, waggled his arms to loosen them, felt his hips load in the back pivot while his grip remained a crush, as if he were trying to kill a bird. A loose little finger could wreck the shot, the hole, and the day. At tip-top, he held just a hair of a second, then launched. Being quite coordinated, he loved this part, feeling the glide sliding, the momentum building, the concentration welling, all while his hips led his shoulders, which led his arms, which led his hands, which led the club through the swing. Under the direction of eyes riveted not to the ball, this was the secret of the wedge, but to the sand an inch behind. The extra weight, like the keel of a yacht, carried the club through, building at a speed that has no place in time, a cushion of sand against and thus caparisoned as the 58-degree blade took and lifted the ball. The contact was solid, high and soft until it ran out of climb, at which point it began its spinless descent. All this occurred in an explosion of sand, for the clubhead must perforce remove that as well as the ball from the earth. It felt good. It sounded good. But was it good? He edged out of the trap, handing the club to Jimmy, receiving in return his putter from Jimmy, who would now rake the disturbance his effort had raised, then come up to the green to engineer the flag through the putting process. "Great shot," said the boy, but that's what the boy always said. Thaddeus headed to the green where his three friends awaited his arrival, their putters in hand. He looked. He saw 3 balls. He walked to one, then the other, and finally the third. None was his. "What the—" "You completely missed the green, Thaddeus," said Tom Ingersoll. "But—" "Didn't even touch it," said Roy Barrett. God damn, he thought. His humiliation was complete. "Yep," said Tom. "Damn you, you hit nothing but hole." They broke into laughter, having enjoyed their little comedy game almost as much as they'd enjoyed the perfection of Thaddeus's shot, which had landed dead solid perfect in the cup, where it now nested, showing only its white top half to the world. "Maybe your luck is changing," Barrett called out. But Thaddeus knew different. God was calling him. It was time to go home. They sat in the University of Chicago cafeteria over cold cups of coffee. Charles hadn't said much, but nodded when Sylvester Washington reported that while he'd recovered 7.45 casings, Charles's, he'd come up empty on any shells from the 3 assassins. "Revolvers, then," said Charles. "Not because they didn't have time to search for the empties an automatic would toss, but because that's what they had." The blood, contaminated as it was by the ash, told of 2 men wounded, one worse than the other by the amounts. It was the first guy on the right who'd merely been grazed, as a few spots turning black in the ash indicated. Meanwhile, number 2 in the middle had taken a solid hit, probably in the midriff. He might be dead. He might be pulling through in some Indiana hospital or veterinarian's back room, but he was nowhere in the 4th District. In summary, the police scan of the shooting site had yielded nothing of value. The tracks were all smeary and too fragile to be captured in a plaster cast, and no other debris was on location. Not chewed matchsticks, matchbooks, cigarette butts, tissue papers, Wrigley wrappers, anything usable. "They knew what they were doing," said Charles. "Professionals?" asked Washington. "I would guess, yes. They didn't leave clues. They didn't leave any accidental crap about. They retreated in good order when they saw they'd lost the element of surprise. The wounded didn't cry out. They had a sure exit route signifying they knew the territory." "How did they get onto you?" "Had to tail me. Good tail, too. I wasn't looking for it, I suppose because I am a dope. But still they never overplayed their hand. And I didn't. This happens to me sometimes. I didn't get any buzz of being looked at. It saved my life several times in the war, let me tell you. But nothing registered yesterday. Maybe I was too dumb to be paying attention. Not never not know how. Anyway, wherever they are, they're pretty certain they got away clean. They may try again." "Excellent point. Which brings me to what I wanted to discuss with you." "Go ahead." "The fact they may circle around for another try, and this time get luckier, is one strong suggestion it's time for us to move hard against them. But that's not the only one. I'm getting hints that have turned into jokes, that have turned into orders, that I get this thing closed down and go back to work for the division full time. What with both Pretty Boy and Babyface still on the loose. I'm betting you're getting the same pressure." "I was leaned on hard yesterday. Nobody done leaned on 2-gun before, and that means everybody is serious. Killing serious, I should say. Certain commands not even 2-gun can defy." "So it sounds like we are in a pickle." "It does." "Let me get another cup. Sylvester, you want any?" That was the best thing any white person had ever said to Officer Washington. Fetch coffee? Amazing.
No, thanks.
Charles left, returned with a cup of steamy joe. He lit a cigarette.
One of the smartest things I ever heard, he finally said, was when a salty Chicago police officer offered me 2 ways out of a shooting I'd just done. He pointed out that the official way of progressing from that spot on would be a nightmare, as politics, prejudice, maybe journalism, certainly office feuds and resentment, all that would play a part. I knew that to be so. He then said, "Why don't you just walk away? I'll call this a John Doe and nobody's the wiser." Do you remember that?
I do, said Washington.
So let me return the favor. I see 2 ways out of this. The first is the official way. We continue, against the wishes of both our superiors and all of our colleagues, to pursue an investigation. We find what might be called irrefutable proof of who's doing this night train thing. We take it to a city prosecutor. Maybe he's reform-minded, maybe not.
I'd vote not.
Even if he is, he has to go to his bosses. Assuming we get by all of that and warrants are issued, we make arrests and the balloon pops. Newspaper boys, lawyers, hard looks at both of us. The novelty of black and white cooperating turning out to be really scary to some. Your people, mine, maybe not ready for it. Then the boys we arrest will put together a legal team, and one of the tricks of that trade is to tear down the accusers, so you've got someone looking through your life for secrets. Don't know about you, but I've got one I can't have out in the open. Maybe all your shootings weren't quite square. Plus, we don't know how high up these boys have ties, and what retribution high office can bring on us. Plus, I can't get back to Arkansas, where I have a frazzled wife and a very ill son. Plus another boy off fighting in banana wars for United Fruit, although it was the United States Marine Corps he joined. He could get killed at any moment, and his mother would need me home. I'm sure you have stuff like that in your life.
I do. No wife, but sisters needing my care.
So, to be dead flat honest with you, Officer Washington, I would have to say none of that is appealing. The only one it benefits is Babyface Nelson, and if he takes 5 young agents with him because I'm off chasing folks in the 4th District instead of on the other side of the front sight from him, that's a weight I don't care to bear.
I'm guessing where this is going.
Let me spell it out, clear and simple nevertheless, so you know exactly what you're in for.
All ears here.
As I see it, this thing is happening for one reason. That's because someone crooked took possession of 400 bottles of pentobarbital. Everything suggests it came from the yards just before the fire. It's probably still here. I believe they set the fire to cover the disappearance one way or another. With me? Questions?
It makes sense.
So the fastest way to stop the black man from dying by various means because of this stuff is to destroy that supply. A little of it goes a long way, so they're probably not even a quarter through their stash. They could go on for years. If the heat comes on them, they back off for a few months. But it's the stuff that's pushing this campaign.
Since you raided in the Great War, you thinking about a raid?
That also would be the 2-gun way. That's why I carry 2 guns. We find the place. In the dead of night, we get into it. I know a lot about breaking and entering, as a small-town sheriff sees it 4 days a week. We find the stuff. Since we don't have access to the Thompsons in our outfit arms rooms, we're carrying cut-down pumps or semi-auto 12-gauge shotguns and lots of shells. Number 4 buckshot ought to be about right. We hammer that stuff hard, blow it to hell and gone. Then we get out as we came in. Anybody tries to stop us, that's their big mistake. Shoot to kill. They are murderers and monsters, and they entered this world cold-bloodedly, willing to take life for money. So any chances they took are on them. Maybe some of them get away. That's too bad, but can't be helped. The point is to stop the dying in the 4th District.
I like it, said Officer Washington.
We get out, we shake hands, and it's all over.
Just one thing.
Sure. We don't know who these people are. I do. I've known from the start.
Chapter 24. You would think with a name like von Lengerk and Antoine, it was a law practice, a brokerage, perhaps a florist or an antique store for the refined, but it sold guns. It was at 33 South Wabash on the eastern rim of the loop, shadowed by the elevated tracks. It also sold fishing rods and equipment, outdoor supplies, heavy apparel for hikes or hunts, tents, canteens, all the stuff people, usually men, use to enjoy nature under any circumstances. Rain, shine, blizzard, or tornado. But yes, guns. Walls and counters full of them.
How may I help?
Well, he said, I'd like a pistol. Nothing big or bulky.
For self-defense, then?
Yes, that's it.
Maybe something a policeman would carry.
The place had a hushed, sepulchral sensation to it, as if it were a devotional space, hidden under buttresses, sheathed in stained glass and Gothic filigree. A few other customers drifted about, bending to the handguns in the glass counters or playing with a hunting rifle or shotgun from the racks beyond the counter. It was all strange to Thaddeus. A policeman, yes. The salesman, genteel as a parish priest, led him to a particular counter that contained a selection of the weapons. They all looked the same to Thaddeus.
These are Colt revolvers, one of the oldest names in the business. Colonel Colt started making pistols before the Civil War, and
that one, said Thaddeus, his eye caught by one of the smaller issues. He peered harder. It represented some kind of contest in steel between ugly and beautiful. Glossy blue with a pencil stub for a barrel, it had a kind of streamline to it, starting off straight in barrel and frame, then falling away gracefully into what had to be the grip, wrapped in checkered wood. It gleamed. It wanted to be picked up. It was fascinating in its orchestration of ovals and angles, a weird mingling of both themes, making it harmonic to the hand.
Excellent choice. That's the Colt Detective Special. It's a smaller version of the Colt Police Positive, which nearly all uniformed officers carry. The detective is scaled down for undercover men, agents, plainclothes investigators, homeowners. It fits into a pocket, or we can supply any sort of holster, even one that hangs under your shoulder from a harness. Almost every policeman in Chicago owns one, the uniformed officers carrying it hidden for what they call backup. The detectives under suit coat, but accessible for fast usage. But you'll also find it in most jewelry stores, bank presidents' desks, any place that deals in large sums of cash, as well as on the hips of Secret Service and Justice Department agents.
Is it powerful?
It shoots a .38 special caliber cartridge, which will kill any man ever born. Yet it's not so powerful that it's unpleasant to fire. It will jump, but it won't bite. Here.
He bent, opened the cabinet from behind, and removed it. Thaddeus took the thing, surprised immediately at its density, but also how well it fit in his hand. It nestled perfectly in his palm. His finger went right to the trigger, and if he tried, his thumb arrived exactly at the checkered tip of the sharp hammer. It was completely constructed of solid pieces of steel, each machined with great precision to fit together with the others, a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle far beyond his comprehension. At the salesman's insistence, he pulled the trigger, finding it more difficult than he'd imagined, but fascinating in the rhythm between the trigger and the hammer, which rose and fell with authority. Cocking the hammer to fire single action, as the man called it, was much more pleasant. Peeking into the gap revealed when the hammer was locked back was like peeking into the cockpit of American industry, revealing strangely shaped but presumably necessary moving pieces, as well as secret, clever pins, pivots, and screws holding all together. Then the salesman demonstrated how to open it, letting its cylinder fall out an inch to the left and hang in space on a kind of yoke. This permitted 6 cartridges to be inserted in the 6 circular holes, and the cylinder to then be relocked in the frame with a push of the finger.
For you, he said, I'll throw in a box of ammunition. One thing, if you shoot it, especially at an indoors range,
Be sure to stuff cotton in your ears. It is very loud. That's something the moving pictures never show. Your ears will ring for days without protection. Of course, if there's a burglar in your house, you won't worry about the cotton. Saving your life and your family's is worth some ear-ringing. In the end, of course, he bought it. He wrote them a check for $28.70. Watched the man find its brown cardboard box, select a box of Remington 38 ammunition, and bag the whole thing. Chapter 25.
You want to know who, Sylvester? You already do, said Charles. Stop and think of what these fellows had to know to do this thing. It wasn't a common accumulation of knowledge. Only certain people would know the right details to make this happen.
Sylvester nodded.
They were highly professional, Charles went on. They didn't make mistakes, panic, overplay their hand. Well-disciplined. I'm talking not about the pushers, who were clearly people recruited on a daily basis, from some kind of list I haven't figured out yet. No, I'm talking about the folks who figured it out in the first place, then assembled and administered the distribution of the night train. They brought drugs to the pushers. I'm betting they set up surveillance as a means of protection. They collected money at shift's end. They monitored the whole thing and kept it running smoothly. That means they were used to operating in or just outside the law enforcement system. They had to be tough because they were dealing in a world where thievery, panic, bad decisions, impulsive actions were common. That was their strength, dealing with that. They had to know the street and the type of creatures on it. They were comfortable with criminals and criminal activities. Nothing shocked them, nothing scared them. Do you see what I'm driving at?
I do. It seems to lead to, well, you go on then, Sheriff.
Obviously, they had a source for the drug. I don't know that yet either. Maybe Nugent or his right-hand man, Bentley. Maybe Magellan. Maybe somebody we don't know of yet. They also needed a space to set up the jars each day and a specific destination in the 4th District, meaning two things. They knew the 4th District, knew it well, and there was some sort of signal or code that would tell their customers where they'd be that day. Had to be simple. I do note it's always just off Halsted.
I'm listening.
They followed me skillfully, meaning they'd done that before. They plotted their ambush in a highly effective way. Against most men, they'd have made their kill and vanished. They just didn't know I had done a lot of that kind of thing. They underestimated me, their only mistake. But at the same time, they knew the stockyards extremely well, even the burnt zones, which would have been newly configured owing to the destruction of the May fire. That's how they got ahead of me to set up. That's how they got out of there so quickly. How'd they learn that so fast?
They had to be there.
Every day, said Charles.
Everything you've described is straight gangster.
Think again. The way this is set up, it's meant to outsmart gangsters. It's to come onto gangster territory, supposedly strictly supervised, make a quick cash killing and disappear before the mob gets there, leaving no tracks, nothing to follow. The way that dentist was used, he sold that one day, made some bucks in an afternoon, then was gone. It would have worked perfectly if Billy the Hat hadn't gone nuthouse and put a bullet across his cheekbone.
Not gangsters.
Not cops either, do you think, Officer Washington?
Lord knows there are plenty of bad ones around, but there'd be talk. I would know. You always know. A police department is no place for secrets. Everybody talks to everybody all the time. I know then that we don't know a thing, only that it's called the night train, and it's messing up a lot of folks, and that nobody upstairs cares.
Who then, Sylvester?
Maybe some cowboys that herd the animals in. Maybe... No, they wouldn't have the knowledge of the 4th District. They wouldn't know how to set up a network of drug dealers in an area like that.
Excellent. You're almost there. Think of the guns. The guns always tell us something. In this case, revolvers. As I said, the mob seems to have gone to autos. Johnny carried one, so did Homer. Capone had one. When we bring down Pretty Boy and Babyface, you'll find automatics, I guarantee. The police, as always, are behind. The Army adapted the .45 Colt automatic in 1911, and I'm carrying one now. But the police, they'll be dragging their police positives and their Smith M&Ps with them for years to come. So if these three boys had revolvers by tradition, who were they? We just discounted cops. Mr. Charles, I don't... He paused. Light came into his eyes. Ex-cops. They'd have all the cop skills. They'd have the cop guns. They'd have the cop toughness and the hit-first, shoot-first mentality. That's right, said Charles. I know where there's a lot of ex-cops, he said. Tough guys, all of them. Know the stockyards. They would have sources of information. They would know things their snitches would tell them. They would know about the drugs at Nugent's. They would know how to break and enter at night. They would know where to set a fire that the wind would take to Nugent's to cover the crime. But they wouldn't know enough about fire to guess how fast it spreads and how big it gets. That would be a surprise to them. But at the same time, they'd know where there was a coop or a warehouse or a shut-down slaughterhouse, where they could stash the Pinto fast without interference. They would know the 4th District, at least some of them. They walked beats and knocked heads and maybe even shot to kill there. They would have seen the way the drug world operates, and they could have modeled their operations on that, knowing up front what the others found out the hard way. They'd know not to set up in a club, a jive joint, someplace with mob ownership and lots of mob eyes. They'd know the police beat and patrol routes and how they shifted every day. They'd know to get a new dealer every day, tell him nothing, so even if he was caught, he'd have no information to give up. I think your class just won the Bible. It's got to be the Union Stockyards and Transit Company police, the yard dicks. Invisible but everywhere. I see it now, Sheriff. Clear as the damn day. But where'd they find these dealers? And where'd they even get the idea in the first place? I mean, as far as I know, imagination isn't big in the yard dicks. No, it's not. Yes, there's someone else, someone bigger, smarter, who knew even more and had that imagination. Not sure now, but maybe one of these guys can tell us. We're going to visit? Are we ever? Chapter 26. He loved his new little gun. He carried it with him everywhere, even in the pockets of his golfing +4s and in his evening smoking jacket. His fingers grew to know it well, as they always curled about it in the right pocket of his trousers, so as to keep the elastic of his braces from stretching out from the 21 ounces of steel he now sported. He loved the friction of the checkered grip, the Art Deco swoop that went into the hammer, silver on the sides, black on the top. His thumb rested on the latch that locked the cylinder in place, finding it a soothing place. Alone in his home office, he would remove it and just stare at its pleasing lines, its sense of purpose that was nevertheless conveyed in powerfully aesthetic design. He loved the gun sounds, too, all the clicks and snaps and pops as it was put through its function tests, each with an accompanying and soon identifiable vibration. It was so beautiful. It was so ugly. It was so charismatic. For a desperate man, nothing comforts like a gun. It gave him a sense of freedom from his many woes. He did not think explicitly of suicide, as that idea was too vulgar for him. His preferred term was escape. The little gun meant that at any instant he could avoid the train that rushed down the tracks at him, with its freight of failure, of shame, of scandal, of social and financial and familial ruin. A single press on the trigger would send the cocked hammer forward, and literally a tenth of a second later, all the woe would have vanished. There was plenty of money left for Marjorie and the boys, and they could remain in Winnetka forever. That was something to be proud of. Winnetka forever. Yes, that was worth dying for, and he took an almost giddy satisfaction that nothing would be wasted on lawyers, bent merely on elongating their payday,
and the god-awful journalists who would love to paint him as the capitalist murderer of innocent victims, convicts, and relish his slow, dramatic destruction. Even Colonel McCormick's Tribune would not be able to resist the temptation, and he imagined a front-page cartoon of himself in the dock, sweating bullets in the shadow of the gallows to ride the roasty-toasty express to the death. He would not give that to them. He pressed the barrel to his head, just above and to the front of his ear. His thumb eased the hammer back against some reluctance from the mainspring, and he felt the subtlest glissando as the hammer's motion rotated the cylinder to align it with a new chamber. The trigger, drawn backward by the hammer's journey, opened the trigger guard more fully, and it seemed to welcome his finger. When the hammer reached its apex and locked in place, some eccentricity of the mechanism produced not one but two clicks. A shallow click followed by a more serious manifesto of intent. Now volatile, all its springs coiled, the gun had a slightly different feel to it, a kind of rigidity or gravitas. That last big snap reminded him of an ensign's heels smacking together as he popped to, offered salute, and said, "Reporting for duty, sir." The little machine was ready. With the tip of his finger, he pushed gently against the trigger's steel curvature and felt a kind of relaxation, all springs now released, shiver through the pistol. In the 10th of a second, the hammer fell. It snapped. One of these days, he thought, I shall have to load it. Chapter 27. He found it easily enough, under the shadow of the east elevation of the loop tracks. The address was 33 South Wabash, and down the street Charles could see the vertical marquee of the famous restaurant and big band broadcast spot called the Black Hawk. Prime rib was said to be pretty good there, and they made your salad from a big bowl while the musicians of the Coon Sanders band played. Nice place to take his wife, he thought, knowing the prospects of her getting up here were pretty slim, which of course prompted a stab of guilt, which just as quickly he buried in stern self-remonstrance and quick reacquaintance with something called duty, which he had obeyed his entire life without ever quite figuring out why, recently suspecting that it was self-deluding subterfuge for doing what he wanted. He turned, and a few storefronts down found Von Lengerk and Antoine, the gun shop and general outdoor store. For the sport was the motto. It seemed posh, more like a jewelry place. Gangsters shopped here. So the rumors went. Some sport. He entered, finding it the sort of place where Browning, Colt, and Winchester would always be Mr. Browning, Colonel Colt, and Mr. Winchester, as required by their peerage. It was split in two, with all the fishing stuff and checkered shirts and boots on one side, and the guns, including a still legal Thompson, but also some quite sleek British game rifles displayed on the other. He tracked along the long guns on the wall, passing from bolt actions to lever actions to semi-automatics, and finally to shotguns. Amid a flourish of wall-mounted game birds, their feathers all spread like a poker hand. It didn't take long before a clerk came rushing over. "Morning, sir. Can I be of service? Show you something?" "I'm interested in a semi-auto 12-gauge, and since most of my guns are designed by John Browning, I'd like to stick with that brand. I've heard his Auto 5 is the best." "Yes, sir," said the clerk, turning, checking, then selecting an Auto 5 from the rack. He snapped the bolt to prove to his customer that it was unloaded. "Duck hunters swear by it. Those low flocks incoming fast, you can get tangled up or even short-shuck a pump like Winchester's 12. With Mr. Browning's shotgun, it's as fast as you can pull the trigger 5 times. Charles took it, ran his eyes expertly over it, checked for details like the quality of the joinery between wood stock and metal receiver, brought it to shoulder a time or two, rotated as if tracking a low-flying Canada goose in one of Arkansas's many dismal swamps on the way south in the fall, felt the weight, the balance. "We have the gun in several grades, sir. The higher the grade, the more refined the wood. Polishing is said to be better, Circassian walnut for the furniture. There's gold-infused engraving of a very tasteful manner. And I'm guessing that the people in the factory take more time fitting a grade 4 than a grade 1. But whatever, it's a beauty. It was. It had John M.'s trademark high rear end, an inverted slope rising from stock grip to the top of the action, giving it something of the appearance of Mr. Browning's useful automatic rifle. In fact, it looked like a BAR that had gone to college. Its 28-inch barrel provided a supreme grace, and, rotating on imaginary birds, Charles felt the elegant barrel leading the gun through its arc. But as much as he loved the gun at once, he understood that so long a barrel was a sharp disadvantage. "It's barrel length I'm more concerned with. Is this the only choice?" "In the Browning, yes. However, both Remington and Savage make a variant of the same exact gun, owing to some fracas between Mr. Browning and Winchester. Maybe not the cachet, but functionally identical. Both fine manufacturers. The Savage has a shorter barrel 20-inch skeet model with a cuts compensator that can be adjusted to— I'm familiar with the cuts on a Tommy, thanks." He took his wallet, opened it to show his badge. "I'm not hunting ducks or geese, but men. I need something to carry in the car that I can get to fast and has a lot of power and speed and can be fired one-handed in an emergency. It should also have a wide shot dispersion, which the cuts will provide. The division has heavy guns like your Thompson over there and lots of Winchester 97s, but they have to be signed out and then signed in. That's hard to do when someone's cutting on you with a drum of 45s. "I see your point," said the clerk. And now the bullet, again surprisingly dense for its size, yet there was something equally comforting in that unexpected heaviness. It wasn't nothing, it wasn't anything. It was something. It had purpose in this world, a destiny, perhaps to punch a hole in a piece of paper, perhaps to punch a hole in his own head. Whatever, not to be trifled with. It came from a tray still containing 49 others, which looked to his experience somewhat like an egg carton, in the neatness and precision with which it offered its cargo, line by line, 5 across, 10 long, alternating head or tail down, all squished into the tray precisely. The box was sour apple green, saying Remington, and across the rear end it said 38 Special, 130 grains, lead, round nose. He examined the killing tip. Yes, indeed, proletarian lead, but shaped somewhat like a bell, a soft curve to a bluntish tip. That was the piece that killed. As he understood the theory, the powder in the brass case exploded when the hammer struck it, and its force found the way of least resistance, driving the bullet at supersonic speeds down the barrel toward its target. In his intended use, there would be no problem with aim. The muzzle would be against his skull. Yet he wondered about other applications, since his playtime with the gun had acquainted him with the difficulty of marksmanship. It wobbled in his grip, and the tighter he held it, the more it wobbled. Yet if he held it loosely, it would jump from his hand and clatter to the floor. It was a mystery utterly beyond him. The sight was a thin blade that would not keep still when pointed in a selected direction at a selected target. The best thing, he realized, was to shoot it single action while braced against something. Only then would the damned thing settle down. Now he did what had been unfathomable a few days earlier, when all this was so new and frightening. He plucked that bullet off the table, and very delicately, as if it were that egg fresh from the carton, brought it to the open cylinder, aligned it with a hole, and deposited it. The world did not end. Winnetka did not disappear into a rip in the earth. The stock market did not collapse a second time. Nothing happened. All right, then. He swiftly made 5 more deposits, then again with a little girl's delicacy of touch, noting again the theme of circles. The cylinder was circular, as were the holes. The cartridges, when inserted and showing only their rear surface, were circular, and within them centered yet another circle. It was in its infantile way impressive. He gently closed the cylinder into the frame, feeling the tiniest of metallic shutters as the latch locked the cylinder in its place. And behold, a loaded pistol. He stared at it, feeling both awestruck and awesome. He could this second pick it up, and the next second kill somebody, well, himself, with it. So much power. He had no idea that everybody on Earth feels that way when he first picks up a loaded gun, but it usually goes away in 7 seconds. In Thaddeus's case, it took 9 seconds. He put it in the pocket of his sport coat and went to dinner. Chapter 28.
"Now comes the hard part," said Charles. "Somewhere in the city of Chicago, they are assembling their goods for distribution. We can't do a thing until we find them. Yet if we put out an alert, surely they'll hear of it and batten down and go away. They can wait, we can't. And we can't work over a customer. Word gets back to them, they close down. We have nothing." The bastard was smart. "I do have snitches," said Washington. "Remember old Cracker? He called me the night you shot George Roberts. That's how come I got there so fast. Aren't you full of surprises? But I don't think we have the time to run a big snitch network." "Then maybe... no. Officer Washington, go ahead. Any suggestion considered at this point." "Dogs. The noses on them. Get some hounds. Let 'em smell the pinto. Maybe that... No. Everybody sees me with a hound on a leash knows I'm hunting something with an odor. Well, maybe not here in the yards, but out on the streets. Find us a pusher, then follow him to his handler, then follow his handler to the building." "That's good, but again, it would take men to run a canvas, and these fellows are so slippery. Maybe..." "Halsted," said Washington. "I'm not..." "Looky here, Sheriff. We know of 3 distinct places where this thing happened. The first, Roberts in the yards. The second, the undertaker, Mr. Johnson. The third, Billy the Hat, same dive off Halsted." "All off Halsted," said Charles. "Well, that's presuming Roberts wandered in from somewhere looking for prey off Halsted. It was on the Halsted side of the yards." "So Halsted," said Washington, "at various crossing streets." "Really," said Charles, "all you'd have to know is the crossing street, and it would be 2 or 3 numbers, from First Street on out to the end." "You know, in the 4th District, numbers on everybody's mind. It's a ticket to wealth. Mr. Eddie Jones, he runs it. It's a lottery. Folks bet 3 numbers, and if their number comes up, they get the payoff." "Where does the number come from?" "It's always the total of the betting at Hawthorne Park or whichever track is open. The last 3 numbers of that total, that is. They call it the handle, and it's everywhere every day because folks have such hope. In store windows and the newspapers, the lucky number." Charles nodded. Then he said, "You're the genius. You spell it out for me." "You bet your number today, say 458. Tomorrow you check. Maybe big old 458 come up. Never does, but maybe. But that random 3-number group, drop the first one. So instead of 458, it's just 58. That means today the dealer man gonna be around 58th and Halsted. What could be easier?" "We could check the 3 incidents against..." "Nah, too long. Let's check today's number and see if we can find ourselves a pusher man tomorrow." They did, but there was no pusher man. Tried again next day, no pusher man. "So they're getting their numbers someplace else. Where else?" "Has to be easy and fast to find." "Temperature, highest wind speed, last 3 numbers of visitors at the World's Fair." "Who came up with it?" "Actually, neither. It was the National League Chicago's who beat the Pittsburghs at Wrigley 12-3. Then it was the Tribune's night sports desk editor who came up with the headline, "Easy as 1-2-3, Cubs crush Pirates," which stuck in everybody's mind. Then it was a Mrs. James Pettigrew, of dubious reputation and not unknown to police, who dropped dead in an alley near Halsted and 123rd, said Washington. "It's the score of the ball game that provides the numbered street off Halsted," completed Swagger. A check verified the correspondence. They followed him. They followed his handler. Not right away, but slowly they tailed the handler, never pushing it or closing within 300 feet. Yes, he returned to the yards, but then another setback.
They had planned to position Old Cracker to intercept the car's arrival and by increments locate its destination. Who would notice Old Cracker? But the route took them straight through the devastated burn zone, wide open for blocks.
"Call him off," said Charles. "They'll see him plain as day. Next evening, he's the one washes up on the beach. I won't risk that. There's been enough dying. Plus, they go away for a few weeks. We lose a man for nothing."
"How do we follow in wide-open territory with no cover?"
Airplane surveillance, long distance from a rooftop telescope, putting some kind of radio tracking device secretly in the car.
"Hasn't been invented yet."
Ask yard folk, the dicks would hear and vanish. Pulling in a dick and sweating him, against the law and maybe yield no
"Gold,"
said Swagger. Washington looked at him.
"Mr. Charles, Chief Mulrooney told me some of his boys were fixed on the rumor that the Jewish owner of a slaughterhouse had buried gold in his place because he didn't trust banks after the crash of '29. That was just cover, in case anybody saw them messing around in the ruins."
"Now that you mention it, them two boys the night of the shooting struck me as filthy."
"Sure. They were on their way back from fixing up that day's dosage. They'd been in a filthy ruin."
"An abandoned kosher warehouse east of Exchange. How many can there be?"
As it turned out, there was only one. Chapter 29.
"Your bidding was awful tonight, Thaddeus," said Marjorie.
"I know," he said. He stood before her in silk pajamas and robe, freshly brushed teeth, ready for 50 pages of So Read the Rose, even if he was not in a Civil War mood, just as he had not been in a bridge mood. He was not in a life mood. He was in a suicide mood.
"I hate to lose to Louise. She is such a vixen when she gets even the slightest advantage over me."
"I don't even see why you're friends with her."
"Her daughter is Ted's age, very pretty, and goes to Holyoke. Her husband is a partner. You like him."
"Jack's okay."
"It would be an excellent marriage for Ted."
"For God's sake, Marjorie, let the kid pick his own wife."
"Well, aren't you, Mr. Grump?"
"I'm fine."
"I know it's not the office. There is no office."
"I'm fine, I tell you."
"Thaddeus, you're not fine. Ever since that detective showed up, you've not been yourself."
"I've never been myself. Ever. I was not cut out for meat packing. I hate cows, manure, beef stew. My father for dumping this thing on me."
"It served us all."
"Without that damned fire, we'd be in the street. That's how smart I am."
"I think we need a long trip, darling. They say Italy in the fall is magnificent."
He said nothing. Would sleep come tonight? Probably not. Another 8 hours of feckless twisting and turning.
Ugh.
Chapter 30.
An old building on Dexter Park Avenue, across Exchange from Nugent's, but out of the burn zone.
"Old building on Dexter Park?"
Cracker said it was the Goldberg Kosher Corned Beef and Pickle Building. Goldberg's closed down in '31, never recovered from the crash. It's just a frame building, ramshackle old place, mostly wood, gone to rot. The company has never found a new tenant.
"Let's look at it on a map."
They did so, the same map that was everywhere. Sylvester's finger found and traced Dexter Park, intersecting Exchange Avenue, where the unfortunate Nugent's and its brethren had been.
"It seems well sited. Close to Nugent's, so nobody had to drive around with all that pentobarbital in his back seat. Exit Dexter Park to Exchange, and then once out, a left or right turn onto Halsted and into the heart of the 4th District, and a meet-up with that day's designated pusherman, whosoever he may have been. Again, you see someone of intelligence behind it."
"Mulrooney, the chief?"
asked Officer Washington.
"Possibly, though he didn't seem to me anybody except a mean, bitter old cop who'd busted too many heads and was just waiting out of retirement."
"Then who, Sheriff? We might destroy the pentobarbital, but it would be so wrong if the fellow that put this whole thing together got away with it and spent the rest of his life chuckling over the 4th District Negroes."
"I've got 2 suspects. First, one word. Union." Amalgamated Meat Cutters number 173, said Washington. A tough bunch. Lots of picket line fights over the years. Kicked the hell out of scabs. I'm guessing most of them originally worked in the industry. They'd know the yards extremely well. They'd also be the smarter ones, who figured out after a while that busting cows with a sledgehammer didn't have much future to it. They'd naturally gravitate to the union, and working as organizers, they learn even more about this place. They'd constantly be running into the yard dicks, maybe even drinking in the same bar with them. Imagine a guy there who's lost his idealism about the union movement. He's not a Red anymore, so he's looking for an angle himself, because he's not getting any younger. He heard about the big shipment of pentobarbital to Nugent, which would get him thinking. He could see it as easy money. Plus, it would be a way of expressing his hatred for the meatpacking industry, both the big guys and the little. I know some people in 173. If we don't get the connection from the raid, that could take us somewhere. But who's number 2? Nugent himself. Had the brains, knew the yards, wanted out of the business, wanted the insurance money. Anything to stay in Winnetka. Men will do a lot to stay in a nice house. He could learn drugs fast, being educated at that fancy college. It's just economics is all. Maybe with the help of Oscar Bentley, the man who makes it happen. We'll find out tonight. Now, let's get back to the map and I'll show you how I see this happening. It's time to have some fun. Chapter 31. A waning half-moon attended. It was smudged orange, hanging in the southwest sky. It didn't cast a bone-white glow as on the night of the gunfight, but more of a sepia tint, like an old photograph. Nothing quite clear or clean in it. Its shadows were blurs. No breeze brought mercy. It was killer hot in Chicago, and insect life swept the atmosphere in vast formations. They crept through it on foot, having parked Charles's car at Halsted and 43rd. Since the big 3 national meat packers were located far away, and the 2 great restaurants, the 2 hotels, and the amphitheater near the main entrance had all burned, there was little danger of drunken revelers or late-night hard workers wandering in. Thus, at 3:44 a.m., 43rd Street had the sense of a ghost town. Here, the smell of the animal and its shit and the smell of the fire and its ruins overwhelmed, combining into nauseous miasma trapped by the jellified atmosphere, almost making Charles wish he had his gas mask from the war. But other than that, this street inside the mile square seemed like any old block of any old city before cement became the rage. The wood was ornate, full of craftsman's pride and filigree. Columns and balustrades seemed to adorn each structure, so in the soft moonlight, shadow was abundant. Networks everywhere of light and dark. All the buildings were dark. In the distance, the pen seethed with cattle. You could hear them shift and grunt, issue throaty sounds that had no kind of classification, occasionally unleashing bellows or other signals of anger or distress. It could not be pleasant to be locked in a pen with the smell of blood leaking in from nearby. Charles and Sylvester reached a certain spot. Across the street and down a bit lay the ruin of the Goldberg Kosher Meat and Pickle Company. Its sign, barely visible in the feeble moonlight, had been rotted out in spots so that it read Goldberg blank Meat blank Pickle, and under that a line of Jewish writing. It was dark. Its roof looked as if it had lost half its shingles. No window held glass, only shards. It gave no sign of occupation, signifying only the presence of ghosts and memories. Around back would be its pens and chute, where in its day the better-grade cattle had been gathered, drawn up the chute, then, as in Gentile domains, slaughtered. The knife across the throat was the common method, bled, gutted, hung, halved, and turned into product for the delicatessens of America. The difference was merely that for these folks, blood was taboo, and so not only were the carcasses bled hard and long, the meat was then soaked in water vats to drain whatever few drops remained. Who knew what design changes that would require in the interior architecture of the operation? But it was certain that the cellar or some kind of lower level would be full of tanks of water to receive such cargo.
as well as vats of brine that once received a ton of cucumber a week, to be alchemized into crispy, astringent perfection for the palates of the company's customers. So besides the slaughter mechanics, it was a building of vats, dusty, rusting, maybe empty, maybe not.
"Let's go over it one more time," said Charles. "I go on across the road and the tracks, and into Penland, 4 blocks. Then avenue to the right, between pens 39 and 40, there's a cattle trace, which leads to one of the big armor pens. 1,000 head in that one. I head down it. Perfect. Take up a position at the gate. Then I wait until your arrival." "Yes, that's fine. That's good enough." "Sheriff, you sure you want to do this on your own? What if they come at you in numbers? I am called Two-Gun for a reason." "I need you where I need you, to do what you have to do when you have to do it. Besides, this evens out the odds considerably."
He clapped the Savage shotgun in his hand, heavy with the weight of 5 No. 4 buckshot loads in chamber, or slung under the barrel in tubular magazine. In each pocket of his jacket, he had 15 more No. 4s. He'd practiced loading the weapon while waiting to move out. It took steady hands, firm fingers, and repetition. But now he could slide 4 into the opening in the breech under the ejection port in a second or two, the 5th to be inserted into the chamber. It then took but a solid push on the bolt release button to prime the shotgun. And one had at one's disposal 5 charges if need be, fast as a prairie fire.
"You take the most dangerous action for yourself."
"This is the sort of thing I do. I ran many raids in the war. I happen to be good at it. I am not even scared, only impatient, so no other option need be considered."
"I still worry about the light."
"I bring a candle and not a flashlight because the flashlight is too bright. It's a giveaway of presence that is immediate. The candle glows, it doesn't beam, and it flickers uncertainly. Men aren't sure if it's there or not. It happens that I have very good eyes and can see more by candlelight than most. I will be fine."
"So be it."
"All right, Officer Washington. If one of us doesn't get out of this alive, no tears are to be shed. That's what we signed on for. Still, whichever way the breaks fall tonight, I have enjoyed working with you to the maximum. Smart, thorough, dutiful, and earnest. The best. The honor has been all mine."
"You are a fine man, sir. To get involved in something like this that is affecting only the black of the 4th District is beyond admiration, at least to me."
They shook hands, and neither being of ceremony, that was enough. Each scooted off in a different way for his different mission. Charles withdrew back down 43rd a bit, then, certain that no observers were lurking, he crossed Dexter Park, split down a gap between 2 packing houses, found himself out back. Each was the same, operational or not, a death pen where the selected waited to be driven to a ramp, a chute up into the building itself, and at the far side a loading dock for the trucks or wagon that would take the final product either to trains or to local wholesale. Moving behind them was mostly about climbing fences. In a few, cattle left over from the last kill stood numbly, uninterested in reality. Now and then one would issue a sound of some meaning in cattle language, but none in the human tongue. Charles reached the last fence, negotiated it to find himself at the backside of the former Beef Pickle headquarters. As with the others, it featured a pen, a chute, and a dock, though in this case the curse of decay was evident even in the dark. Charles tramped through dust. Drought had consumed Chicago, which aided in the Mayfire's violence by a long shot, and scaled the chute. He thought there would be an entrance big enough for steer or heifer, and there was, though locked. He set down the shotgun and took from his pocket a leather packet all breaking and entering specialists and most sheriffs carried, selected a tool, leaned close to find a keyhole, and began to diddle. It was not new to him, and through the sensations of the tool he identified the locking mechanism and its parts. That done, he let the pick return on its ring, selected another, and began to gently poke and prod. The lock was solid but unsophisticated, and it took but a minute or so to find the points of leverage and spring the device. He entered, closing and locking it behind him. He waited for his eyes to adjust to the slightly reduced light of the interior. No need for candle or match yet, as that would ruin his night vision. When he'd seen as much as he could see, he edged forward. The interior seemed to be nothing that he'd expected. At the chute entrance, the death floor was quite small, of grated iron. Peering beneath, he could see the circle of a large vat. It was obviously meant to capture the blood surging from the steer's cut throat. Then, presumably on the muscle and zeal of its operators, the dead or dying thing was shoved a few feet to yet another chute, where it was placed to slide to a lower level. There was no overhead system of roller-mounted line that would be manipulated to pull the carcass to its stations of process. Instead, the carcass slid down the chute to be received by another vat. That one would be half full of salt water. The carcass would splash in and sit for a few days to soak out the leftover blood. The vats were all wheeled and could be moved to the mouth of the chute, then replaced as the day progressed. Later, the vats were spilled. Out came the water, out came the beef. Then the animal was processed, and the brisket was sliced thin for aging and spicing, and separated for the magic that would turn it into the authentic corned beef. Charles's eyes swam into adjustment. He figured the boys must have assembled their cotton patches in a solution of glycerol, alcohol, and pentobarbital down here, by flashlight or lantern light, because the lowness of position would have mitigated most of the shine to any would-be late-night onlookers. Thus, too, the drug would be stored down here. Scanning, his eyes crossed no chest, safe, cabinet, or trunk. He waited a bit, then tried again. In this fashion, he moved through the building's length, through a wilderness of vats that filled the central space. But again, no storage unit presented itself, nor were there doors to an anteroom where the work might be performed for that day's delivery. He realized he had to do what he preferred not to do, light the candle and use its flickering illumination to find his goal. Kneeling, he pulled it out, and closing his eyes to protect his night vision from the spurt, ignited the match. Introducing match to wick, he waited until the steady pulse of heat told him he was okay, then opened his eyes. At this level, the slaughterhouse's lowest, he again waited for his eyes to achieve dilation, and then looked to see what he could see. It was just emptiness amid the vats, half a man high. Shadow cascaded this way and that. The place had a stench of death and a wet cave to it, of being subsumed in the queasy damp of the earth itself. Walking as carefully as he could, he patrolled one wall, then another, then back along the third, in no place finding sign of supply storage. Finally, only the back wall remained. That scanned, nothing was revealed. Damnation. All this work to come up dry. Not a trace of a drug operation. Where would they hide it? He told himself that such a place would have to be accessible, easy to manipulate, meant for a short, concentrated effort, not the slow rhythm of a day's honest. Had to be in a vat. The vat had to be easily tipped. The material was then spread out on the floor, and 2 men did the assembling while 2 kept watch. Then it was replaced and they headed back upstairs, and 2 of the men drove away with the stuff, the others disappearing into the complexity of pens and chutes and walkways that occupied the vast center of the mile square. Charles found it. The shortest of the vats, it was also one of the nearest to the stairway upstairs, which led to the docking area. That made much sense. He tipped it gently, feeling the material inside shift, sliding upward as the vat was lowered. The contents slid out. Yes, a cardboard packing crate with glass jars wrapped in paper against breakage. Yes, a paper bag, whose interior revealed wads and wads of 1-inch square cotton patches. Yes, a large brown jug of medicinal alcohol, a smaller clear bottle of medicinal glycerol. And yes, finally, a crate of 6 levels, each level latticed by cardboard to protect its precious cargo of vials. Lettering on the crate said, "The Upjohn Company, Albany, New York." A skull and crossbones proclaimed either pirates or poison. He assumed the latter, and in smaller letters, pentobarbital 25 cc's, 400 units. He could tell that so far only a third of the top level had been used. Much was left, much money yet to be made, many deaths yet to occur. and he heard from far above a door opening and one man saying to another, "Let's get this done. I have stuff to do." On the cattle trace between pens 39 and 40 was exactly nowhere. It was just empty fenced lots of mud and earth, some with animals, some without. Other than the knowledge that human labor was needed to build so much fence, no sense of the human race appeared. It was a flat plain, under a vast cathedral of stars, and only at the rims of the visible was there sign that such a thing as civilization existed. Washington could see toward what had to be the northwest, the towers of the Loop. Many buildings wore a ceremonial gown of illumination to proclaim their beauty and importance. But from more than a mile, all detail went missing, and the brightness was not enough to drown the cascade of stars above and the sinking smear of orange moon. The other quadrants of horizon were darkened, as commerce in even this most commercial of square miles, in this most commercial of cities, had at last shut down for an hour or two before dawn. The most profound suggestion of life was the sound that leaked somehow from the standing cattle. As before, nothing like a moo occurred, but every other category of animal noise, including grunts, snorts, gulps, belches, farts, low moaning, heavy breathing, the occasional yelp of pain, and whatever else could be construed. At the big gate to the armor pen, he sensed their packing density. These were much higher-grade animals than the poor rejects of Nugent's low end of the bovine universe. They were hefty, muscular creatures, firm of construction, proud in posture, noble by profile. They stood in majestic torpor and lassitude, as if confident their very presence was warning enough to keep the world at bay. The steers had horns of various lengths and curls, but all had in common the rapier-like tip at the end, which could shred a man's guts in a second. No one wanted to get too close to that possibility, ever. They would feed America, and seemed oddly pleased at the honor, even knowing where it would take them tomorrow. Or maybe not. Who knew? Really, you could gaze for a year into those placid, gigantic brown eyes and learn nothing. Washington certainly had no theories. He leaned against the fence on high alert. He was flexing both hands to warm the muscles for the shooting that lay ahead. He had cleaned and lubed each heavy-duty revolver that afternoon, finding them as always almost magical in their complexity and precision. The thickened frame sturdy enough to contain the extra blast of the more powerful .38-44 cartridges, whose speeding bullet would knock a man flat if it hit a bone, shattering that bone in the process. The ivory grips weren't just for show. They provided, being dimensionally larger than Smith & Wesson's standard woods, more gripping space for his large hands. He knew his capabilities. Draw from the hip, shoot from the hip, and out to 25 feet, hit dead solid perfect center. He checked his watch. It ticked slowly onward, revealing only that it was on to 5 a.m., and if tonight was to produce results, they would be initiated shortly. He breathed, mouth dry, felt the fetid air, looked to the sky to see a far-off airplane, heard a train whistle in the night, tried not to anticipate, and then he heard the fastest kettle-drum sound of shotgun shells spewing buckshot into the night. Now? Yes, now, before they're down here and set up. Start them off in confusion and they will stay in confusion. He heard the reverberations of the four heading down the metal stairs at the far end of the room and leaned forward, snicking the safety off the trigger guard of the Savage. He fired 5 No. 4 cartridges into the crate of Pinto. It was like firing a Thompson gun jacked on a saxophone bohemian's nose full of cocaine, and it unleashed discordant percussive notes at burst speed. The flashes, given the shortness of the 20-inch barrel and the darkness of the room, blossomed incandescent and vast, and the shells rushed through the gun's process as if on an express train, in obedience to a finger that had pulled oh so many triggers. The shells emerged, now empty husks bereft of powder and shot, at blur speed, spinning crazily atop one another as they were flipped out by the ejector. Mr. Cutt's compensator, set to apogee, coaxed each flotilla of 21 pieces of lead in the widest possible pattern. The shot tore, shredded, disintegrated, shattered, destroyed. In less than a second, the crate had been pulped beyond recognition and yielded only remains of tattered cardboard, flecks of which floated heavily in the air, splintered glass vials, and bakelite caps. The killer fluid itself saturated this mulch of ruin, but Charles flipped the hot gun, slammed 4 more shells into the magazine, the 5th being too awkward to load, threw the bolt, and hammered all 4 into the mulch, administering a tide of total pulverization. The folks next to Nugent's would have been proud. This was pulverization of the highest professional grade. He spun, hearing confusion at the end of the room, as the 4 dicks were caught by surprise and locked themselves into paralysis as they waited for clarification and decision. While they waited, Charles reloaded yet again, this time taking the extra second for the 5th shell. He spun, braced, and lacking any target except a compass heading, launched all 5, the same orchestration of thunder and lightning and buckshot and hot-ejected empties. As anticipated, the clouds of shot hit primarily vats and banged off on the ricochet in a pattern of random diagonal trajectories. The men fell back, some stung, all terrified, all lost in near-terminal bewilderment. Plus, their ears hurt and the flashes burned so bright, they saw flashbulbs going off before them in space. Charles turned, hit the stairway nearest, and clambered up it. "I see him!" somebody said, and fired a pistol bullet. Revolvers in the dark on a moving target at 75 feet. Not ideal shooting conditions, and the round hit something metallic with a clang and bounced off. More bullets came his way, all unaimed but for general area, all hitting something metal or wood, all ripping debris into an atmosphere already toxic with chemical death, shreds of cardboard, old paint, rusted metal chips, powder residue, perhaps old blood molecules as stirred by the commotion. Charles got a final reload in, stood, and issued himself a barrage of covering fire, by which he backed out the door onto the loading dock, dropped off it, found a cattle trace running along the holding pen, and headed out as fast as he could. It would be seconds before his antagonists came after him, but he knew absolutely that they would. Washington was ready now. He listened harder. More shots, these apparently of pistol, as they had a fragility to them. Almost a trifling buttercup of noise against the brute force of the shotgun's blasts. It seemed too much time. Had the unimaginable happened? Charles Swagger's luck had to run out sometime, yet how sad it would be if the killer of Johnny D had been taken down by a rogue bullet, fired in the dark by a no-count yard bull. But then Charles asserted his existence and survival with 3 12-gauge comets launched into the night. It had developed into a running gunfight in the dark through the endless nothingness of Penland, with the shuffle and moan of now clearly agitated cattle rising in turn at the provocation of the gunshots. Washington held steady, even though he had a tremendous impulse to walk the trace onto 43rd Street and see what approached. Charles, hit, limping, needing help. Charles cornered with the dicks having leveraged the angles on him, able then to throw shots from all sides with no cover in between. Maybe he was even down, and now they stood over him. But if Officer Washington had any faith in this world, it was invested in Charles Swagger alone. No 2-bit Packingtown railroad bull was about to take down Charles Swagger. Washington saw him suddenly whirl about the corner, hoist his shotgun, and in a second he'd sent 5 flashes flaring into the night, and whatever it would be, the next stage was upon them. Charles ran through a night of nothingness and flash. It was not in him to run normally, but this action had been choreographed along certain principles, and so he did not stand to fight, but instead swerved this way and that, crossing exchange and entering the wide expanse of Penland. On either side were the blankness of fencing and the somewhat random distribution of cattle, occasionally sheep, occasionally, knowable by their stench, even hogs, who were fouler to the nose than any creature great or small. He was confident he would not be hit, for his pursuers had only their Colt revolvers, a close-range daylight weapon, if anything, completely unsuited to shooting down skittering shadows 100 yards ahead in the dark. Occasionally he spun, braced against fencing, and cranked off a batch of shells. He didn't aim, he pointed, and he kept his eyes closed during the discharges to preserve his night vision, knowing the short-barreled weapon to launch fireballs against the satiny dark. Not quite an ordeal. The circumstance nevertheless had a dreamlike or memory-retrieved sense to it. Western Front, 1916 and 17. As a sergeant in the Canadian Army, he'd led raids that, more often than not, ended with helter-skelter dashes through the endless nothingness of no man's land under enemy attack. But this was the comic version. For then, the fire had been roaring death beams of 7.92 millimeter center fire from the German Maxims, aimed by experienced gunners, where tonight it was the yard bulls and their pop guns. He reached Pen 39 at last. It seemed a year in coming, and veered to the right, finding next door the pathway between 39 and 40 that led to a back entrance to the large armor holding yard. He paused, crouching, breathing deeply to reacquire oxygen and also to adjust his fedora. It had tilted a little too far to the right, and he did not care for that appearance. He saw them spread out across the street, moving remorselessly. They meant to catch and kill him. They understood at a glance that he had destroyed their enterprise, and that worse, he knew who they were and what they'd done. And whatever happened next would not be in their best interests, so that only killing was left. They clustered, conferred, then began to come toward him. "Hold off, boys," he yelled. "Put the guns down and assume the position against the fence. You will at least survive the night." The answer was gunfire, which stated their decision explicitly. He pointed the savage upward and fired 5, fast as he was able. In the boldness of the flash, he could see them not 50 feet away, just as they could see him. It was an intimate little tableau of the visible, after such a long slog through the invisible. He turned and ran. So intent on him were they that they paid no attention to what else the animal trace contained. And, stopping and calming, they tried to refuel on oxygen. Then they pushed on, seeing how close they'd gotten, feeling they had their man at last. Officer Washington saw him come. "Man," he said, "too damn much running for an old man." Breathing deeply, Swagger took off his fedora and wiped his brow with his sleeve. "They're here," said Washington. Swagger turned. The yard bulls stood shoulder to shoulder at the mouth of the trace, pistols in hand, hats tight. They thought they had him trapped, for no man would venture on foot into the packed armor holding pen. It was sure death by trampling. "Okay, Federal man, got you now. Time for you to face Irish wrath for stomping out our business." "You got that right," yelled back Charles. "It's a time for wrath, Paddy. You have fair earned it." He turned to Washington and said, "You ready for this, son?" "Been waiting on it my whole life," was the reply. Shoulder to shoulder, stride for stride, gun for gun, they started the walk down the trace. "Fuck! He's got that two-gun coon with him!" They could see the gunfighters ahead, walking that steady, serious pace, calm as a breezeless summer day. Hats low, mouths flat, eyes hard. In the now grayish light, they looked like cowboy death. "They set us up for this. I am getting the hell out of here. You stand tight, Jack. 4 of us, 2 of them. Close enough so aiming don't matter. Only guts. Show 'em some Mick guts. Close and closer till you can't miss. More guns, more bullets. Then we're clean out of here with a hefty retirement plug. Tomorrow we visit you-know-who and relieve him of what he claimed from us. We also relieve him of ever ratting on us, too. Fo a balag, me fine boyos." Closer and closer, 40 feet apart. Enough light to see the others' hard, narrowed eyes. No speeches now, or imprecations or commentary. There might have been an instant of calm, and then the doors to hell ripped open as the devil himself dropped in for early breakfast. Charles saw hands go blurry in a rush and fired, automatic shucking a shell, muzzle spurting a blot of flash and a chunk of lead, and sending a hard ball into a man's stout gut. Not being an amateur, he wasted no time on the man's stutter step toward collapse, but instead cranked to left and fired 2 so fast it sounded as one, into high chest and low throat of the next Paddy. All of this before either could get a shot off. Simultaneously, all his strength hammered into his strong right hand. two-gun double-actioned 158 grains of high-speed lead into the hip bone of an antagonist, shattering it. The next one arriving but a tenth of a second later to pulverize the left ventricle. The last man standing got his only shot off, but it sailed high and the recoil took the muzzle higher, and he was battling in micro-time to recover when Washington's fast mover broke his cheekbone in three and splattered brain tissue into the fetid atmosphere. Gunsmoke, rancid and angry, fought the odor of shit for domination. It curled and drifted and looked for crannies to inhabit. Ears rang, eyes blinked hard and fast, ruined of night vision by the multiple extravagances of powder burning beyond barrel's end.
"You okay, two-gun?"
"Don't think I got no holes in me."
"You, Sheriff?" "I'm fine. Need fresh air, bourbon, and a cigarette. That's all."
"Okay. Now what?"
"I suppose we call it in."
"Got a better idea. Sooner to that drink."
"I'm all for it."
Washington led him back down the trace to the gate of Armour's holding pen. "Now you stand clear," he said. Charles mounted the fence, and with that, Washington unlatched the gate and shoved it wide open. Even still, the bovines didn't notice or seem too clear on what was happening. No one had ever accused them of being smart, and no one had ever taught them any tricks. Eventually, if left alone, they might have noticed and begun to trickle out in ones and twos. Thus Officer Washington drew his second gun, thumbed back the hammer, pointed at the low orange moon, and fired until empty. The shots were like a current of electricity zapped through each animal, animating it in a split second to recoil and instinct. They bolted, the ones closest to the now opened gate, the leaders by default, and all drove hard for escape, chewing up gross tons of dust and shit and straw, their stout legs and sharp hooves in total churn with panic. They bolted toward what to them was survival from the curse of gunshot. How fast an animal goes from stupefied torpor to high-speed action is one of the miracles of animal behavior. Nothing human can match it, as if they become a different species, now one absorbed in the all-consuming drama of escape. Nothing else occupied their minds, to the degree they had minds, only the universal message of instantaneous flight. The cattle hit the four bodies without much in the way of notice by individual animals. Their brains so narrowly focused, they did not register other markers. The common mechanism of destruction was trauma as applied at full force by the galloping dynamic of the muscular legs, moving 1,400 pounds on the hoof, lost in flight panic. It smashed the four bodies hard, shattering bone in the process. Under the hooves, they were crushed into meal by those driving limbs, slashed by hoof edge, slicing, ripping, crunching, breaking. Against the energy of stampede, flesh and bone are butter to the hot knife. Charles and Officer Washington made it back to Charles's car with the dawn. Behind there was ruckus, as escaped cattle are an emergency. However, once freed, the cattle did not pine to escape. Instead, they stood about in ones and twos, gossiping. The two men rested, breathing hard, each waiting for words to enter his mind. Finally, Charles said, "I'll drop you at your car."
"It's over then, Sheriff."
"There's a fellow left."
"You'll deal with him."
"I will."
"Will you tell me?"
"No. If you know Officer Washington, you might sooner or later acknowledge it innocently, but possibly it could reach someone of influence. We don't know to what level this enterprise was sanctioned, and who derived profit, and what their will toward retaliation would be. So best to leave it alone."
"Sheriff, did you get a look down the street after the cattle were done?"
"I did. Not much to see. Lots of cows standing around. And in the trace, pieces which I take to have once been men."
"Yes,"
said Officer Washington.
"Well, what I saw was justice. Ain't much of it in Chicago, but here tonight, between pens 39 and 40, was a little."
Chapter 32. The air was leaden. Gloom occluded all. The clouds seemed to weep. His skin hurt. Thoughts of golf at Indian Hill and the stately glory of Winnetka were long past.
"Oh, Thaddeus," Marjorie had said. "That detective called. He'll be dropping by shortly after noon. He says he has a few more questions."
Thaddeus smiled, thanked her, went upstairs, and took the pistol out of the hiding place in his sock drawer. He rehearsed the steps, simply cock by thumb on way to head, listening for the last big click, press muzzle against temple, and the slightest touch to the trigger would end all and forever. He had been through it many times before, now once more. It was best. No arrest, no scandal, no shame to family. A one-day story, too, at best. So much better than the drawn-out ordeal by pathetic sniveling that a trial would entail, with him in the starring role as the rich murderer who profited off the deaths of convicts. He knew that in the press, the convicts would be portrayed as angels who'd accidentally misbehaved and were then martyred on the altar of capitalism. The Reds would eat it up. His own people would abandon him to obscurity, prison, maybe the gallows. His children would change their name. It would be the end of the Nugent line. When he saw Swagger's car pull up, he said to Marjorie,
"Darling, just in case, do know how I love you and the children, and I did everything I did for your benefit."
Not entirely true, of course, but what else was he supposed to say?
"Thaddeus, my goodness, what on earth are you talking about?"
"Darling, there were some work irregularities. I may have to answer for them. I'm nowhere near as perfect as you think I am."
She didn't, of course. Another myth.
"I am, in fact, profoundly flawed."
That one was true. Leaving her befuddled, he went to the door and opened to the knock. The detective was as before, stern, possibly of Baptist denomination, long of leg and trunk and arm, hat low over eyes that saw much and expressed little. Same hot-weather tan suit, much abused since it had hung on the rack at some department store.
"Detective, come in."
"Thank you, Mr. Nugent."
"Do sit. I am ready for anything."
"Yes, sir. This won't take long."
"Should I have my lawyer present?"
No, I don't think that'll be necessary. It's pretty open and shut."
"Yes, it is,"
said Thaddeus. "I'd like to return to the day of the fire."
"I'm sorry, what?"
"Sir, the fire. May 14, when your building and pens were destroyed."
"Yes, of course. Is there some question of legality here?"
"Not unless you know of one. I looked pretty hard into it, and everything seems to accord."
"Well then, what can I do for you?"
"Sir, the arson investigator told me that one reason the fire did $8 million in damage, but only killed one poor soul, was that you got your people out fast and in order, and called pulverized manure on one side and western pork on the other. They got their people out in the same good order. So when the fire devastated Exchange Avenue, all the places were empty."
"We were in fact preparing for inventory, so everybody was on their toes."
Inventory, thought Charles. Interesting. He went on. "Officially, the fire is said to have started at 4:15 p.m. Yet you, as well as the pulverized people, were out of the building and had moved down Exchange by 4:15, or at least several people have told me." Were they trying to build some kind of insurance fraud against him? This was suddenly and completely baffling. He had been told time and again that there was no evidence of any kind of ignition signature, save accident by discarded cigarette under the 45th Street viaduct.
"I can't say when exactly the fire started. I can tell you when the call came in."
"Call? What call?"
"My secretary got a call. I'd guess around 4:10. She came scrambling in, terribly upset, because she'd been warned of a fire. 'Get out now,' someone had said. We went to the window and saw nothing except, of course, cattle. But you have to take such things seriously since the place is a tinderbox, especially in hot, dry, windy weather."
"I see," said the detective.
"I'd happily give you her number and address. She's a rock. Was with me for 25 years and never made a mistake. If Virginia Stanton said a fire was coming, and only a fool would brush it off."
"I may have to talk with her. Did she by chance recognize the voice?"
"No. That was funny, come to think of it. She said he slobbered. His mouth was full of saliva or something. A lisp, I suppose you'd call it.
or a stutter, or both, possibly drunk. Virginia could give you a better description, I'm sure.
No, actually, that's very helpful. Okay, well, you've been a great help.
The detective rose. I thought this was about some other issue, Thaddeus heard himself saying as he rose too. There were some deaths in a prison that was one of our accounts. I thought there might be questions as to—
There might be questions, but I wouldn't be the one to ask them. Don't know a thing about it. I did send out a bulletin to our field offices regarding your accounts and any possible irregularities. Sorry, that's my job. Anyhow, here's something that might interest you in that regard that wasn't covered by the Chicago papers.
He took an envelope out of his suit pocket. Thaddeus ripped it open, saw a clipping from the Bangor Daily Call, August 19, 1934. Shawshank deaths laid to salmonella in stewed tomato tins. Bangor, UPI. A 3-doctor state panel concluded that 7 convict deaths at Shawshank Penitentiary last month were caused by food poisoning traced to a contaminated can of stewed tomatoes inadvertently served to the prison population with a popular beef stew dinner. The chief medical examiner, William Wright, M.D., said that,
"Sure would like to arrest somebody today," said Swagger, "but it doesn't look like it's going to be you. Have to try something else. Anyway, thanks for your help and good luck on the course this afternoon."
"Yes, sir," said Thaddeus, missing entirely the reality that sometimes even dour cops joke. Yes, oh, gosh, yes. I don't know what to say. Oh, this is sensational. Look, here, can you take this? Give it to some policeman. I bought it for self-defense, but now it scares me." He handed over what Swagger saw was a Colt Dick special. Swagger opened it, saw 6 brass circles within circles gleaming within the cylinder.
"You're sure on this, sir? I do know where it could be helpful."
"Yes, please, take the damned thing. I don't need a gun. This is Winnetka." He bounced to his car, a sprightly old fellow, all dapper and perky. No rain on his parade, no sir. So much energy. Those white teeth, that straw fedora pushed back on the balding head. Charlie Oliver, Food and Drug Administration Senior Agent, Union Stockyard and Transit Company Squad. Swagger watched, waited till he got in, then moved swiftly to the other side, opened and slid in.
"Hello, Charlie," he said, smiling. "Remember me?"
After flashing surprise, the old man gathered and said, "Oh, sure, howdy. Named Charles, just like me. With the division, right? You were investigating some missing drugs, as I recall. Went to Thaddeus Nugent, pentobarbital."
"Nugent has been cleared of any wrongdoing. The drugs seem to have been in his supply room when the fire struck. They were burned up like everything else."
"I do wish I'd handled it better, Agent Swagger, and I thank you for not making a fuss with my boss. FDA has a kind of rough reputation these days, and I'm within a few weeks of retirement after working the yards for nigh on 35 years. Very happy to get out alive. Not all do."
"Damn shame about those company dicks," said Swagger. "Hell of a way to go."
"It's a damn dangerous place, I tell you. Folks don't appreciate that, not even my own wife. Step in shit 1 second, catch 10 inches of horn in the gut the next. Or like those boys, get pancaked into the mud."
"O'Malley, Reagan, Dunphy, and Conahay."
"Sounds like a damn vaudeville act," said Charlie. He clicked his bright white teeth. "Ain't funny, but still. The Irish, what can you do? Maybe some whiskey involved, but you didn't hear that from me."
"Don't worry, Charlie. By the way, how's the side? Heal up nicely? Didn't look too serious. I usually shoot better, but it was damn dark that night and I couldn't see my sights. You were pretty damn lucky, no doubt about it."
Sir, what are you talking about? I don't—"
"I figure it was you and 2 of the Irishers on the ambush. O'Malley, Reagan. The other 2 were back at Goldberg's Beef Pickle, getting set up for the next day's work."
"Sir, if you—"
"See, it took a man with a wide range of knowledge to put this together. Unique, this fellow would be. He'd know the yards as only someone who'd worked there for 35 years would. Every animal trace and pen and shortcut and dead end. He'd know the yard bulls, having worked with them for the same amount of years. They were his enforcement if he got in a jam, and whenever there was swag, he made sure to give them a taste. But he also had to know drugs and their potential. He had to realize that 400 cc's of pentobarbital could be turned into $100,000 of cash if handled the right way. You have a master's degree in chemistry from downstate. I checked. But he'd also have to have contacts in the 4th District. That's why it was so helpful that your dentist was Ralph Hughes. Damn fine pair of choppers he made for you, eh, Charlie? You needed upstanding men to act as one-time pushers. Easy work, a chunk of dough. Could be trusted selling tickets for a ride on the night train. Dr. Hughes's patient list provided the names. Money for everybody.
Charlie said nothing. He clicked his teeth, stared into space.
Then when you heard Nugent was about to inventory, you knew you had to act. He would have discovered the missing drugs, called the cops, and the whole thing would have been a big deal. Just found out about the inventory yesterday. It was the missing piece. If Nugent brought the cops in, even the Irish would have been smart enough to put missing Pinto and dying Negroes together. That's when the fire came into it. Later, you ratted out Nugent to me on the Shawshank deaths to muddy the waters. You thought maybe the idea of nailing a big rich guy on 7 murders might be too much temptation for me to turn down, and I'd lose interest in your little enterprise in the 4th. Too bad I don't think that way.
You have no evidence.
The court I'm going to doesn't require evidence, or confession, or representation. So I'm thinking that when Hughes caught that bullet across the cheekbone, his cover was gone, and your whole thing might be over too soon, and you had plenty of Pinto left. So you went to him and you said, Ralph, here's the choices. Either the cops or the mob are going to figure you out very soon. Whichever, you're ruined. And if it's the mob, it might not just be you, but your wife and daughter, too. So if you love them, Ralph, I'm sorry to say, tonight is the night you take a swim in the lake. Nobody'll know a thing. All that money you made will stay where you put it, and your wife and daughter will have the life you dreamed of for them. Am I right, Charlie?
He was a decent man. Worst thing I did was bring him in. But the wife and daughter are well off in California, far from all this.
Here's the final nail, Charlie. When you called Ralph and when you called Nugent's to warn of the fire, you took your false teeth out. That's why you were slobbering and hardly able to say a thing.
Charlie stayed silent.
I'm going to make you the same offer you made Ralph Hughes, said Swagger. He pulled out the Colt Detective Special and tossed it onto the top of the dashboard. Otherwise, I'm going to tell some Italian folks I know. They see that night train money as theirs, and you as a thief. They won't go easy. Examples have to be made.
Charlie gulped. Then he turned to Swagger. Can't you cut me some slack? I kept it in the colored, he said. Among the dark people. They're animals. Let them lose their souls. Nobody cares.
No slack for you, Charlie, said Swagger. Too many folks bought that ticket and ended up dead. And guess what? Somebody did care.
He got out of the car and walked off. 100 yards out, he heard the shot. He didn't look back. Johnny Tuesday. Author's note. Do not imagine this story in Technicolor. Imagine instead a multichromatic palette only the simple would call black and white. It is a rhapsody of off-white and near black, colors without actual names, coal dust on ivory, ebony smeared with Vaseline, dusty obsidian, radiant plum, wriggly white, all the way to an inky black so black it foretells doom. Such hue and nuance are everywhere. The blinding white-hot muzzle flash of an onyx steel Colt automatic, or the satiny luster of the moon glinting off a dead-end puddle in a slum, the soft pale glow of a silk blouse clinging to a woman's alabaster shoulder, or the shoulder itself, gelid, sleek, of weight, of flesh, so smooth and warm to the touch you could suffocate on it, as many have. Or the elegant cumulus gray of cigarette smoke so heavy in the air that it swirls and tumbles. Twisted angles, shadows like blades, crazy jigsaw streets. Fog adrift like gunsmoke, gunsmoke adrift like fog. Cops with dead guy eyes. Such bedazzlement arrives imprisoned in a square cell at 1:37:1 ratio and photographed through the lenses of men named Alton or Mehdi or Seitz or Musaraka. Enter the noir universe at your own risk, but be aware, once in, never out. That's the house of noir. It's been the ruin of many a poor boy. God, I know I'm one. Chapter 1. It was February 1945, and in the cities of America, small or large, town, burg, village, or hamlet, everybody smoked. Moreover, everybody wheezed, everybody coughed, everybody picked flecks of tobacco off their lips, and hawked gobs of incandescent goo from lungs into kerchiefs or the streets, burned holes in suits, sweaters, and pants, set wastebaskets and sometimes houses ablaze. Everybody died early. Nobody noticed, nobody cared. It was true everywhere, which means it was true without irony of Chesterfield City, Maryland. The town's product basically was cancer, as its plantations, fields, farms, sandy loam, ample sunlight, and cheap Negro labor provided the big tobacco companies of Virginia and North Carolina with some of the raw materials to manufacture little sticks of death, to be sold in brightly colored, heavily advertised packages. The more the butts sold, the more prosperous became Chesterfield City. The war, fought on a high-octane mix of K-rations, cigarettes, and .30 caliber ammunition, was winding down. The weather, middle Atlantic in February, was brisk, but not painful to ears or nose in the sunny 40s. It felt good to breathe. Excuse that damned cough. On Chesterfield City's 5 blocks of downtown, overcoats and scarves shielded citizens from the nip, and the obligatory fedoras turned the street into a river of hats, with brims straight as hoppies in the matinees, or pulled down to cover eyes and nape, as if a nor'easter or a film noir were about to blow in. Out for Saturday morning errands, the folks stopped for coffee or hardware, bought new sports jackets from Malloy's, obeyed the stoplights, ducked away from the dark, sleek, late-30s automobiles out for a weekly gas-rationed spin, put a paycheck in the bank, grabbed a plateful of eggs and bacon at Merritt's Fine Diner, performed the whatever and whenever of American life in the last year of a global spasm. Many prayed for news from sons in combat. Many wished the rationing would finally vanish. A few hoped the war wouldn't be over until they'd killed their own bucketful of krauts. All smoked. The city was smallish at 30,000, just big enough to be called a city, even if it was stuck on a peculiar peninsula running south from Delaware on down through Maryland to Virginia, cut off from the mainland by a mile of bay on one side and 3,700 miles of ocean on the other. No bridges linked the eastern shore, as it was called, to the western shore, that is, America. The only way to get there was the long way. There was no short way. Some of the Saturday downtowners, but not many, may have noticed the Chesterfield Courier truck as it tossed off bundles of newspapers at downtown's 4 different newsstands and 3 drugstores, and may have paused at the headline, Marine Storm Jap Island, and even read the subhead, Iwo Jima, 750 miles off homeland, hit by 3 divisions, casualties said to be light. But they'd been reading headlines like that for some time, always pivoting on the fulcrum of an exotic foreign place they'd never heard of, and casualties were always said to be light, at least on the first day. Ho-hum, nothing new here. It was the war, that's all. No time to pause for details. You could catch up later on the radio news. But under the sameness, the niceness, the earnestness, the war fatigue, the cigarettes, and the hats, an anomaly was inventing itself. Something was about to happen. In the President's Office of State Bank and Trust of Chesterfield, 2 men and a woman were in seated conversation. The office looked like a dream of a Don's chambers at Oxford, at least as imagined by seriously moneyed Americans. They'd hung their hats, Homburgs actually, after the fashion of New York financiers, and neither smoked. But the men both wore double-breasted pinstripes in blue, as was expected of the higher gentry. The woman was equally of splendor, in that classy vocabulary of the time that demanded slim legs, platform heels, a neat coif, and eyes that had a sleepy, or was it sultry, quality to them. Her hair had to be blonde, and of course it was. Her lips ruby, and of course they were. Her lashes full, yep, and her demeanor silky, of class, one might say. She was Mrs. Raymond Tapscott. Her husband was Mr. Raymond Tapscott III, who owned the biggest tobacco plantation in the state, called Brightleaf. He was an unimpressive man, even if his grandfather, the bank's founder, watched the transaction from the wall, as if to confer blessing. Tapscott III was impressively dressed, with an impressive wife, but he was gravely flawed. Eyes small and watery, chin vague, nose without character. You saw the two of them and you'd think, what explains this mismatch? And then you'd answer it yourself. Money, as in his. Greed, as in hers. And you'd be right. Raymond was speaking to the bank's president, Neil Oakley, of Massachusetts by birth, and thus, both technically and truthfully, an outsider. Neil, I needn't explain to you who founded your institution and who owns the majority of the stock as well. The family malarkey aside, my people have been using State Bank and Trust for generations. Please don't disappoint me. This is very upsetting. Raymond, I just hate to open the vault before my full security team is here. A diamond necklace in a velvet case lay on the desk between them. John, if anything happened to my necklace, it would break my heart, said Laura Tapscott. It's an heirloom, representing Tapscott family tradition and history, and it frightens me to have it lying about. Whatever Laura wanted, it seemed, Laura got. Neil Oakley, like everyone, was in love with Mrs. Raymond Tapscott, and could no more deny her than stop dreaming about her shoulders. She's your secret weapon, John. All right, Laura, you're very persuasive. I'll take care of it. You come along. Outside, the street, the river of hats, the rise of vapors, either condensed breath or the issue of cigarettes. Other features immediately recognizable there at State and Main included the vigor of spinsters, the haggard glare of tobacco farmers sure to get fucked again by big tobacco come the harvest auctions, but locked into their destiny nevertheless. Lots of Saturday errand-goers, these being men in old clothes, as leisure wear had yet to be invented for the tax-paying class. A cab or two, yellow of course, stood out in the torrent of black and green 30s big Detroit aerodynamics oozing along State and Main. An elderly man, his legs wrapped in blankets, propelled himself along in a wheelchair, and families made way, dads pulling their unruly offspring out of his determined path. Nothing was suspicious, except perhaps the old chap in the chair, for why was he in a hurry? And say, wasn't he a stranger, come to think of it? But for now, everything was unchanged, until it wasn't. A black car pulled up to the bank. 4 men, suits and fedoras tilted low, all wearing MacArthur-type aviator sunglasses, got out. 2 walked awkwardly because they were swaddled awkwardly, lengthy implements under their coats. They entered the bank. It was a cathedral to capitalism, vaulted, hushed, marbleized, with stately chest-high tables for the acolytes to figure their sums before getting in line. Roycroft wood with that feathery stain everywhere, a frosted glass chandelier atop, like the eye of some munificent god of the American way. Tellers behind ornate cages toiled away earnestly, and behind them various intermediaries calculated or regulated the flow in and out of cash and investments on clickety-clackety adding machines. It sounded like a bowling alley. The crew didn't notice much. They had been in banks before, lots of them. They saw the president and Laura and her husband Raymond standing by the opened vault. Laura was holding a velvet box. The leader of the crew suddenly pulled an M1 carbine from underneath his coat, waving it around. "Get 'em up, goddammit! This ain't no picnic!" he yelled, the armed authority in his voice quelling all sound. Clearly, it was a well-trained team. Each put a zone under gun muzzle, commanding it. A Winchester 97 is not to be argued with, nor is a government .45 automatic, or some kind of large-bore Smith & Wesson hump-backed blue steel revolver. Meanwhile, another robber, this one Pete, with the Winchester 97, turned to face the wide-open window, which gave him a vector on both state and Maine. Marcos, the one with the government .45, clicked back the hammer, and no sound is louder than the click of a hammer setting into place on a big automatic when it's pointed at you. He looked like he knew what he was doing. Alarms of confusion arose as robbers shouted and citizens squealed. On the floor! On the floor! Don't even think about being a hero. This ain't Iwo Jima. Faces down, goddammit! Please don't hurt me. Shut up, lady. Jack Petrakis, the boss, went to Laura. He was beefy and oily, of olive skin, so you would guess Italian or Greek or something from around the big pond that separates Europe from Africa. Yet he was not unattractive, and he knew it. His strength and lack of conscience gave him a power plant that generated 1,000-volt confidence. He thought the world loved him. He smiled, showing unusually white teeth, and one might guess that behind the Ray-Bans, his cold dark eyes actually twinkled. I'll take that cupcake. Say, ain't you a looker? He plucked the necklace case from Laura's hands. Thanks, doll baby. Maybe I'll take a little something extra, too. He made as if to plant a smooch on her alabaster cheek, substitute for other things he and all men wished to leave on Laura. A hero stepped forth. However, it was not Laura's husband who had turned the color of pewter in the rain. It was Neil Oakley, preposterously brave, preposterously foolish. Driven by love in its craziest form, he launched himself forward to place his body between bank robber and classy dame. No, you don't want... Jack let the boy-sized carbine drop to horizontal in his grip and fired 4 shots. He was so close, marksmanship was hardly a factor. Even with their tiny powder capacity and light bullet weight, the 4 cartridges did their job, which was to bring death to earth. The carbine had almost no recoil. Spent shells popped out of it like brass toast, and Neil Oakley, who had avoided the draft via a variety of subterfuges, connections, and maneuvers, joined the total of world dead by bullets around 3/10 of an inch wide. It would be ironic, except that it wasn't. He had his appointment in Samara, after all. So what? He hit the floor like a feed bag dropped off a truck and began to bleed through the holes in his pinstripes. Aorta severed, spleen splattered, heart pulped, third button left-hand side shattered, like a pig. A few in the audience had been in combat, and so were not surprised by the swiftness of the wet black spew, knowing that bodies are bags of blood, and when shot squirt out amazing amounts. But most shrieked, melted back, went even more timorously into submission, thinking, not me, please not me. Raymond and Laura stepped back horrified. Harry, the vault, spoke Jack, nonplussed by the subtraction to humanity he had just engineered. Harry went into the vault and in seconds was out, dragging a canvas postal bag heavy with loot. He dragged it through the blood which soaked the bag, and as Harry pulled the bag to the entrance, it left a smeary track on the tile. The shotgunner Pete had watched and rather enjoyed the exchange. Then he turned back to his job, eyeballing state and Maine for the approach of law and order. But law and order was already there, on the other side of the window. Evidently attracted by the sounds of what could have been gunfire, stood a patrol officer in blue, cap squarely upon head, astonishment squarely on face. Behind the curve already, the officer drew a Colt official police from a bag-like hip holster and was quite quick on it, firing once, drilling a precision hole in line with Pete's gut. A second later, after a faltering step and a discussion with himself as to responsibilities of lookouts and bank robberies, Pete launched a load of No. 4 buckshot through the pane, blowing a hole the size of a fist in both the window and the policeman, who obligingly went pavement-bound, chest and lungs destroyed. Sirens rose. "Pete, you okay?" Jack yelled. "Fucker broke a rib. I can make it, though. Shit, that hurts." Harry had moved to the front entrance for his own recon on the situation. "Oh, Christ, must be a million of them out here." A rattle of shots began to bang through the windows of the bank, hitting fixtures, pinging off the floor, puffing clouds of crystal from the overhead chandelier, splintering feathery Roycroft oak. The alabaster walls began to spurt dust from the bullet strikes. People cowered, screamed. The panes began to web into gossamer filigrees and spidery abstractions as punctured, until one of them surrendered, fell to the marble floor, and fragmentized. The whole world was shooting. Outside on both State and Main, cops and civilians formed two hasty barricades cutting off the bank in either direction. With a variety of handguns, Winchester lever actions, hunting rifles, and duck-and-goose shotguns, they kept up the fusillade. It was, after all, lots of fun. Jack crouched behind a Doric column that was part of the bank's temple-like interior. "Ah, shit," he said. From the floor, where he crunched the flesh around his wound into a kind of knot, Pete screamed, I'm bleeding bad." It looked like they were sunk, but they weren't. Out on State, the man in the wheelchair furiously propelled himself down the way to get under cover behind the police barricade. He made it, pivoted to face the spectacle of cruisers arrayed barricade-like, forming a crescent to surround the scene of the crime. Meanwhile, civilians with long guns, 10-gauge goose guns, 30-30 lever guns, a few swankier Model 70 Winchesters, ducked between them, eager to shoot something. He rose from his chair, threw away his blanket to reveal a Thompson 1928 submachine gun with a drum, leaned into the heavy instrument for control, and fired a burst. Clearly, he was an expert. The bullets, tracers and thus almost invisible in the bright morning light, struck the rear fender of a police car, and in a second, whoosh, the tank went up in a spiral of flame. He nimbly rotated, lighted up another car. Two columns of roiling incandescence danced in the wreckage. That's what you call match point. The cops saw they were outflanked and outclassed by the Tommy gunner, who had them cold. He gestured with his muzzle, and they threw down their revolvers and raced away. The gang, one man helping the doubled-up Pete, made it to the car out front. One hat blew off, but all sunglasses remained in place, if a little crooked. The tail gunner waited calmly as the car U-turned on squealing tires, then rolled up on the sidewalk to avoid the cop cars and headed to him. Suave, collected, well-barbered, he looked a cut above the swarthier, rougher bandits. In fact, he was the sort of man who would be called either Doc or Professor. He looked on the devastation he had wrought, all of it bloodless, which made for a good day's work as he was no psychotic. The abandoned cop cars had been dilapidated by T-gun fire, two of them captured by livid flame, all their windows shattered, all the tires flattened. He got out a pipe and lit it, enjoying a buzzy blast of oaky vanilla. The car arrived and he dipped in. The car sped off. Chapter 2. It was late in the morning when he drove into the city. He came rolling in from the east side slowly, looking all around. He drove a much-mashed, much-used, 100,000 on the odometer, bought cheap at a South Carolina lot, 38 Chevy Coupe. Both man and car then had seen better days, but both had jobs to do. On the seat next to him lay a newspaper picked up down the road at a coffee stop. It was the Chesterfield Courier, and the date was February 18th, 1947. Though scrunched in reading, the front page still revealed its headline news. Truman warns rush on Greece, and a smaller head, 2 years after bloody robbery, no clues. And in a smaller subhead, Tapscott necklace still missing. He reached State and Main and obediently went to neutral when the red turned against him. Glancing around, he just saw America, and not having been here before, could not note the changes evident. It meant nothing to him that a few brave souls went sans fedoras, sans ties, sans Oxfords or work boots. But in, God help them, shoes patterned after Norwegian fishing slippers. But he noted that prosperity floated everywhere. The streets were a bustle, retail flourished. He didn't know that Molloy's, the haberdasher, had vanished, replaced by a Buster Brown shoe store for kids. He noted that State Bank and Trust's vault-like, cathedral-like building still stood firm and strong, its windows solid, reflecting the sunlight, as behind them the usual run of duties were dispatched, mortgages paid, Checks deposited, loans issued. He couldn't know that inside, a plaque marked the tragic death of Neil, what was the name again? Oh yeah, Oakley. Or that above and more meaningfully, all the chandelier bulbs had been replaced and beamed radiance into the hushed, darkened, sacred space below. It wasn't home to the stranger, but he knew it anyhow. From magazine photos and newsreels seen on smoky islands, shattered atolls, installations splashed on wasteland. It was any small city. This one happened to be on a place called the Eastern Shore of Maryland. The cash crop could be corn or wheat, but here it was tobacco, which the big cigarette companies bought by the ton, mostly from Raymond Tapscott III. He'd noticed the fields of bright leaf sweeping away to the flat horizon as he drove in. Chesterfield had a movie theater, The Best Years of Our Lives, plus second feature Raw Deal, plus Saturday matinee of Buster Crabbe and Outlaws of the Plains. A grocery store, a gentry zone where the tobacco money tended to live in quiet splendor behind walls or hedges. A veterans' village of Quonset huts where the boys returning had to live until housing was built. A cheerful, even radiant section for the ever-growing segment of people in the middle. And finally a Negro section which was called by all, on both sides of the line, Libertyville. Libertyville would be either on the other side of the tracks or on the other side of the river. In this case, it was on the other side of a river, across a rickety bridge, and he didn't get there until mid-afternoon, after a long recon on the city. It was a ramshackle deployment of tar paper shacks, unpaved roads, barefoot kids, decay, and degradation. Even so, it had a certain pulse to it, for all knew the Darks to be people of rhythm, music, gossip, laughter, and jive jumping. They loved to dance and drink and sing, and that's when the devil sometimes took over, so they had to be watched. The man in the car knew that if he wanted answers, the only place he'd find them was here. It didn't have a name, but the music pouring out identified it. At the end of the street, nearest to the river, it was where the Negro man went for his weekly injection of whiskey, smoke, and rhythm. Though the place was abundant in all three, plus the odors of sweat and dust, the hard residue of working tobacco for the man, it did not seem overly packed. The music was hot jive from the year 1937, blasting out of a jukebox that itself had been built in 1937. It belted jazz, honky-tonk, blues, and anything else that was called race music. Billy was there, as were Louie and Cab, but many just as gifted had but one recorded tune to their credit, and here they were in constant rotation. A boy in overalls, barefoot, entered, went to one of the drinkers at the Scrapwood bar. "Nick, man wants to see you outside." Nick looked at him. Nick was a well-formed man of 30 or so, handsome by anybody's standards, weary by human standards, dressed in overalls over a much-washed denim shirt. His fedora was on the bar next to his amber shot glass. "Tell him to come in. I ain't going nowhere till this whiskey is gone." "Nick, it's secret. He give me $1 to get you." "Told you, I ain't going." "Nick, he's a white man." Nick was puzzled. White people didn't come to Libertyville. Ever. Jesus, can't them people never leave me alone? He bolted the shot. Ah, bliss, and got his cranky bones up. He went out to something that looked to be a porch in slow collapse. He saw nothing except Libertyville, its crazed streets, its crazy-leaning shacks, its mud puddles and roaming dogs. "Back here, Mr. Jackson." "Mister, now wasn't that a toot?" Nick ID'd the source of the voice as a glade of trees across the muddy road. He crossed the street and saw a figure a little farther back in the trees, where the wet slices of the marshes dissolved into river. Hard to see a face, but damn yes, the man was white. Fedora atilt, maybe blue shirt, some kind of woolly coat with prickly rows of sergeant stripes on it, and a fat short tie with a Hiroshima bomb fireball atop it. He leaned against the fender of an old Chevy. "Who are you? What you want? I can't see no face. You shouldn't be here. Get me in trouble. Get you in trouble, sir." "You don't have to call me, sir. I wasn't an officer." No white man had ever told him not to call him sir. Say, how you know my name?
I know all about you, Mr. Jackson. A friend in the military told me your story. You were a stretcher bearer all over Italy and Europe. Nobody over there, not paratroopers, not rangers, not bomber pilots, not tankers, got shot at more than you. But when it was all over, we all went home to parades and thanks. We all got laid that first night back. For you, it was, okay, dark boy, you go on back to your crib in Libertyville. That's the way it is. I don't like it, but that's the way it is. I have a deal for you.
You pay me more than the 40 per I get picking up trash?
A lot more.
50?
No money. I'll pay you in something you never had. I'll pay in respect. Shake your hand, thank you. Call you sir or mister. Treat you like the man you are. Admire you for the hero you are. You never had that, not down here. Joe Louis doesn't even get that.
Believe it when I see it, said Nick.
I need to talk to some other dark people. See, here's the play. Nobody knows more about this town than the Negroes. They pick up trash, wash cars. They're maids, handymen, butlers, window washers. They go everywhere, but they're invisible. I need to hear what they say to each other, not what they say to white people.
Man, you fixin' to get killed, and me along with you.
You're smart, Nick. You'll figure out a way to keep us alive. Deal?
You crazy. The man came out of the trees. Nick saw a powerful body, though hidden behind a tweed sport coat. Despite the fedora low across eyes, Nick saw a kind of dignity maybe, a sergeant's dignity to him. He reached out, they shook hands.
This should be some goddamn hayride, said Nick. Crime scene photos. Raw, artless, too much flash, but clear enough. He shuffled through them at a rate of about a second each. Confidential, it said, stamped in each corner. Property of Chesterfield Police. The shattered window of the bank. The street scene outside in the immediate aftermath. The blood puddle on the sidewalk underneath the punched-out hole left by the 12-gauge. The blood on the floor, which bore the smear of the heavy cash bag dragged through it. The late, though not great, Mr. Oakley, unrequited in death as in life.
Sir, please hurry, said Willie. I got to get him back before the day shift.
They lurked in the men's room of the Chesterfield Police Department, Willie's professional responsibility, as were the other rooms of the station. He was night janitor, charged with getting it sharp for the next day.
You don't have to call him, sir. He don't like it, said Nick.
Never heard of nothing like that, said Willie.
Say he's different. We'll see. Won't tell me his name.
Stretcher bearer, you're an expert. Tell me what you see.
He gave the photos over. Nick looked. The photo depicted the dead banker, another angle, on the floor in the pool of blood, and above him, smears left by the trail of the loot bag dragged out of the frame.
A bleeder. High chest, probably arterial. Under pressure, the stuff really pours out. The medics told us to leave the guys with the real bad gushers. They couldn't be saved.
Fool like you probably tried anyway. Like to got yourself killed for a corpse, poked the white man.
Maybe so. A couple of times.
What do you see?
Dead guy. Seen him before.
Anything odd?
Plugged 4 times, when one would have done the trick. Why 4 at that range? Was he trying to make sure?
Good point. Maybe the shooter was just trigger happy.
But everybody say this here a professional crew. They'd done this before. Wouldn't do it this way.
Another good point, stretcher bearer. Anything else?
That's all I got. You see something?
Notice how wide the blood trail is after the guy dragged it through the puddle. Seems wide to me, anyway. Wouldn't that mean the cash had settled and spread and was kind of heavy? Plus, the guy dragged it. He didn't pick it up. So maybe it was. But it was supposedly only $5,000. How could it be that heavy?
They never had much cash, so I wouldn't know.
The official story is that this was really a jewel robbery, and these boys had been casing Tapscott, looking for a moment of vulnerability to get that necklace. They just robbed the vault because it was open.
I don't know what 5 or 6 grand weighs, but it sure as hell weighs a lot less than what's in that bag.
So the necklace wasn't what they robbed the place for. You're saying it was what was in that bag?
That's what I'm saying the photo is saying.
Please, mister, I got to get this,
Willie said.
One more, said the stranger. The cop.
What for? Said Nick.
Just another dead soldier in a war.
But the white man looked hard at the photo, seeking more than information, seeking meaning. The officer's face looked to be in repose, at least, eyes and mouth closed as if in sleep. Maybe early 40s, one of those officer-friendly faces. He lay spread-eagled on the pavement in a lake of blood turned black by the harshness of the photography. One black shoe had come off. His khaki shirt was a swamp of solid and liquid in chaotic tumble, neither quite yielding to the other. The squall of buckshot had shredded his tie and twisted his badge.
It ain't never pretty, said Nick.
She was regal, serene, lit by inner glow. Her home small, tidy, with unusual grace notes, in the best part of the worst place in town. It was well after dark, and Nick and the white man sat across from her. She had insisted on serving tea, and untouched cups were before each man.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Fields, said Nick.
Well, I don't know about this. Mr. Tapscott has always treated me well. Can't say the same for the woman he married. I won't be betraying him.
Ma'am, no betrayal intended.
And you, young man, I never, not in my lifetime has a white person visited me or called me ma'am. But that doesn't please me. It bothers me. It suggests you are up to no good, sir, and perhaps our people figure in your scheme. I saw you because I so respect Mr. Jackson. Speak your piece, and I shall decide if I will answer.
Thank you, ma'am. In that bank robbery, Mrs. Tapscott's diamond necklace was stolen. That is what all the papers said. My question is, what diamond necklace? Was it new? Were you familiar with it? Did you see it? Did it make sense to you? Where did it come from?
Maybe it wasn't the best place to start.
Mr. Jackson, who did you say this man was? He says he does not require betrayal, yet he immediately requires betrayal. What is your interest in all this, young man? I don't even think I caught your name.
It took him by surprise. He hadn't planned to deceive, but identifying himself might have unplanned repercussions.
Please call me Johnny. My interest is in repaying certain obligations, possibly even achieving some little payment of justice. That's all.
He has no last name, Mr. Jackson.
None that I get from him.
I cannot speak to a person without a last name. Today is Tuesday. He came on Tuesday. His name is Johnny Tuesday, then. And you vouch for Mr. Johnny Tuesday?
He ain't like the others. He don't think he's better. It don't show in everything he says or does. It's like he don't notice who's white or black.
All right, Mr. Johnny Tuesday. The white man who isn't better. The answer is, that old thing had been lying around since before she got here. It was some hand-me-down from his aunt or something. Costume jewelry, I believe. She never bothered to lock it in the safe with her fine jewels. More than once I found it on the floor. So it suddenly becomes the Tapscott necklace in all the papers. That was quite a surprise to me.
Perhaps she would have been more circumspect if she'd known of a fourth visitor to the tea party. He had a last name, which was painted on the door of the large vehicle he had driven to this place, on the tip of something strange at Mrs. Fields's house. It said, Renfro Funeral Parlor for the Negro. Chapter 3. It was called the Wigwam, after the Indians who'd been booted out of Maryland 300 years earlier. About 8 miles out of Chesterfield, it lay on as yet unincorporated land, and so no law touched it. You could get just about anything you wanted at the Wigwam, and since vice is always a growth product, it was jammed. Gambling, drinking, accommodating gals, cigarette smoke. Sitting at the bar was a chunky fellow who beamed with certitude, machismo, and gangster charisma in a well-fitted pinstripe suit, his curly dark hair glistening with pomade.
He was unusually handsome. His name was Pete Ontos of the Baltimore Ontoses, and he claimed descent from the boys at Thermopylae. He also claimed descent from Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and the guy who invented the sandal. Maybe so, maybe not. Who would ever question Pete on such a delicate topic? As Pete surveilled the headquarters of his kingdom, the bartender approached with a phone. "Boss, it's that Negro undertaker." "What the hell does he want?" But as he took the instrument, his tone became more suave. He had the reputation of a man folks could trust, even love. He could fix anything, make troubles disappear in a cloud, get a kid into any college. The price? Only your soul and bank account. He was actually descended from Baltimore Greek crime family aristocracy. Several generations of restaurateurs, bankers, lawyers, insurance agency executives, and strip bar owners, who, as they prospered, acquired political power and authority, beating the less organized Italians to the controls of the Bay City. He was in charge of the Eastern Shore Enterprise, and big things were predicted for him if he didn't waste his talent chasing gash. "Why, Daddy Renfro, nice to hear from you. What can I do for you?" His face clouded as he listened. "I hear you. Daddy. White boy agitating, stirring up trouble. Not good you, not good me. But my counsel is for you to handle it. Any way as you see fit. Don't think him being white, your boys being black, has any play on this table. You do what you think is right. Make it go away quiet, and nothing will be said. I give you my word." Nick lifted the garbage can and poured tins of beans, beer bottles, Jell-O packages, empty cereal boxes, bloody butcher's paper, chicken carcasses, and the whatever of white civilization into the bin of his truck. What these folks ate, what they threw away. It sickened him because he saw more protein in a garbage can than a Dark family got to eat in a week. He turned to pick up another can and empty it, but suddenly he saw a black Cadillac limo churn down the alley behind the big houses and pull up. Out popped a dapper boy called Jimmy, nephew to Daddy Renfro. "Daddy wants to see you." "I'm working, man." "Best not disappoint Daddy." The door opened. Nick climbed in and found himself in conference with Daddy the Undertaker, a gigantic, sagacious man who by his import and reputation was clearly the acknowledged king of Libertyville. He wore the dead black suit, tie, and shoes of his profession, and had dead black eyes as well, mournful and grief-stricken always. "And so, war hero Nick, Daddy is hearing things." "I can't help what Daddy hears." "I'm hearing Nick has a white visitor. I'm hearing Nick and this white man called Johnny Tuesday are asking questions. People are talking, Nick. The white folks could notice. That is not a good thing. What I do is my business. It's a free country. I fought for it." "That's the problem, ain't it? You went away to war. You thought it would all be different when you got back. And it ain't. On top of that, your girl up and left you. Like Bess, she went to the big city, leaving country cripple Porgy far behind. Nick, it ain't hard to see what's under your blanket. It ain't being nothing about that. Our time will come, Nick. It will. God knows it will. But not soon. For now, we must keep orderly. In Libertyville, we can't let them know how unhappy we is and how wrong it is. No, sir. If we agitate them, they visit us. I've seen it, Nick. Fine black folks in burning tar, screaming in pain, while the white folks dance around them all corn-liquored up, waiting to get themselves some toasty souvenir fingers. Is that how you see an end to Libertyville, Nick? 'Cause that's where you be heading, and you be taking us along. I said it ain't nothing about that. Best not be, 'cause if you make them white folks angry, before they visit you, Daddy will. You hear me, boy? Chapter 4. It was quiet at Nick's little cabin. February, no bugs to chitter, no birds to squawk, No foxes to snarl, no owls to hoot. Silence lay like the dark right there at the edge of the marshes, where the land grew towards insubstantiality as it gradually yielded to river.
On the left! Get that gun on the left! Nelson, move your squad through that gulch. We'll cover. Get that flamethrower into...
Shrouded in a hammock on Nick's porch, the man now called Johnny writhed and twisted, then came awake. Nick rushed to him, the eternal stretcher bearer. "Easy, man, easy. You okay? War's over." Johnny blinked, tried to settle.
What? What the... Oh, Christ.
"You had it bad, man. You's back there."
I'm okay.
"The screaming memes. Heard 'em in the field hospitals all the damn time."
I'm fine. I have dreams once in a while, that's all.
"Dreams? Man, you back in hell." "Yes, sir. Don't know where you was, but it wasn't no dreamland."
I scream here at night. I didn't scream up front. No time for screaming.
"Where were you, man?"
Makes no difference now.
ETO, PTO.
I'll just say this. They got their money's worth out of me.
He sat in the reading room of the Chesterfield Public Library with a bound volume of the year 1945 according to the Chesterfield Courier, which lay before him. Next to it he'd placed a note tablet, yellow paper, and scrawled some observations. Bag. How much could it weigh? What's that translate to in dollars? And below that, necklace, insurance settlement? If not, could Tap be helping robbers? And below that, Drew Pearson, Washington merry-go-round. He was done. He got up, checked around to see that nobody paid him any attention, and walked out. He thought, okay, now you got some investigating to do. Next stop, a country store nestled in the flat plains of the eastern shore, among acres and acres of tobacco. He parked his old Chevy and walked in. "Help you, mister?" asked the storekeep.
"I'll take one of those burlap bags of feed."
"Corn or oats?"
"No matter. Corn, I guess. And you carry magazines? You know, news, sports, gardens, that sort of thing."
"Behind you, on the shelf."
"Great. Now syrup, for waffles. I know you got that."
"Yes, sir." The transaction completed, Johnny headed back to town, lifting a pall of dust in the empty tobacco fields as the leaves themselves, stripped from the stalks, now hung drying in 1,000 weathered barns scattered randomly about, built exactly for that purpose. Later they would be cured, then baled into 100-pound cubes for the cigarette or cigar companies. A wan February sun turned the fields the color of grits. Lines of leafless trees offered tangled imagery to the picture. Otherwise, the only feature was the lack of an only feature. Suddenly, a truck was behind him, emerging out of the dust, paralleling him, and with a clang of metal bending against metal, it cracked hard against him, pushing him off the road. He skewed to a stop, ripping up more dust and understanding this was no random accident. 4 men, burly heavyweights in overalls, hard-used fedoras, were suddenly on him, eyes the color of pewter, faces tight with the expectation of the thrill of violence. One cracked a baseball bat on his hood.
"You get on out here, bud."
Johnny climbed out, approaching them. Their obvious leader, who was the biggest but had the smallest mustache, which looked as if it had been borrowed from the Midway's bearded lady, smirked because he thought he'd be throwing a few punches in the next few seconds. He was wrong.
"Boys, this here's the fella called Johnny Tuesday, who done be agitating our damn docks."
Without a word, a wasted motion, a hesitation, Johnny hit him so hard in the mouth he'd shit teeth for a month. He staggered, nose shattered, and producing a sudden torrent of variegated fluids, and went down ass first into the dust, blood slobbering like drool everywhere. One man headed back toward the cab, but Johnny Tuesday tracked him. He turned as the baseball bat came on a horizontal sweep for his head. Ducking it, he let it pass by, enjoyed the breeze, then drove a jab into the hitter's left gut, breaking a rib. Which went wider open, the fellow's eyes or mouth? Didn't matter much as Johnny stepped hard into him and pounded that gut to jelly, taking all fight and much hope of a future from him. Down he went, and to add to his woes, he began to shit up his pants. The third saw the destruction wrought so far, thought the better of matching blows with such an expert manufacturer of them, and turned to race toward the nothingness at the horizon, lifting dirt with his boots. At that moment, the fourth man emerged from behind the truck with a shotgun. Johnny's hand flashed, again with blurry speed, and out came a .45 auto from a shoulder holster under his sport coat, cocked, unlocked, and leveled.
"You drop that gun, sir, or I will send you on a hayride to hell."
The gun fell. The man shrank. Johnny strode to the fallen leader, who was nursing a busted head, nearly unrecognizable for the immensity of the blood flow.
"What's your name, you egg-sucking peckerwood?"
"Dwayne, sir,"
said the broken man.
"I got you marked, Dwayne. I see you lurking around me. I will beat you into the box in 4 seconds flat. You and the other bumpkin shit-kickers, you get so far out of this county you can't find no one ever heard of Eastern Coast, Maryland, or whatever this dusty tobacco country is called."
He turned, picked up the bat of man number 2, who was just coming alert again, and contemptuously dropped it on him.
"Here, give this to the girls' softball team, Miss Mary. They sure can hit better than you."
By the illumination of automobile lights, a puddle of syrup oozed across an old wood floor, where it encountered a burlap bag full of old copies of Time and Life and Collier's, and soaked it. From the burlap bag's condition, this odd experiment had been run many times before. For guidance, the picture of the bloodstain in the bank lay next to the experimental ersatz maple bloodstain. The bag was dragged across the floor, where earlier streaks of different density and color testified that someone, the fellow calling himself, what was it again? Oh yeah, Johnny, wasn't doing this just for the damn fun of dragging a bag through syrup.
"Yeah, that's it. God damn it,"
he whooped on a note of triumph. Suddenly, Nick's voice came from the dark. "Thought I'd find you here in this old ice house. Seen the lights. Jesus Christ, what are you—"
"Trying to figure out how much that bag weighed. If I can get that, then I can work on what was in it, and—"
"Man, we got bigger problems. Folks know you're here. Daddy Renfro pulled me out and warned me today about you. This town is full of spies, Mr. Johnny Tuesday."
"Some boys tried to talk me out of hanging around, too."
He showed bloodied knuckles.
"Too bad for them."
"Jesus Christ, you can't go round stirring up the man out here on the shore. It's deep Mississippi with a bay."
"Anybody tries to lay a hand on me gets busted up hard. Black, white, yellow, brown, green, purple from flying saucers."
"You don't got no idea what you playing with down here. You could get folks killed. These poor dark folks, never been nowhere, never going nowhere. You're going to get 'em burned out of their homes. What about them?" Johnny paused.
"Well, you know, you are making me see something I didn't."
Suddenly, a bell started clanging. It wasn't for Christmas.
"Nothing good about a bell in the night,"
said Johnny. "Oh, hell. Night riders. Shit, man. We got to get back into the trees or we get all shot up." But Johnny had already gone to his trunk and opened it.
"Nobody shoots me up."
He emerged from the trunk with a Thompson M1A1 submachine gun, Marine style with a combat sling. He checked the 30-round magazine before he inserted it, and Nick saw that the cartridges were white-tipped, and he knew what that meant. Johnny cocked the gun. In a glade of trees outside of Libertyville, Dwayne, his head and face bandaged, addressed a loose gaggle of country boys with an assortment of rifles and shotguns. Standing next to him in a business suit was Pete Ontos, the Capone of the Eastern Shore, his sleek hair glistening. "We gonna shoot up the docks," Dwayne, would-be Frank Nitti, instructed with a saliva-powered yell. "Blast windows, flower pots, parked cars, anything you see. Doc comes at you with an axe, you blast him too. Self-defense. These people got to be told the way it is. They forget now and then and have to be reminded." The men muttered in assent, then went to the cars. "That what you want, Mr. Ontos?" "That's it, Dwayne. You do it good now, you hear?" "Yes, sir." The 4 cars, lights ablaze, moved at a stately, almost ceremonial pace down the dusty approach road to Libertyville, bouncing as they pulled over the tracks. When the convoy was about 40 yards from the maze of shanties, a figure rose from a gully before them, heavily armed, heavily hatted.
"This ain't a good idea," said Nick. "Relax, stretcher bearer. I know what I'm doing."
He fired. Flash. A cascade of spent cartridges, a cannonade of smoke. But most remarkably, a line of tracers flew out and hid in front of the lead car, kicking up a spray of dust. The cars halted. Silence, stillness. Johnny fired again. This time he stitched up a line parallel to the cars, the tracers filling the darkness with illumination, particularly as they struck stone and bounded away. Night tracer, like the 4th of July in hell. Silence.
"Next burst is low into the cars. Leg shots pin you where you are. Then I fire a tracer into each gas tank and you die in fire."
The doors of the 4 cars exploded as men burst from them, tossing weapons aside, racing crazily away.
"Look at the boys run," Nick shouted, "like hogs from the man with the axe."
Pete, back in the glade of trees, couldn't quite make out what was happening, but suddenly, in raw panic, his night riders fled past him on foot, crazy with fear. Pete grabbed one.
"The niggas got machine guns! The niggas got machine guns!"
Back at Nick's crib, Johnny secured the weapon while Nick watched.
"They'll leave you alone for a while. They'll figure it out soon enough, and it's me they'll want. So I'm going to get out of town for a while. I hope you're right. I don't want them coming back with their own burp guns. You watch yourself now. I'll let you know when I'm back, but I won't be hanging out here anymore."
At the wigwam the next morning, Pete in his suit, his hair pomaded and glinting, sat at the bar on the phone.
"Baltimore, DA5 2238. Thank you."
He waited a second.
"It's Pete. Let me talk to Mr. Dalikos, please."
Another second.
"Gus," he said when Dalikos came on. "We have a situation down here that could mess up all our big score plans." "Pete, calm down. If it ain't the FBI and it ain't the New York Wops, it can be handled."
Pete told his tale.
"I know he's not from New York, but maybe he's some kind of undercover man. I don't know, state cop, maybe FBI, IRS. Nobody knows. Somehow the name Johnny Tuesday is part of it. Sounds like a racket guy. But I never heard of him. He's really good with that gun. I need professionals. You know who I need, Gus." "I have just the answer, Pete. You worked with him before. I'm glad you see it my way, Gus. With them, it's 4 against 1, and we'll make this go away."
In Libertyville's nicest building, Daddy Renfro sat behind his desk. He was listening earnestly to the sheriff, in khakis, with a Sam Brown belt and a badge.
"And you know I believe in white to white and colored to colored. That's why I don't send my boys down here to smack heads like some do. I like it peaceful, Daddy."
Daddy nodded as if he were listening with deep respect, and as if he hadn't heard this 300 times before.
"Yes, sir. I hears you,"
said Daddy in his talking-to-the-man voice.
"We both remember the bad old days, when something like this happened and a dock man ends up hanging in the trees. Yes, sir. Them days was bad, Lord no. So you got to take care of this, Daddy. Any agitators down here, you got to run 'em out before no trouble starts. You hear me, Daddy? Nothing but trouble for all of us any other way. You got to get that machine gunner out of here. You hear me, Daddy?" "Yes, sir. I surely does."
Jimmy stepped in.
"Pete Antos, line 1, Mr. Daddy." "Daddy, you're going to hear from lots of folks today." "That be the truth, Sheriff. We understand each other." "Yes, sir." "I'll leave you be for now, then."
He got up to leave. As the sheriff turned, Daddy gave him a look signifying contempt. Then he turned to the phone, saying to Jimmy,
"Lord, I hate talking to this punk-ass Greek."
Reluctantly, he picked up the phone and went back to his feigned servitude demeanor.
"Mr. Antos?" "Yes, sir, I know. I'm very upset myself." "Yes, Bad business for white and black alike. I know who it is. I know what has to be done. Yes, sir, that is correct. You handle yours, I'll handle mine. Yes, sir. It will be taken care of,
he said, hanging up. He turned.
Boy, get me Baltimore, the Cat Club.
He waited till a voice answered.
George, it's Daddy Renfro. I have to talk to your father.
Another second.
Big George, how are you, brother? Praise the Lord. Yes, you've heard. Bad news travel fast, don't it? Big George, I need a man take care of this business. Yes, that's right. I don't want no guns. I don't want this place turning into no Dodge City. The white police leave us alone, long as we ain't shooting nothing up. It's just Willie cut Willie to them, and they don't give a damn. So I need a fella good with a razor. He don't even have to be named Willie.
Chapter 5. The door said, Drew Pearson, Washington Merry-Go-Round. Johnny entered, took his hat off. A receptionist looked up. He told her who he was, why he was here. She nodded, then slid through the door to the next room, exposing the shabby squalor of the newsroom. At a battered Royal Underwood sat a harried-looking bald man whose seriousness was expressed not merely in his mopey demeanor, but in the stubble of mustache that pulled his face downward toward hell. In shirt sleeves, tie loosened around his open neck, he sat typing grimly away. The room seethed with the smoke of the cigarette that hung from his lips, and the pile of them in an ashtray. Johnny caught a whiff of tobacco density that could flatten a cat.
Betty,
said the writer, the cigarette dancing between his lips but not shedding itself of a half-inch of ash.
You know I'm on deadline.
Yes, sir, but he said you'd covered him at a White House ceremony, and he wanted to thank you, and...
Drew looked beyond Betty, immediately underwent a demeanor change, and stood to put out a hand as Johnny came in.
Mr. Pearson, sir. Well, Sergeant, how are you, son? Lord God, what, more than a year? Come in, sit down, and tell me what I can do for you.
They heard Betty out front answer the phone.
No, sir, he can't be disturbed. Oh, yes, Secretary Atchison, right away.
She came to the door, then entered.
Betty, no
But, sir, it's the Secretary of State.
That old drunk? Not now. I'm busy.
Pearson leaned back in his chair, sucking the life out of his cigarette, looking thoughtful as Johnny unveiled what had brought him here.
He said after a bit. Tell me more. There might be a story in this.
When he was done, Pearson said,
Okay, I'll make some calls. Sounds like a good item.
Mr. Pearson, any idea on where I could get some information on these Baltimore Greek people? That would be damned helpful. Pearson scrunched up his forehead to suggest concentration, then said,
Can you get up to Baltimore? The Sun has a fine library. I'll call Neil Swanson. He's the boss, runs my column, and get you set up. It's at Charles and Saratoga, heart of downtown.
Two sleek black coupes roared down a country road on the eastern shore, flanked to forever by flats of off-season tobacco fields. In each pair of front seats sat a man in a fedora and his partner. All four looked smooth and tough. City tough, gangster tough, armed robber tough, Greek tough. Again, they wore black aviator glasses like General MacArthur's, but their demeanor suggested the only liberation they were interested in was their own. Jack, Harry, Marcos, and Pete. All were smoking, none were smiling. They never smiled when they worked. The bus station in downtown Chesterfield still had the glossy Art Deco lines and tropes of the 30s, when the nation seemed poised on the edge of the magical era of the bus. The magic having never quite arrived, the place looked like a movie set from a musical Busby Berkeley had shot 10 years earlier, when Dick Powell still sang and danced, before he turned to gangster movies. A Greyhound pulled in to deposit passengers. First, all the white people got out, then all the black. Finally, in a flashy double-breasted, out-of-season cream suit with a carnation, a straw fedora, and a pencil mustache, a scrawny black man emerged. The sliver of the mustache atop his lip gleamed, and when he smiled, a diamond tooth sparkled. He looked around. He saw Jimmy in Daddy Renfro's shiny Cadillac limo. With a bebop rhythm slopping musically through his limbs, he crossed the street to it, looked at Jimmy like he was a servant, and started to get in the back in Daddy Renfro's place. Jimmy grabbed his sorry ass, threw him in the front seat, then went around and got in himself. At the wigwam in the back room, Pete Ontos talked to the four men, who lounged about insouciantly. Dwayne, with his face still heavily bandaged, sat behind him. He looked like a bitter zombie.
"His name is Johnny Tuesday," said Pete. "It's a racket name, sure, but what town he's from I don't know. Tough bastard and packing a machino. Means business. We've lost track of him, but I got Daddy Renfro's people looking out for him. When we get a place, Dwayne will guide you." "He thinks he's a boxer," said Dwayne. "But if I get another chance, I'll—" "Hey, Dwayne, don't get in the way or you'll need bandages for your bandages." The boys laughed. "Dwayne forgot to duck," said the leader, Jack Petrakis. "Hey, Dwayne, when we nail Johnny Tuesday, I'm going to let him belt you in the schnoz one last time for old time's sake before I pull down. Professional courtesy." More laughter. Dwayne was not happy behind his bandages. Outside Daddy's office, the banty, snappy out-of-towner had recovered his dignity and his cool, and was smoothing back his hair with old Colored Joe's #1 hair slicker. His name was long forgotten, except by various urban police departments, and he went about under the trade name Slice. Jimmy watched him apply the smoothing goo, getting it just right, until he was shined up like a dancing shoe, dapper as Fred Astaire, even to the spats. "Look here, you little alley rat. Daddy Renfro is a great man. You give him any jive, I'll pound you like a tent peg into the ground." "You be running into this," said Slice, doing a blurry melody with his right hand, to produce a barber's chin skinner. With a flick, he opened it, and 4 inches of shiny blade snapped out. "So sharp it'll cut through to your neck bone afore you even notices you done been cut, and all that red shit on the floor be from you." Jimmy laughed, then hit him with a dead-ball look that promised mayhem, swift and bloody. "You ain't so tough, country boy," said Slice. "You best hope he don't turn me loose on your trash nigger ass, 'cause I like nothing more than busting your diamond-face, hoe-kicking, ain't-fought-no-man, razor-slicing pimp ass." The office door opened. Daddy leaned out. "Sir, please." Slice smirked, rose, and as he headed in, Jimmy saw that Daddy had a very scared-looking Willie, the police janitor, in there with him. The town dump was an abscess on the bright pink gums of post-war America. Stench, rot, buzzards, slime goo, crap shit, mountains of it, on the theory that it would eventually just disappear. But it never did. The slight chill of a mild mid-Atlantic February seemed to preserve, even amplify, the various categories of disgust. But at least summer's flies and other small monsters were absent, although rats scurried about. It was their downtown. Nick dumped his last barrel of trash, mostly eggshells, coffee grounds, and used Kleenex and condoms, and watched it tumble into a mess below of similar composition. When the can was empty, he tossed it into the back of the truck without affection, hearing the metal-on-metal boom. He went back to his cab. Now only back to the municipal yards, a quick hose out, and he was finished with one more day in his glorious post-war life. He got into his cab. "Oh, hell, I thought it was too quiet round here." Johnny sat in the off-driver's side seat, smoking. "Figured I'd find you here, sooner or later. Man, this place stinks. I applied for a job as college president. It was taken, so I had to settle for this. Johnny goddamn Tuesday, what you want? You sure shook up this town. And I didn't even kill anybody. You can't stay at my place. Spies everywhere. Don't worry about that. I need to get into the bank." "Say what? You gonna get me lynched for sure. You want to be in the bank, you go in the way them boys did, guns blazing. I don't want money. I want information. I have to know what ties that rich tobacco man Tapscott to gangsters. He's the key. It has to be money. I have to see what his financial situation is.
He's got a Cadillac financial situation. He's rich.
You might be surprised. Anyhow, you can do it. There's an old colored janitor there. He could get us in late.
Johnny was going through files on the floor with the help of an angle-headed military flashlight. He kneeled amid rows of mute desks, adding machines, typewriters, ashtrays. It was the guts of the bank, where the actual work was done, the percentages figured, the tiny plus-minuses of 1% or so figured. Always on paper, the sums at the end of each column exactly correct. He was in front of an open file that read 1945. Nick sat next to him, also sifting through files.
As of February of 1945, there was $900,000 in the Tapscott accounts, and there are references here to other trustee accounts and so forth. So there's a lot of dough.
What's he doing with gang boys then? Nick asked. Maybe it was just coincidence, not some kind of funny business.
Nick, y'all better hurry, said the janitor. I was getting nervous.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, we're almost finished, said Johnny Tuesday.
He didn't need dough, that's for sure, said Nick. Or maybe he couldn't take dough out of his own accounts. So what habits can a man have that he can't control and needs dough for? Black, white, don't make no difference. Only 3 I know. Liquor, drugs, and a hoe.
Forget hooch and reefer for this nervous Nelly. That leaves whores for Mr. Tapscott. Where's a man go in this town to get laid? I know there's one outside every city in America. It sells the working man his monthly chunk of sin and rigged gambling, thin booze, and gals you wouldn't take home to mama.
Chapter 6. Johnny mingled with the wigwam crowd. It was no snazzy place with swells in dinner jackets and broads showing off their frontage. Instead, a lot of working men, truckers, all drinking cheap booze and throwing their bucks away on roulette and other casino games. Smoke floated in the air, and cheesy jukebox bebop and big band rattled the rafters. Dolls, painted up like the Coreens they'd never be, circulated, cadging drinks or other forget-it-alls out of them. Johnny wandered around the joint, cigarette dangling, hat pushed back, figuring it out. At the craps table, he put a few bucks down, lost, and put a few more down. But he was checking out the clientele, and he saw 2 guys across the table really hard about the bones. They stood out because they were in suits, not overalls, and had that "I gangster" look. One leaned forward to toss the dice a little too intensely.
Go, mama, go, mama, go, mama, go. Damn, crapped out again.
As he leaned forward, his jacket fell forward, and Johnny noticed the grip of a .357 in a shoulder rig. Johnny looked to his partner and noted a bulge under his arm, too. He slid up to the bar where Pete was talking with another mob Greek, maybe a boss, from his deep sense of cool, to use the new word imported from the darks. He overheard the chatter.
That boy of yours ain't gonna flip on us. He shows all the signs. Harry's okay. Gets excited when he's loaded and has the dice in his hands. He's a good man on a job, though.
Johnny found an angle to peer inside the man's coat, checked, and saw the grip of a .357. More big artillery. A pro's piece of work. He sat back, revolving on his stool, and gesturing the barkeep over.
Say, pal, I'm all gambled out, and I've still got money left. Any other action here? What about these dames? Are they just decoration, or can a fellow relax with one of them in private?
It's a kind of a club, bud. If someone we know don't vouch for you, you don't get in.
Pete, overhearing this, licked his chops at the prospect of a new mark. He leaned in, giving Johnny a once-over.
He looks okay to me, Chuck. Where you from, pal?
Down south in Dixie. Been to Biloxi, been to Phoenix City, been to Nolans. Good places all. Fella can have some fun.
What's your business?
Cement. I was a CB in the war, learned all about it. My firm runs cement trucks to construction sites. Hear the Maryland coast is going to get all developed once they build that bridge.
You think ahead, chum. I like that. Okay, Chuck, let him go up.
In a room upstairs, Johnny sat with a tired-looking woman in her 30s, going on her 60s.
Okay, mister, what'll it be?
Straight lay is 20, French is 40, and I'll take you around the world for 75. Well, 70, because you're cute.
How much for information?
Hey, what is this?
I don't expect you to give nothing up because I'm so handsome. Here's 200. Now you lie on the bed and moan like I'm the one giving you that trip around the world.
The gal lay on the bed. Johnny, with his foot, started shaking it so the mattress springs cranked and clanked.
Ah, oh,
February 45, 2 years back. What was happening here? I mean with the gals. Anything odd?
Odd like how? Oh, the usual crap. Someone gets punched or cut nearly every week. Somebody gets knocked up and goes off to an old lady in Libertyville. Gals come and go. It's a whorehouse like any whorehouse.
Anything about a rich guy and some gal?
Hey, who you been talking to?
Keep moaning, sugar. You're in heaven. I just figured it out. What's the scoop?
I could get killed for this.
Johnny laid another 100 on the bed.
Oh, Her name was Lucille. Colored gal, but real light. Anyhow, all of a sudden, it was right after that robbery. She's gone. Usually a gal, tells her friends she's moving in with a John or trying a new town. We have a little party. Not this time. Lucille's just gone.
You say right after the robbery.
That's right. Or right before. I don't remember exactly. No party, nothing. It was like she left town with the robbers. I didn't get no cake.
Johnny walked down the hall, unfucked, sure, $300 lighter, sure, but also $300 smarter. Another door opened and a big man stepped out, suavely buttoning the fly of his blue jeans. It was Dwayne, his nose still mummified. He and Johnny saw each other simultaneously, but Johnny was pro-boxer fast and nailed him with a power jab in the same nose. Dwayne took the big fall all the way down to the floor, spitting blood. Johnny shook his hand in a little pain.
You got a hard face, Peckerwood. Now you stay down there sucking broken teeth till I clear out, or I will come back and mash your nose into grits.
He headed out. Nick was walking back, a little wobble there, from his drinking in the Libertyville crib, when he heard a whisper coming from the bushes.
Psst, stretcher bearer, over here.
Oh, shit. You didn't get killed in that place?
They tried, but history proves me hard to put down. Listen, you have to find out about some hoe named Lucille. She worked at the wigwam and disappeared about the time of the robbery. Thought is, some big rich white man took a fancy to...
But Nick's demeanor changed suddenly.
Say what, Jack? You don't call Lucille no hoe, goddammit. Why'd not? Some things a man can't say to me. Easy there, sir. Didn't mean anything. Don't know who this Lucille could be, except she worked the wigwam in 44 and 45, while you were off dodging German steel, and she disappeared round about the time of the robbery. Maybe it's tied in, maybe it isn't.
Nick just went blank. He walked off into the trees, Johnny following.
She's your girl. I get it. You got a dear John in a frozen hole in the Ardennes. Man said, hey boy, get your ass up, get out there and collect the wounded. And the wounded was you, from the crack in your heart. Nobody's damn business. Don't matter a thing. It's all over and done. She go off to whoring, that's what she do. That's what it is. Aren't you the tough one, though? But inside it's still bleeding. I can smell the blood. Lots of it. Arterial. Happened to a lot of guys if it means anything. Black, white. Hell, it happened to the Japs and the Krauts, too. No one would tell me. She's gone, that's all. Yeah, I see. She got tired of waiting for her PFC to come home to nothing but the same old shit. And the wigwam offered something nice, and off she went. Some white man got her pregnant. He probably drowned her in the marsh. Lots of marshes around here. What was her last letter? Ain't no last letter. No goodbye, no dear John. She just up and disappeared. What was her last name? Everstill. Lucille Everstill. Okay, we got to get back into that bank. See if anyone gave Miss Everstill a chunk of dough by check in February of 1945. If it's so and it's Tapscott, that's all the proof I need. Who are you, Johnny Tuesday? Why is this your fight? You gonna get yourself killed and me along with you? For what? You after that money or that diamond necklace? Or maybe working for another mob? I got a stake in it, you bet. And it isn't money or diamonds. The day I leave town, unless I'm in a box, I'll tell you. Unless you're in a box. The problem now is Tapscott. From him, I find out who planned it, who set it up. That's the man I want. Mr. Tapscott ain't gonna tell no white trash southern fried hicktown racket guy called Johnny Tuesday nothing. He'll tell me, or he'll tell the devil in hell. Whichever.
The gal's face, swollen, wet, smeared with mucus, tears, and blood, lay crossways in 3 beams of light. It was the only thing visible in a room full of men. A hard slap belted her. She was a tough one, though, and blinked back tears. Good punch, Dwayne. Way to hit a tied-up whore. That Dwayne, he packs a mean right. Dwayne, I'll check your knots, make sure she doesn't get up and beat the shit out of you. Dwayne, under more bandages, was not happy with his station in life, which was at the end of the shit chute. Look, honey, we don't take no joy smacking in dames. Just tell us what happened, what he said, what he looked like, so we can put Dwayne back in his cage.
I told you, mister. Straight lay. No French, nothing funny. Didn't talk much. A John like all Johns. He got what he wanted.
Dwayne hit her again.
See, it bothers me that a fine judge of men like you don't see the difference between Dwayne, who's stupid, and me, who's smart. We ain't the same guy. Dwayne, show her how stupid you are. Count to 8 by 2s. 9, 64, 100, 11.
Some future comedian interjected. Laughter. Dwayne was very unhappy. His fist flew toward the gal, but another quicker hand intercepted it and pushed him back.
Easy, Slapsy Maxie.
The smarter fellow leaned in, addressing Zelda from 2 inches.
You had 300. Nobody pays that for a straight lay. You weren't sweated up. Your sheets weren't sweated up. There was no man stink in your room. No sex smell. There wasn't no envelope full of goo in the toilet. Now I'm about to ask Dwayne here to check your cookie to see if it's all wetted up with use. Do you want me to do that, honey?
Christ.
Dwayne, get ready for the treat of your life.
Laughter. Dwayne's finally going to get some cooch. Laughter.
All right, Zelda said. He wanted info about a gal who worked here, then didn't, right at the time of that robbery. Lucille, light-skinned, dark gal. Someone was saying some rich boy knocked her up, then maybe paid her off or paid someone to take her to the marshes. I don't know, but that's all.
Thank you, darling. See, that wasn't so bad. Dwayne thanked the gal for the nice time and set her free.
Dwayne cut her throat.
Chapter 7.
In Pete's office, the 2 executives charted the spring marketing campaign.
The late Zelda gave him Tapscott. If he gets to Tapscott, the whole thing falls apart. The big score is ruined. New York sees weakness and moves in, and this time Uncle Gus can't do a thing about it. But we can use Tapscott to set him up. Call that, it's no good.
Pete, said Jack Petrakis.
Make the call and set up a meet with this guy. Only we'll be the ones who meet him. I don't want to go that way. The farther I stay from this, the better. How's this? I'll get a dark to go to Johnny Tuesday's dark, and say another dark who works for Tapscott has info. He'll have to go for that, and he'll trust the darks. He seems to like darks. We'll get him someplace, and that's when you guys gun him. That would work? Okay. I'll tell the boys to put on their Texas Ranger hats, because we're gonna Bonnie and Clyde this Mr. Tuesday.
It was a savage replica of Browning's A5, a humpbacked 5-round semi-automatic shotgun. With a short 20-inch barrel, it looked like a BAR with a crew cut. Known for ease of manipulation owing to that short barrel, It could launch 5 12-gauge charges in less than 2 seconds. Now its owner carefully began to thread the shells into the tube beneath the barrel. The owner was Johnny in shirt sleeves. He carried his .45 auto in an elaborate leather shoulder holster, an S.D. Myers rig that had been well used by his father, as had the pistol, a Great War relic. He was in the ice house. He set the shotgun down in the back seat next to his Thompson M1A1, also cocked and locked. A few full magazines were stacked next to it. Then he heard a sudden noise. Johnny whirled, drew. "Whoa, it's only me," said Nick. "Don't shoot. Figured I'd find you here."
"Then that's my stupidity. I shouldn't lay up at the same place twice."
"Jesus Christ, man. You going to war or something?"
"Didn't tell you. There's new guns in town. I made 3 of them at the Greeks. Big city boys, fancy suits, packing big bad guns. They're here for me."
"I didn't do much shooting in the war, but I guess I can handle a gun."
"You've been shot at enough, stretcher bearer. Go home. You're strictly non-combat. This is my kind of play."
"Johnny Tuesday, I can stand and fight."
"You'll just get in the way. Now you're looking for me to tell me something, right? Longer you're here, the more danger you're in till I handle these tough guys. So give it up straight."
"Fella named Lonnie, who's a nephew of a fellow named Jake, came to me. Jake's a gardener at Tapscott's. Jake heard you were asking about Tapscott. Says he knows something, but he's afraid to be seen. He wants to set up a meet."
"It's an ambush. I smell ambush all over it. They want it far out of town so they don't attract attention."
"Just telling you what Lonnie told me. There's a truck farm once owned by a family called Nelson out Jason Road, 4 miles south of town. Just old rotted farmhouse, outbuildings, and fallow fields. Maybe white teenagers go there to smooch on Saturday night. Lonnie says Jake will be there at 9 a.m. tomorrow up at the house, when everybody thinks he's at church. Maybe these boys will be there instead of Jake."
"These boys have done this kind of work before. They'll know I'll be fidgety and quick to shoot at the farmhouse. They'll hit me on the road coming up to the farmhouse."
"Johnny Tuesday, you a crazy man. 4 on 1. Ain't no odds at all. You must think you a goddamned war hero or something."
"Not at all. It's a joke, Mr. Nick. On them. See, they think they're hunting me. Turns out, I'm hunting them."
Chapter 8. It was dawn. Light filtered through bare-limbed, old-growth trees. Looked to be a sunny day, if brisk, as late February usually was, this close to both sea and beach. A dirt road in flat country. In the distance, odd lines of more bare trees cut up otherwise unplanted land. The robbery crew, plus bandaged Dwayne, stood in the road. Each carried a long weapon, same as 2 years before. Serious professional artillery, mob bank job style. The leader holding a carbine, a couple with pump shotguns, one with a BAR. Then there was undergunned amateur Dwayne, with a Winchester lever gun, deer hunter style. He stood a little apart. "He'll come that way," Jack said. "Turn off the main road, disappear into that little dip for a second, then he'll be here." "Jack, suppose some other bohunk shows up at 9. "That's why Dwayne's way up front. He makes Johnny, lets the car pass, signals us, and we open up. I ain't taking no chances on this gun boy. When he's up to you, pump him full of everything you got. I want that car looking like Frank Hamer went to war on it. Got that?" "Jack, you know I ain't no good without my morning coffee." Laughter. "Dwayne, you get on down there. Put that rifle away. I don't want you doing no shooting. You're the scout, okay?" Dwayne nodded and departed wordlessly. He was done talking because each time he opened his mouth, one of these city fucks would twist his words in some way and make him the butt of more scorn and chuckles. Being big and fast to fist and boot, he'd never had a taste of such a diet. He didn't care for it, wanted this thing over and everything back as it was, with his bulk making him Mr. Antos's #1 outside guy. "You trust that hillbilly?" Marcos asked Jack after Dwayne had trotted off. "Maybe he'll run into a bullet too. Things happen on this kind of job."
Let's get under cover, boys.
As he spoke, from the road tree line half a mile out, the quick flash reflection of sun on binocular lenses winked brightly. But the boys were so jived up at the prospect of rat-a-tat-tat, they didn't notice. Johnny lay in the trees in the prone. No tie, no coat. He wore a dark shirt, khaki suspenders, and a pair of lace-up boots blousing his wool pants. He had his fedora on, his .45 in the fancy shoulder rig, and the Thompson before him. He looked like Robert Jordan in Spain. He crouched, watching through the binoculars. He saw the four boys slide into the bushes, laughingly, as Dwayne disappeared farther down the road. Each big guy wore tear-shaped dark sunglasses, like the aviators of the war, of whom he'd seen many. Flyers earned their Ray-Bans going against the high sun to hunt and be hunted. When you sported them in civvies, you were just a show-off punk. Looking at the square bull of a watch against his hairy arm, Jack read 9:05 a.m. Someone slapped a bug to oblivion. Ow! Jack watched down the road, his carbine at the ready.
Jack, I am getting ate up alive. That's 'cause you eat so much Italian. Bugs love the sugar in the Italian tomato sauce,
Marcos yelled.
Shut up, goddammit,
yelled Jack.
I see it, boys. Get ready.
Clickety-click, clickety-clack. Bolts, pumps, slides were thrown. The boys squirmed and settled. The car, a .38 Chevy coupe, chugged along. A cloud of birds rose from some trees. A bunny rabbit looked around, then disappeared. The bare branches clacked and scraped as the brisk push of breeze rubbed them against each other. The brownish grass flattened in a little more breeze. The car disappeared in the dip, and a few seconds later came out. It passed Dwayne, who leaned forward, eager to see his nemesis. He saw nothing. Panic hit him. The car passed him. He turned, he ran.
God damn that hillbilly,
shouted Jack, as the car was upon them without warning.
Open up!
The men in sunglasses rose and fired. The car chugged along as slug after slug tore into it. Windows disintegrated into perforations and then cascaded, and the door burst with holes. The sound of the metal tearing and the guns firing was immense. Each shooter fired as fast as he could, shell casings pouring from the hot breech of each weapon. The car, its tires flattened, its windows busted out, its body turned into a cheese grater, faltered, lurched spastically to the right, and went into a ditch. Dust floated about, mixed with gun smoke. The stench of burned powder hung as heavy as stormy weather in the air. The four men rose. The engine was still running, and the rear tire, though flattened, continued to rotate in gear, as beneath it the other rear tire spun in the dust, kicking up a cloud. Harry with the BAR ran across road, aligned his weapon, and fired another burst into the cab. But nothing happened. Jack, Pete, and Marcos went to the driver's side door, popped it open. They saw a stick jammed into the steering wheel, a brick lashed to the gas pedal. Without thinking, Harry fired another burst into the engine block. The engine finally gave up. The rear tires ceased. The dust was no longer flung in the air.
What the fuck? Where is he? Cocksucker lit out. He must be...
It dawned on them simultaneously, and they rotated to the right, where the dust and smoke still drifted in the road. Then it cleared, revealing Johnny standing with his Thompson clamped under his right elbow, oriented toward them. Dwayne, having come to rest in the bushes with his deer rifle, was 100 feet from Johnny with a clear shot.
Oh, shit.
He tossed his rifle away and began to run again. The four men on the road faced Johnny. A long, still moment passed. Then they opened up, shooting wildly from the hip. Mr. Johnny Tuesday brought Thompson to shoulder, aimed, and despite bullet strikes all about him, fired a 4-round burst. 3 of the 4 gangsters ran for the ditch at the side of the road. Marcos seemed frozen, then turned slowly, tumbled to the ground, tried to pick himself up, and saw his chest was smeared with blood. He flattened into the dust. In the ditch, a jumble of voices arose.
He got Marcos! Son of a bitch, kill his ass! Come on, goddammit! Let's get down there and finish! Shut up, goddammit!
They quieted down.
Get the cars, commanded Jack.
We roll down there hunched low in the cars and pull up to where he is.
Otherwise, he just guns us in this hole."
2 cars blasted out of the trees, their brakes screeching as they put a stop to the acceleration, then under control pivoted to the right. 2 in one car, the third in the other, crunched low to be protected by the heavy steel of the cab, just peering over the lip of the dashboard.
"Go, go! Let's nail this motherfucker!"
The cars screamed down the dirt road. Johnny hunched over the lip of the ditch. He had the Savage autoloader against his shoulder. The cars bore down on him. He felt like a hunter facing charging buffalo, or a bazooka operator and a German panzer. Johnny found his point of aim, fired coolly, the big gun bucking, a spent shell popping from the breech. The grill of the first car was hit square by the 12 members of the double-aught fleet, and the car shivered, then veered to the left into a ditch in a cloud of dust. The second car bore on. Johnny fired again, his first shot off, blowing a headlamp away. He fired once more, this time blowing 12 holes in the grill, rupturing the steering, and the vehicle, bereft of control, faltered, then rolled into a ditch in another cloud of dust. The driver was shaken up, got a hold of himself, and began to slither across the seat to get out the driver's side door. By this time, Johnny had come around and was directly across from the driver's side. He fired, punching 12 holes in that door. Pete took 3 of the .32 caliber slugs in the low back as he emerged from the car. He went down but was up in a second, drawing a heavy Magnum revolver from his shoulder holster, and struggling around the car to close with his antagonist. Shooting from the hip, Johnny put a 12-gauge double-aught into his breastbone, and the charge smacked him so hard he flip-flopped like an acrobat hit by a locomotive. Jack and Harry watched from nearby trees.
"Jesus Christ, he's got a fucking elephant gun!"
All was quiet. The road separated the 2 surviving gunmen from their stalker. Jack still had his carbine and Harry the BAR.
"Boy, do we need that tail gunner now. Where is the bastard? I can't see him. He must be in that ditch across the road. Nah, he took off like a rabbit. What do you want to do, Jack? This guy is goddamn good." "Well, all I can think is we gotta get him under fire from 2 angles, cut down his movement. I'll go to the right of Pete's car, you go to the left of our car. He's gotta be in that ditch right across the road. If he sticks his head out, we hit him from both directions."
Johnny found a culvert under the road. Tommy gun in hand, he low-crawled through the drainage ditch, coming up on Jack's side. As he and Harry moved to their positions, Johnny had them flanked. He fired a long burst, left to right, bringing down Harry in the general distribution of lead. It recalled many such encounters in the Pacific, but his gun ran dry. Flinching, Jack saw him dump the gun, and before Johnny could get to his .45, Jack leveled the carbine at his guts from a range of 15 feet. Another moment of silence except for the hard breathing of the men.
"Well, the great Johnny Tuesday, out of ammo. Ain't that a shame? Hey, this is for Harry."
He pulled the trigger. Snap. He was out of ammo, too. Now both men were down to shoulder-holstered handguns. The leader unbuttoned his double-breasted coat, shucked it to reveal a .357 Smith in a leather shoulder holster, same as Johnny's .45, though lacking Mr. Myers's tooling, not as pretty.
"You know what, chump? I've been here before. I shot over 20 guys in my time. You think you have a chance against me? How many you shot?" "Somewhere between 1 and 150, sport. Not counting the ones I got with a bayonet or grenade."
Jack went for the big revolver. He was fast, very fast, but Johnny was just as fast. Both shots sounded simultaneously. Johnny spun, hit. The leader stood, face numb, but seemingly otherwise safe. However, there was a hole in his left aviator lens. Suddenly, blood poured copiously from under the dark glass. He plunged into the grass. Whatever the war, killing in battle is always exhausting, particularly after the first 100. Johnny was drained blank. He sat down on the gully edge heavily, breathing hard, and wiped the sweat off his brow. A brisk breeze played in the bare tree limbs, clacking as before. Nice to be alive to hear it, feel it, breathe it. He bled, left shoulder. He pulled his shirt open, saw what would be called a flesh wound. Easy to make fun of if it wasn't your flesh. The wound, a hole in a sea of bruised yellow skin, oozed blood and stung like hornets at a square dance. At least no bones broken, no arteries severed. He'd been wounded before, more than once. Thus the sight of his own blood carried little weight, but it still hurt like shit. Those hornets. He tied a handkerchief around it. He got up, climbed back to the road. Both gangster cars were inoperable by reason of a 45-degree cant into the gully, as was his old Chevy by reason of holes everywhere. Gathering his Savage and already wearing his Thompson M1A1 on its sling over the shoulder, he realized he had a lot of walking to do. He took off cross-country for security. The land was barren, if furrowed by generations under the plow. Though new seedlings wouldn't be laid in until spring, still a few months off, the soil was being prepared by applications of methyl bromide, which sterilized it against bugs, weeds, anything the planters didn't want. It might have killed wounded ex-soldiers, too, for the stench of the chemical was like a kind of nerve gas, and in time made him a woozy pilgrim staggering awkwardly through the ridged field. At a certain point, he stowed the 2 long guns in a farmer's shed. Now and then he stopped to rest, re-examined his wound. It was always bloodier. He threw the handkerchief away, ripped off a sleeve, used that as a tourniquet. Then he took off again, through what seemed a doughboy's no-man's land. By one, he'd seen the spires, 3, of Chesterfield City, and orienting on them, managed to steer around the quality areas to Libertyville. He watched Nick's place from the